August of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys, August 1663. August 1st. Up betimes and got me ready, and so to the office and put things in order for my going. By and by comes Sir G. Carteret, and he and I did some business, and then Mr. Coventry sending for me, he staying in the boat, I got myself presently ready and down to him, he and I by water to Gravesend, his man Lambert with us, and there eat a bit, and so mounted, I upon one of his horses which met him there, a brave proud horse, all the way talking of businesses of the office, and other matters to good purpose. Being come to Chatham, we put on our boots, and so walked to the yard, where we met Commissioner Pett, and there walked up and down, looking and inquiring into many businesses. And in the evening went to the Commissioner's, and there in his upper arbour sat and talked, and there pressed upon the Commissioner to take upon him a power to correct and suspend officers that do not do their duty and other things, which he unwillingly answered he would, if we would own him in it. Being gone thence, Mr. Coventry and I did discourse about him, and conclude that he is not able to do the same in that yard that he might and can, and it may be will do in another, what with his old faults, and the relations that he has to most people that act there. After an hour or two's discourse at the Hill House, before going to bed, I see him to his, and he me to my chamber, he lying in the Treasurer's, and I in the Controller's chambers. 2nd. Lord's Day. Up, and after the barber had done, he and I walked to the dock, and so on board the Matthias, where Commissioner Pett and he and I, and a good many of the officers and others of the yard, did hear an excellent sermon of Mr. Hudson's upon All is yours, and you are God's, a most ready, learned, and good sermon, such as I have not heard a good while, nor ever thought he could have preached. We took him with us to the Hill House, and there we dined, and an officer or two with us. So after dinner the company withdrew, and we three to private discourse, and laid the matters of the yard home again to the Commissioner, and discoursed largely of several matters. Then to the parish church, and there heard a poor sermon, with a great deal of false Greek in it, upon these words, Ye are my friends, if ye do these things which I command you. Thence to the dock, and by water to view St. Mary Creek, but do not find it so proper for a wet docks as we would have it, it being uneven ground and hard in the bottom, and no great depth of water in many places. Returned and walked from the dock home, Mr. Coventry and I very much troubled to see how backward Commissioner Pett is to tell any of the faults of the officers, and to see nothing in better condition here for his being here, than they are in other yards where there is none. After some discourse to bed. But I sat up an hour after Mr. Coventry was gone to read my vows, it raining a wonderful hard shower about 11 at night for an hour together. So to bed. 3rd. Up both of us very betimes, and to the yard, and see the men called over, and choose some to be discharged. Then to the rope houses, and viewed them all, and made an experiment which was the stronger, English or Riga hemp. The latter proved the stronger, but the other is very good, and much better, we believe, than any but Riga. We did many other things this morning, and I caused the timber measurer to measure some timber, where I found much fault, and with reason, which we took public notice of, and did give them admonition for the time to come. At noon Mr. Pett did give us a very great dinner, too big, in all conscience, so that most of it was left untouched. Here was Colonel Newman and several other gentlemen of the country and officers of the yard. After dinner they withdrew, and Commissioner Pett, Mr. Coventry, and I sat close to our business all the noon in his parlour, and there run through much business and answered several people. And then in the evening walked in the garden, where we conjured him to look after the yard, and for the time to come that he would take the whole faults and ill management of the yard upon himself, he having full power and our concurrence to suspend or do anything else that he thinks fit, to keep people and officers to their duty. He having made good promises, though I fear his performance, we parted, though I spoke so freely that he could have been angry, good friends, and in some hopes that matters will be better for the time to come. So walked to the Hill House, which we did view, and the yard about it, and do think to put it off as soon as we can conveniently, and there made ourselves ready and mounted and rode to Gravesend, my riding coat not being to be found, I fear 'tis stole, on our way being overtaken by Captain Brown, that serves the office of the Ordnance at Chatham. All the way, though he was a rogue and served the late times all along, yet he kept us in discourse of the many services that he did for many of the King's party, lords and dukes, and among others he recovered a dog that was stolen from Mr. Carey, head keeper of the Buckhounds to the King, and preserved several horses of the Duke of Richmond's. and his best horse he was forced to put out his eyes and keep him for a stallion to preserve him from being carried away. But he gone at last upon my inquiry to tell us how, he having been here too for a survey of the rope yard, the day's work of the rope makers become settled, which pleased me very well. Being come to our inn, Mr. Coventry and I sat and talked till 9 or 10 o'clock, and then to bed. 4th. We were called up about 4 o'clock, and being ready went and took a Gravesend boat, and to London by 9 o'clock, by the way talking of several businesses of the Navy. So to the office, where Sir William Penn, the first time that he has been with us a great while, he having been long sick, met us, and there we sat all the morning. My brother John, I find, come to town to my house, as I sent for him on Saturday last, so at noon home and dined with him, and after dinner, and the barber been with me, I walked out with him to my vial maker's and other places, and then left him, and I by water to Blackberry's, and there talked with him about some masts, and by the way he tells me that Paul's is now going to be repaired in good earnest, and so with him to his garden close by his house, where I eat some peaches and apricots, a very pretty place. So over the water to Westminster Hall, and not finding Mrs. Lane, with whom I purposed to be merry, I went to Jervis's, and took him and his wife over the water to their mother Palmer's, the woman that speaks in the belly, and with whom I have 2 or 3 years ago made good sport with Mr. Mallard, thinking, because I had heard that she is a woman of that sort, that I might there have lit upon some lady of pleasure, for which God forgive me. But blessed be God, there was none, nor anything that pleased me, but a poor little house that she has set out as fine as she can, and for her singing, which she pretends to, is only some old body songs, and those sung abominably, only she pretends to be able to sing both bass and treble, which she do, something like, but not what I thought formerly and expected now, nor do her speaking in her belly take me now as it did then. But it may be that is because I know it, and see her mouth when she speaks, which should not be. After I had spent a shilling there in wine, I took boat with Jervis and his wife, and set them at Westminster, and it being late forbore Mrs. Lane, and went by water to the Old Swan by a boat, where I had good sport with one of the young men about his travels as far as Vauxhall, in mockery, which yet the fellow answered me most prettily and traveller-like unto my very good mirth. So home, and with my brother eat a bit of bread and cheese, and so to bed, he with me. This day I received a letter from my wife, which troubles me mightily, wherein she tells me how Ashwell did give her the lie to her teeth, and that thereupon my wife giving her a box on the ear, the other struck her again, and a deal of stir which troubles me, and that my lady has been told by my father or mother something of my wife's carriage, which altogether vexes me, and I fear I shall find a trouble of my wife when she comes home to get down her head again. But if Ashwell goes, I am resolved to have no more, but to live poorly and low again for a good while, and save money, and keep my wife within bounds if I can, or else I shall bid adieu to all content in the world. So to bed, my mind somewhat disturbed at this, but yet I shall take care by prudence to avoid the ill consequences which I fear, things not being gone too far yet, and this height that my wife is come to being occasioned from my own folly, in giving her too much head heretofore for the year past. 5th. All the morning at the office, whither Dean of Woolwich came to me and discoursed of the body of ships, which I am now going about to understand. And then I took him to the coffee-house, where he was very earnest against Mr. Grant's report in favour of Sir W. Petty's vessel, even to some passion on both sides almost. So to the Exchange, and thence home to dinner with my brother, and in the afternoon to Westminster Hall, and there found Mrs. Lane, and by agreement, we met at the Parliament stairs. In the way down to the boat who should meet us but my Lady Jemima, who saw me lead her, but said nothing to me of her, though I ought to speak to her to see whether she would take notice of it or no. And off to Stangate, and so to the King's Head at Lambeth Marsh, and had variety of meats and drinks, but I did so touse her and handled her, but could get nothing more from her, though I was very near it. But as wanton and buxom as she is, she dares not adventure upon the business, in which I very much commend and like her. Stayed pretty late, and so over with her by water, and being in a great sweat with my tousing of her, durst not go home by water, but took coach. And at home my brother and I fell upon Descartes, and I perceive he has studied him well, and I cannot find but he has minded his book, and do love it. This evening came a letter about business from Mr. Coventry, and with it a silver pen he promised me to carry ink in, which is very necessary. So to prayers, and to bed. 6th. Up and was angry with my maid Hannah for keeping the house no better, it being more dirty nowadays than ever it was while my whole family was together. So to my office, whither Mr. Coventry came and Sir William Penn, and we sat all the morning. This day Mr. Coventry borrowed of me my manuscript of the Navy, At noon I to the Change, and meeting with Sir W. Warren to a coffee house, and there finished a contract with him for the office, and so parted. And I to my cousin Mary Joyce's at a gossiping, where much company and good cheer. There was the king's falconer that lives by Paul's, and his wife, an ugly puss, but brought him money. He speaking of the strength of hawks, which will strike a fowl to the ground with that force that shall make the fowl rebound a great way from ground, which no force of man or art can do. But it was very pleasant to hear what reasons he and another, one Ballard, a rich man of the same company of leather sellers of which the Joyces are, did give for this. Ballard's wife, a pretty and a very well-bred woman, I took occasion to kiss several times, and she to carve, drink, and show me great respect. After dinner to talk and laugh. I drank no wine, but sent for some water, the beer not being good. A fiddler was sent for, and there one Mrs. Larkin, a neighbour, a good and merry poor woman, but a very tall woman, did dance and show such tricks that made us all merry. But above all a daughter of Mr. Brumfield's, black, but well-shaped and modest, did dance very well, which pleased me mightily. I begun the Duchess with her, but could not do it. But, however, I came off well enough, and made mighty much of her, kissing and leading her home, with her cousin Antony and Kate Joyce, Kate being very handsome and well, that is, handsomely dressed to-day, and I grew mighty kind and familiar with her, and kissed her soundly, which she takes very well, to their house, and there I left them, having in our way, though 9 o'clock at night, carried them into a puppet play in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where there was the story of Holophanes, and other clockwork, well done. There was at this house to-day Mr. Lawrence, who did give the name, it seems, to my cousin Joyce's child Samuel, who is a very civil gentleman, and his wife a pretty woman, who, with Kate Joyce, were stewards of the feast to-day, and a double share cost for a man and a woman came to 16 shillings, which I also would pay, though they would not by any means have had me do so. I walked home very well contented with this afternoon's work, I thinking it convenient to keep in with the Joyces against a bad day, if I should have occasion to make use of them. So I walked home, and after a letter to my wife by the post, and my father, I home to supper, and after a little talk with my brother, to bed. 7th. Up into my office a little, and then to Brown's for my measuring rule, which is made, and is certainly the best and the most commodious for carrying in one's pocket, and most useful that ever was made, and myself have the honour of being, as it were, the inventor of this form of it. Here I stayed, discoursing an hour with him, and then home, and thither came Sir Fairbrother to me, and we walked a while together in the garden, and then abroad into the city. And then we parted for a while, and I to my vial, which I find done and once varnished, and it will please me very well when it is quite varnished. Thence home, and to study my new rule, till my head ached cruelly. So by and by to dinner, and the doctor and Mr. Creed came to me. The doctor's discourse, which, though he be a very good-natured man, is but simple, was some sport to me and Creed, though my head aching, I took no great pleasure in it. We parted after dinner, and I walked to Deptford, and there found Sir W. Pen, and I fell to measuring of some planks that were serving into the yard, which the people took notice of, and the measurer himself was amused at, for I did it much more ready than he, and I believe Sir W. Pen would be glad I could have done less, or he more. By and by he went away, and I stayed walking up and down, discoursing with the officers of the yard of several things, and so walked back again, and on my way young Bagwell and his wife waylaid me, to desire my favour about getting him a better ship, which I shall pretend to be willing to do for them, but my mind is to know his wife a little better. They being parted, I went with Cadbury the mast-maker to view a parcel of good masts, which I think it were good to buy, and resolved to speak to the board about it. So home, and my brother John and I up, and I to my music, and then to discourse with him, and I find him not so thorough a philosopher, at least in Aristotle, as I took him for, he not being able to tell me the definition of final, nor which of the 4 qualities belong to each of the 4 elements. So to prayers and to bed, among other things being much satisfied with my new rule. 8th. Up into my office, with I search for Brown, the mathematical instrument maker, who now brought me a ruler for measuring timber and other things so well done, and in all things to my mind, that I do set up my trust upon it, that I cannot have a better, nor any man else have so good for this purpose, this being of my own ordering. By and by we sat all the morning dispatching of business, and then at noon rose, and I with Mr. Coventry down to the water-side talking, wherein I see so much goodness and endeavours of doing the King's service, that I do more and more admire him. It being the greatest trouble to me, he says, in the world to see not only in the navy, but in the greatest matters of state, where he can lay his finger upon the saw, meaning this man's faults, and this man's office the fault lies in, and yet dare or cannot remedy matters. Thence to the Exchange about several businesses, and so home to dinner, and in the afternoon took my brother John and Will down to Woolwich by water, and after being there a good while and eating of fruit in Sheldon's garden, we began our walk back again, I asking many things in physics of my brother John, to which he gives me so bad or no answer at all, as in the regions of the air he told me that he knew of no such thing, for he never read Aristotle's philosophy, and Descartes owns no such thing, which vexed me to hear him say. But I shall call him to task and see what it is that he has studied since his going to the university. It was late before we could get from Greenwich to London by water, the tide being against us and almost past, so that to save time and to be clear of anchors I landed at Wapping, and so walked home weary enough, walking over the stones. This night Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes returned from Portsmouth, but I did not go see them. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and leaving my brother John to go somewhere else, I to church, and heard Mr. Mills, who is lately returned out of the country, and it seems was fetched in by many of the parishioners with great state, preach upon the authority of the ministers, upon these words, We are therefore ambassadors of Christ. Wherein, among other high expressions, he said that such a learned man used to say, that if a minister of the word and an angel should meet him together, he would salute the minister first, which methought was a little too high. This day I begun to make use of the silver pen Mr. Coventry did give me, in writing of this sermon, taking only the heads of it in Latin, which I shall, I think, continue to do. So home and at my office reading my vows, and so to Sir W. Batten to dinner, being invited and sent for, and being willing to hear how they left things at Portsmouth, which I found but ill enough, and are mightily for a commissioner to be at seat there to keep the yard in order. Thence in the afternoon with my Lady Batten, leading her through the streets by the hand to St. Dunstan's church, hard by us, where by Mrs. Russell's means we were set well, and heard an excellent sermon of one Mr. Gifford, the parson there, upon Remember Lot's Wife. So from thence walked back to Mrs. Russell's, and there drank and sat talking a great while. Among other things talked of young Dawes, that married the great fortune, who it seems has a baronet's patent given him, and is now Sir Thomas Dawes, and a very fine-bred man they say he is. Thence home, and my brother being abroad, I walked to my uncle White's, and there stayed, though with little pleasure, and supped, there being the husband of Mrs. Anne White, who it seems is lately married to one Mr. Bentley, a Norwich factor. Home, and stayed up a good while examining Will in his Latin below, and my brother along with him in his Greek, and so to prayers and to bed. This afternoon I was amused at the tune set to the psalm by the clerk of the parish, and thought at first that he was out, but I find him to be a good songster, and the parish could sing it very well, and was a good tune. But I wonder that there should be a tune in the psalms that I never heard of. 10th. Up, though not so early this summer as I did all the last, for which I am sorry, and though late am resolved to get up betimes before the season of rising be quite past. To my office, to fit myself to wait on the Duke this day. By and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, and anon called into the Duke's chamber. And being dressed, we were all as usual taken in with him, and discoursed of our matters, and that being done, he walked, and I in the company with him, to Whitehall, and there he took barge for Woolwich, and I up to the Committee of Tangier, where my Lord Sandwich, Lord Peterborough, whom I have not seen before since his coming back, Sir W. Compton, and Mr. Povey. Our discourse about supplying my Lord Teviot with money, wherein I am sorry to see, though they do not care for him, yet they are willing to let him for civility and compliment only, have money almost without expecting any account of it. But by this means, he being such a cunning fellow as he is, the King is like to pay dear for a courtier's ceremony. Thence by coach with my Lords Peterborough and Sandwich to my Lord Peterborough's house, and there, after an hour's looking over some fine books of the Italian buildings, with fine cuts, and also my Lord Peterborough's bows and arrows, of which he is a great lover, we sat down to dinner, my lady coming down to dinner also, and there being Mr. Williamson, that belongs to Sir H. Bennet, whom I find a pretty understanding and accomplished man, but a little conceited. After dinner I took leave and went to Greatorex's, whom I found in his garden, and set him to work upon my ruler to engrave an almanac and other things upon the brasses of it, which a little before night he did. But the latter part he slubbered over, that I must get him to do it over better, or else I shall not fancy my rule, which is such a folly that I am come to now, that whereas before my delight was in multitude of books, and spending money in that, and buying all way of other things, now that I am become a better husband, and have left off buying, now my delight is in the neatness of everything, and so cannot be pleased with anything, unless it be very neat, which is a strange folly. Hither came W. Howe about business, and he and I had a great deal of discourse about my Lord Sandwich, and I find by him that my lord do dote upon one of the daughters of Mrs. Beck, where he lies, so that he spends his time and money upon her. He tells me she is a woman of a very bad fame and very impudent, and has told my lord so. Yet for all that, my lord do spend all his evenings with her, though he be at court in the daytime, and that the world do take notice of it, and that Pickering is only there as a blind, that the world may think that my lord spends his time with him when he do worse, and that hence it is that my lord has no more mind to go into the country than he has. In fine, I perceive my lord is dabbling with this wench, for which I am sorry, though I do not wonder at it, being a man amorous enough, and now begins to allow himself the liberty that he says everybody else at court takes. Here I am told that my Lord Bristol is either fled or concealed himself, having been sent for to the king. It is believed to be sent to the Tower, but he is gone out of the way. Yesterday I am told also that Sir J. Lenthall in Southwark did apprehend about 100 Quakers and other such people, and has sent some of them to the jail at Kingston, it being now the time of the assizes. Hence home, and examined a piece of Latin of Will's with my brother, and so to prayers and to bed. This evening I had a letter from my father that says that my wife will come to town this week, at which I wonder that she should come to town without my knowing more of it. But I find they have lived very ill together since she went, and I must use all the brains I have to bring her to any good when she do come home, which I fear will be hard to do, and do much disgust me the thoughts of it. 11th. Up into my office, whither by and by my brother Tom came, and I did soundly rattle him for his neglecting to see and please the Joyces, as he has of late done. I confess I do fear that he do not understand his business, nor will do any good in his trade, though he tells me that he do please everybody, and that he gets money, but I shall not believe it till I see a state of his accounts, which I have ordered him to bring me before he sees me any more. We met and sat at the office all the morning, and at noon I to the Change, where I met Dr. Pierce, who tells me that the king comes to town this day from Tunbridge, to stay a day or two, and then fetch the Queen from thence, who he says is grown a very debonair lady, and now hugs him, and meets him galloping upon the road, and all the actions of a fond and pleasant lady that can be, that he believes has a chat now and then of Mrs. Stewart, but that there is no great danger of her, she being only an innocent, young, raw girl. But my Lady Castlemaine, who rules the king in matters of state, and do what she list with him, he believes is now falling quite out of favour. After the Queen is come back, she goes to the Bath, and so to Oxford, where great entertainments are making for her. This day I am told that my Lord Bristol hath warrants issued out against him, to have carried him to the Tower, but he is fled away, or hid himself. So much the Chancellor hath got the better of him. Upon the Change, my brother and Will bring me word that Madam Turner would come and dine with me to-day, so I hasted home and found her and Mrs. Morris there, Theo Joyce being gone into the country, which is the reason of the mother rambling. I got a dinner for them, and after dinner my Uncle Thomas and Aunt Bell came and saw me, and I made them almost foxed with wine till they were very kind, but I did not carry them up to my ladies. So they went away, and so my two ladies and I in Mrs. Turner's coach to Mr. Pepys, who being not within, we went in, and there shewed Mrs. Turner his perspective and vollery, and the fine things that he is building of now, which is a most neat thing. Thence to the Temple, and by water to Westminster. And there Morris and I went to Sir R. Ling's to have fetched a niece of his, but she was not within, and so we went to boat again, and then down to the bridge, and there tried to find a sister of Mrs. Morris's, but she was not within neither, and so we went through bridge, and I carried them on board the King's pleasure boat, all the way reading in a book of receipts of making fine meats and sweetmeats, among others to make my own sweet water, which made us good sport. So I landed them at Greenwich, and there to a garden, and gave them fruit and wine, and so to boat again, and finally, in the cool of the evening, to Lion Quay, the tide against us, and so landed and walked to the bridge, and there took a coach by chance passing by, and so I saw them home, and there eat some cold venison with them, and drunk and bade them good night, having been mighty merry with them, and I think it is not amiss to preserve, though it cost me a little, such a friend as Mrs. Turner. So home and to bed, my head running upon what to do tomorrow to fit things against my wife's coming, as to buy a bedstead, because my brother John is here, and I have now no more beds than I used. 12th. A little to my office, to put down my yesterday's journal, and so abroad to buy a bedstead and do other things. So home again, and having put up the bedstead and done other things in order to my wife's coming, I went out to several places and to Mrs. Turner's, she inviting me last night, and there dined. With her and Madam Morris and a stranger, we were very merry, and had a fine dinner. And thence I took leave and to Whitehall, where my Lord Sandwich, Peterborough, and others made a Tangier committee. Spent the afternoon in reading and ordering with a great deal of alteration. and yet methinks never a whit the better, of a letter drawn by Creed to my Lord Rutherford. The Lords being against anything that looked to be rough, though it was in matter of money and accounts, wherein their courtship may cost the king dear. Only I do see by them, that speaking in matters distasteful to him that we write to, it is best to do it in the plainest way, and without ambages or reasoning, but only say matters of fact, and leave the party to collect your meaning. Thence by water to my brother's. And there I hear my wife is come and gone home, and my father is come to town also, at which I wondered. But I discern it is to give my brother advice about his business, and it may be to pacify me about the differences that have been between my wife and him, and my mother, at her late being with them. Though by and by he coming to Mr. Holden's, where I was buying a hat, he took no notice to me of anything. I talked to him a little while, and left him to lie at the end of the town, and I home, where methought I found my wife strange, not knowing, I believe, in what temper she could expect me to be in, but I fell to kind words, and so we were very kind, only she could not forbear telling me how she had been used by them and her maid Ashwell in the country, but I find it will be best not to examine it, for I doubt she's in fault too. And therefore I seek to put it off from my hearing, and so to bed, and there entertained her with great content, and so to sleep. 13th. Lay long in bed with my wife, talking of family matters, and so up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and then home to dinner, and after dinner my wife and I to talk again about getting of a couple of good maids, and to part with Ashwell, which troubles me for her father's sake, though I shall be glad to have the charge taken away of keeping a woman. Thence a little to the office, and so abroad with my wife by water to Whitehall, and there at my Lord's lodgings met my Lady Jemima, with whom we stayed a good while. Thence to Mrs. Hunt's, where I left my wife, and I to walk a little in St. James's Park, while Mrs. Harper might come home, with whom we came to speak about her kinswoman Jane Gentleman to come and live with us as a chambermaid, and there met with Mr. Hoole, my old acquaintance of Magdalen, and walked with him an hour in the park, discoursing chiefly of Sir Samuel Morland, whose lady is gone into France. It seems he buys ground and a farm in the country, and lays out money upon building, and God knows what, so that most of the money he sold his pension of 500 per annum for, to Sir Arthur Slingsby, is believed is gone. It seems he hath very great promises from the king, and Hoole hath seen some of the king's letters under his own hand to Morland, promising him great things, and among others the Order of the Garter, as Sir Samuel says. But his lady thought it below her to ask anything at the king's first coming, believing the king would do it of himself, when, as Hoole do really think, if he had asked to be Secretary of State at the king's first coming, he might have had it. And the other day, at her going into France, she did speak largely to the king herself, how her husband hath failed of what his majesty had promised, and she was sure intended him. And the king did promise still, as he is a king and a gentleman, to be as good as his word in a little time to a tittle. But I never believe it. Here in the park I met with Mr. Coventry, where he sent for a letter he had newly writ to me, wherein he had enclosed one from Commissioner Pett complaining of his being defeated in his attempt to suspend 2 purses, wherein the manner of his doing it, and complaint of our seeing him, contrary to our promises the other day, deserted, did make us laugh mightily, and was good sport to think how awkwardly he goes about a thing that he has no courage of his own, nor mind to do. Mr. Coventry answered it very handsomely, but I perceive Pett has left off his corresponding with me any more. Thence to fetch my wife from Mrs. Hunt's, where now he was come in, and we eat and drunk, and so away. Their child being at home, a very lively, but not pretty at all, by water to Mrs. Turner's, and there made a short visit, and so home by coach, and after supper to prayers and to bed. And before going to bed, Ashwell began to make her complaint, and by her I do perceive that she has received most base usage from my wife, which my wife sillily denies, but it is impossible the wench could invent words and matter so particularly, against which my wife has nothing to say but flatly to deny, which I am sorry to see, and blows to have passed, and high words even at Hinchinbrook House, among my lady's people, of which I am mightily ashamed. I said nothing to either of them, but let them talk till she was gone, and left us a bed. And then I told my wife my mind with great sobriety of grief, and so to sleep. 14th. Awake, and to chide my wife again, and I find that my wife has got too great head to be brought down soon. Nor is it possible with any convenience to keep Ashwell longer, my wife is so set and convinced, as she was in Sarah, to make her appear a liar in every small thing, that we shall have no peace while she stays. So I up and to my office, doing several businesses in my study, and so home to dinner. The time having outslipped me and my stomach, it being past 2 o'clock. And yet before we could sit down to dinner, Mrs. Harper and her cousin Jane came, and we treated and discoursed long about her coming to my wife for a chambermaid, and I think she will do well. So they went away, expecting notice when she shall come, and so we sat down to dinner at 4 o'clock almost, and then I walked forth to my brother's, where I found my father very discontented, and has no mind to come to my house, and would have begun some of the differences between my wife and him, but I desired to hear none of them, and am sorry at my folly in forcing it, and theirs in not telling me of it at the beginning, and therefore am resolved to make the best of a bad market, and to bring my wife to herself again as soon and as well as I can. So we parted very kindly, and he will dine with me to-morrow or next day. Thence walked home, doing several errands by the way, and at home took my wife to visit Sir W. Pen, who is still lame, and after an hour with him went home and supped, and with great content to bed. 15th. Lay pretty long in bed, being a little troubled with some pain got by wind and cold, and so up with good peace of mind, hoping that my wife will mind her house and servants, and so to the office, and being too soon to sit, walked to my vial, which is well nigh done, and I believe I may have it home to my mind next week. So back to my office, and there we sat all the morning, I till 2 o'clock before I could go to dinner again. After dinner walked forth to my instrument maker, and there had my rule he made me, lay now so perfected, that I think in all points I have never need or desire a better, or think that any man yet had one so good in all the several points of it for my use. So by water down to Deptford, taking into my boat with me Mr. Palmer, one whom I knew, and his wife, when I was first married, being an acquaintance of my wife's and her friend's lodging at Charing Cross during our differences. He joyed me in my condition, and himself, it seems, is forced to follow the law in a common ordinary way, but seems to do well, and is a sober man enough by his discourse. He landed with me at Deptford, where he saw by the officer's respect to me a piece of my command, and took notice of it, though God knows I hope I shall not be elated with that, but rather desire to be known for serving the King well, and doing my duty. He gone, I walked up and down the yard a while, discoursing with the officers, and so by water home, meditating on my new rule with great pleasure. So to my office, and there by candlelight doing business, and so home to supper, and to bed. 16th, Lord's Day. Up and with my wife to church, and finding her desirous to go to church, I did suspect her meeting of Pembleton, but he was not there, and so I thought my jealousy in vain, and treat the sermon with great quiet. And home to dinner very pleasant, only some angry, notwithstanding my wife could not forbear to give Ashwell. And after dinner to church again, and there, looking up and down, I found Pembleton to stand in the aisle against us, he coming too late to get a pew, which, Lord, into what a sweat did it put me! I do not think my wife did see him, which did a little satisfy me, but it makes me mad to see of what a jealous temper I am, and cannot help it, though let him do what he can, I do not see, as I am going to reduce my family, what hurt he can do me, there being no more occasion now for my wife to learn of him. Here preached a confident young coxcomb. So home, and I stayed a while with Sir J. Minnes at Mrs. Turner's, hearing his parrot talk, laugh, and crow, which it do to admiration. So home, and with my wife to see Sir W. Pen, and thence to my uncle White, and took him at supper, and sat down, where methinks my uncle is more kind than he used to be, both to me now, and my father tell me to him also, which I am glad at. After supper home, it being extraordinary dark, and by chance a lantern came by, and so we hired it to light us home. Otherwise were we no sooner within doors, but a great shower fell, that had doused us cruelly, if we had not been within, it being as dark as pitch. So to prayers and to bed. 17th. Up, and then fell into discourse, my wife and I, to Ashwell, and much against my will I am fain to express a willingness to Ashwell, that she should go from us, and yet in my mind I am glad of it, to ease me of the charge. So she is to go to her father this day. And leaving my wife and her talking highly, I went away by coach with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten to St. James's, and there attended, of course, the Duke. And so to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Moore, and he tells me with great sorrow of my lord's being debauched, he fears, by this woman at Chelsea, which I am troubled at, and resolved to speak to him of it, if I can, seasonably. Thence home, where I dine, and after dinner comes our old maid Susan to look for a gorget that she says she has lost by leaving it here. And by many circumstances it being clear to me that Hannah, our present cook maid, not only has it, but had it on upon her neck when Susan came in, and shifted it off presently upon her coming in, I did charge her so home with it, having a mind to have her gone from us, that in a huff she told us she would be gone to-night if I would pay her wages, which I was glad and my wife of, and so fetched her wages, and though I am doubtful that she may convey some things away with her clothes, my wife searching them, yet we are glad of her being so gone, and so she went away in a quarter of an hour's time. being much amused at this to have never a maid but Ashwell that we do not intend to keep, nor a boy, and my wife and I being left for an hour, till my brother came in, alone in the house, I grew very melancholy, and so my brother being come in, I went forth to Mrs. Holden's, to whom I formerly spoke about a girl to come to me instead of a boy, and the like I did to Mrs. Standing, and also to my brother Tom, whom I found at an alehouse in Popinjay Alley, drinking. And I standing with him at the gate of the alley, Ashwell came by, and so I left Tom and went almost home with her, talking of her going away. I find that she is willing to go, and told her, though behind my back my wife has told her that it was more my desire than hers that she should go, which was not well, that seeing my wife and she could not agree, I did choose rather, was she my sister, have her gone. It would be better for us and for her too, to which she willing agreed, and will not tell me anything but that she do believe that my wife would have somebody there that might not be so liable to give me information of things as she takes her to be. But, however, I must later to prevent all that. I parted with her near home, agreeing to take no notice of my coming along with her, and so by and by came home after her, where I find a sad distracted house, which troubles me. However, to supper and prayers and to bed, and while we were getting to bed my wife began to discourse to her, and plainly asked whether she had got a place or no. And the other answered that she could go, if we would, to one of our own office, to which we agreed, if she would. She thereupon said no, she would not go to any but where she might teach children, because of keeping herself in use of what things she had earned, which she do not here, nor will there, but only dressing. By which I perceive the wench is cunning, but one very fit for such a place, and accomplished to be woman to any lady in the land. So quietly to sleep, it being a cold night. But till my house is settled, I do not see that I can mind my business of the office, which grieves me to the heart. But I hope all will over in a little time, and I hope to the best. This day at Mrs. Holden's I found my new low-crowned beaver according to the present fashion made, and will be sent home to-morrow. 18th. Up into my office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home, and my father came and dined with me, Susan being come and helped my wife to dress dinner. After dinner my father and I talked about our country matters, and in fine I find that he thinks £50 per annum will go near to keep them all, which I am glad of. He having taken his leave of me and my wife, without any mention of the differences between them and my wife in the country, I went forth to several places about businesses, and so home again, and after prayers to bed. 19th. Up betimes, and my wife up and about the house, Susan beginning to have her drunken tricks, and put us in mind of her own faults and folly and distractedness, which we had forgot, so that I became mightily troubled with her. This morning came my joiners to new lay the floors, and begun with the dining-room. I out and see my viol again, and it is very well, and to Mr. Hollyard, and took some pills of him, and a note under his hand to drink wine with my beer, without which I was obliged, by my private vow, to drink none a good while, and have strictly observed it. And by my drinking of small beer and not eating, I am so mightily troubled with wind, that I know not what to do almost. Thence to Whitehall, and there met Mr. Moore, and fell a-talking about my Lord's folly at Chelsea, and it was our discourse by water to London, and to the great coffee-house against the Exchange, where we sat a good while talking. And I find that my Lord is wholly given up to this wench, who it seems has been reputed a common strumpet. I have little encouragement from Mr. Moore to meddle with it to tell my Lord, for fear it may do him no good, but me hurt. Thence homewards, taking leave of him, and met Tom Marsh, my old acquaintance at Westminster, who talks mightily of the honour of his place, being clerk-assistant to the clerk of the House of Commons, and I take him to be a coxcomb, and so did give him half a pint of wine, but drink none myself, and so got shut of him. So home, and there found my wife almost mad with Susan's tricks, so as she is forced to let her go and leave the house all in dirt and the clothes all wet, and gets Goody Taylor to do the business for her till another comes. Here came Will Howe, and he and I alone in my chamber talking of my Lord, who drives me out of love to my Lord to tell my Lord of the matter we discoursed of, which tends so much to the ruin of his state. And so I resolved to take a good heart and do whatever comes of it. He gone, we sat down and eat a bit of dinner fetched from the cook's, and so up again into my joiner's, who will make my floors very handsome. By and by comes in Pembleton, which begun to make me sweat. But I did give him so little countenance, and declared at one word against dancing any more, and bid him a short God be with you, myself, and so he took a shorter leave of my wife, and so went away, and I think without any time of receiving any great satisfaction from my wife, or invitation to come again. To my office till it was dark doing business, and so home by candle-light, to make up my accounts for my Lord and Mr. Moore. By and by comes Mr. Moore to me, and stayed a good while with me, making up his accounts and mine, and we did not come to any end therein for want of his papers, and so put it off to another time. He supped with me in all my dirt and disorder, and so went away, and we to bed. I discoursed with him a great while about my speaking to my lord of his business, and I apprehend from him that it is likely to prove perhaps of bad effect to me, and no good to him, and therefore I shall even let it alone, and let God do his will, at least till my lord is in the country, and then we shall see whether he resolves to come to Chelsea again or no, and so order the stopping of him therein, if we can. 20th. Up betimes and to my office, having first been angry with my brother John, and in the heat of my sudden passion called him ass and coxcomb, for which I am sorry, it being but for leaving the key of his chamber with a spring lock within side of his door. And there we sat all the morning, and at noon dined at home, and there found a little girl, which she told my wife her name was Jinny, by which name we shall call her. I think a good likely girl, and a parish child of St. Bride's, of honest parentage, and recommended by the churchwarden. After dinner among my joiners laying my floors, which pleased me well, and so to my office, and we sat this afternoon upon an extraordinary business of victualling. In the evening came Commissioner Pett, who fell foul on me for my carriage to him at Chatham, wherein, after protestation of my love and good meaning to him, he was quiet, but I doubt he will not be able to do the service there that any other man of his ability would. Home in the evening, my vial and new strung being brought home too, and I would have paid Mr. Hunt for it, but he did not come along with it himself, which I expected, and was angry for it, so much is it against my nature to owe anything to anybody. This evening the girl that was brought to me to-day for so good a one, being cleansed of lice this day by my wife, and good new clothes put on her back, she ran away from Goody Taylor, that was shewing her the way to the bakehouse, and we heard no more of her. So to supper, and to bed. 21st. Up betimes and among my joiners, and to my office, where the joiners are also laying mouldings in the inside of my closet. Then abroad and by water to Whitehall, and there got Sir G. Carteret to sign me my last quarter's bills for my wages, and meeting with Mr. Creed, he told me how my Lord Teviot hath received another attack from Guylan at Tangier with 10,000 men, and at last, as is said, is come, after a personal treaty with him, to a good understanding and peace with him. Thence to my brother's, and there told him how my girl has served us, which he sent me, and directed him to get my clothes again, and get the girl whipped. So to other places by the way about small businesses, and so home, and after looking over all my workmen, I went by water and land to Deptford, and there found by appointment Sir W. Batten, but he was got to Mr. Waith's to dinner, where I dined with him, a good dinner and good discourse, and his wife, I believe, a good woman. We fell in discourse of Captain Cock, and how his lady has lost all her fine linen almost, but besides that they say she gives out she had 3,000 worth of linen, which we all laugh at, and Sir W. Batten, who I perceive is not so fond of the captain as he used to be, and less of her, from her slight receiving of him and his lady, it seems once, told me how he should say that he must spend 700 per annum, get it how he could, which was a high speech, and by all men's discover his estate not good enough to spend so much. After dinner altered our design to go to Woolwich, and put it off to tomorrow morning, and so went all to Greenwich, Mrs. Waith excepted, who went thither, but not to the same house with us, but to her father's that lives there, to the music-house, where we had paltry music, till the master organist came, whom by discourse I afterwards knew, having employed him for my Lord Sandwich, to prick out something, his name Arundel, and he did give me a fine voluntary or two, and so home by water. And at home I found my girl that run away brought by a beadle of St. Bride's parish, and stripped her and sent her away, and a new one come, of Griffin's helping to, which I think will prove a pretty girl. Her name Susan, and so to supper, after having this evening paid Mr. Hunt £3 for my vial, besides the carving which I paid this day 10 shillings for to the carver. And he tells me that I may without flattery say I have as good a theorbo viol and violin as is in England. So to bed. 22nd. Up by 4 o'clock to go with Sir W. Batten to Woolwich, and Sir J. Minnes, which we did, though not before 6 or 7 by their laying a bed. Our business was to survey the new wharf building there, in order to the giving more to him that do it, Mr. Randall, than contracted for. But I see no reason for it, though it be well done, yet no better than contracted to be. Here we eat and drank at the Clerk of the Checks, and in taking water at the Tower Gate, we drank a cup of strong water, which I did out of pure conscience to my health, and I think is not accepted by my oaths, but it is a thing I shall not do again, hoping to have no such occasion. After breakfast, Mr. Castle and I walked to Greenwich, and in our way met some gipsies, who would needs tell me my fortune, and I suffered one of them, who told me many things common as others do, but bade me beware of a John and a Thomas, for they did seek to do me hurt, and that somebody should be with me this day se'nnight to borrow money of me, but I should lend him none. She got 9 pence of me. And so I left them, and to Greenwich, and so to Deptford, where the 2 nights were come, and thence home by water, where I find my closet done at my office to my mind, and work gone well on at home, and Ashwell gone abroad to her father, my wife having spoken plainly to her. After dinner to my office, getting my closet made clean, and setting some papers in order, and so in the evening home and to bed. This day Sir W. Batten tells me that Mr. Newburn, of whom the nickname came up among us for us Tom Newburn, is dead of eating cowcumbers, of which the other day I heard another, I think Sir Nicholas Crisp's son. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up and to church without my wife, she being all dirty, as my house is. God forgive me, I looked about to see if I could spy Pembleton, but I could not, which did please me not a little. Home to dinner, and then to walk up and down in my house with my wife, discoursing of our family matters, and I hope, after all my troubles of mind and jealousy, we shall live happily still. To church again, and so home to my wife, and with her read Iter Boreale, a poem, made just at the King's coming home, but I never read it before, and now like it pretty well, but not so as it was cried up. So to supper. No pleasure or discourse with Ashwell, with whom, for her neglect and unconcernment to do anything in this time of dirt and trouble in the house, but gadding abroad, as she has been all this afternoon, I know not whither. After supper to prayers and to bed, having been, by a sudden letter coming to me from Mr. Coventry, been with Sir W. Penn to discourse with him about sending 500 soldiers into Ireland. I doubt matters do not go very right there. 24th. Up very early, and my joiners came to work. I to Mr. Moore, from him came back home again, and drew up an account to my lord. And that being done, met him at my Lord Sandwich's, where I was a good while alone with my lord, and I perceive he confides in me, and loves me as he uses to do, and tells me his condition, which is now very well. All I fear is that he will not live within compass, for I am told this morning of strange dotages of his upon the slut at Chelsea, even in the presence of his daughter, my Lady Jem, and Mrs. Ferrets, who took notice of it. There come to him this morning his prints of the river Tagus and the city of Lisbon, which he measured with his own hand and printed by command of the king. My lord pleases himself with it, but methinks it ought to have been better done than by jobbing. Besides, I put him upon having some took off upon white satin, which he ordered presently. I offered my lord my accounts, and did give him up his old bond for 500 and took a new one of him for 700 which I am by lending him more money to make up, and I am glad of it. My lord would have had me dine with him, but I had a mind to go home to my workmen, and so took a kind good-bye of him, and so with Creed to St. James's. And missing Mr. Coventry, walked to the New Exchange, and there drank some whey, and so I by water home, and found my closet at my office made very clean and neat to my mind mightily, and home to dinner. And then to my office to brush my books, and put them and my papers in order again, and all the afternoon till late at night doing business there, and so home to supper. And then to work in my chamber, making matters of this day's accounts clear in my books, they being a little extraordinary. And so being very late, I put myself to bed, the rest being long ago gone. 25th. Up very early, and removed the things out of my chamber into the dining room, it being to be new floored this day. So the workmen being come, and falling to work there, I to the office, and thence down to Limehouse to fin pets about masts, and so back to the office where we sat, and being rose, and Mr. Coventry being gone, taking his leave, for that he is to go to the Bath with the Duke to-morrow, I to the Change, and there spoke with several persons. And lastly with Sir W. Warren, and with him to a coffee-house, and there sat 2 hours talking of office business and Mr. Wood's knavery, which I verily believe. And lastly he tells me that he hears that Captain Cock is like to become a principal officer, either controller or surveyor, at which I am not sorry, so either of the other may be gone, and I think it probable enough that it may be so. So home at 2 o'clock, and there I found Ashwell gone, and her wages come to 50 and my wife by a mistake from me did give her 20 more, but I am glad that she is gone and the charge saved. After dinner among my joiners, and with them till dark night, and this night they made an end of all. And so having paid them 40 for their 6 days' work, I am glad they have ended and are gone, for I am weary, and my wife too, of this dirt. My wife growing peevish at night, being weary, and I a little vexed to see that she do not retain things in her memory that belong to the house as she ought, and I myself do, I went out in a little seeming discontent to the office, and after being there a while, home to supper and to bed. To-morrow they say the King and the Duke set out for the Bath. This noon, going to the Exchange, I met a fine fellow with trumpets before him in Leadenhall Street, and upon inquiry I find that he is the clerk of the City Market, and 3 or 4 men carried each of them an arrow of £1 weight in their hands. It seems this Lord Mayor begins again an old custom, that upon the 3 first days of Bartholomew Fair, the first there is a match of wrestling, which was done, and the Lord Mayor there, and aldermen in Moorfields yesterday, to-day shooting, and to-morrow hunting. And this officer, of course, is to perform this ceremony of riding through the city, I think to proclaim or challenge any to shoot. It seems that the people of the fair cry out upon it, as a great hindrance to them. 26th. Up, and after doing something in order to the putting of my house in order, now the joinery is done, I went by water to Whitehall, where the court full of waggons and horses, the King and court going this day out towards the Bath, and I to St. James's, where I spent an hour or more talking of many things to my great content with Mr. Coventry in his chamber, he being ready to set forth too with the Duke to-day, and so left him, and I meeting Mr. Gordon, with him to our offices, and in Sir W. Penn's chamber did discourse by a meeting on purpose with Mr. Waith about the victualling business, and came to some issue in it. So home to dinner, and Mr. Moore came and dined with me, and after dinner I paid him some money, which evened all reckonings between him and me to this day, and for my Lord also I paid him some money, so that now my Lord owes me, for which I have his bond, just £700. After long discourse with him of the fitness of his giving me a receipt for this money, which I for my security think necessary, and he otherwise do not think so, at last, after being a little angry, and I resolving not to let go my money without it, he did give me one. Thence I took him, and he and I took a pleasant walk to Deptford and back again, I doing much business there. He went home, and I home also, indoors to supper, being very glad to see my house begin to look like itself again, hoping after this is over not to be in any dirt a great while again. But it is very handsome, and will be more, when the floors come to be of one colour. So weary to bed. Pleased this day to see Captain Hicks come to me with a list of all the officers of Deptford Yard, wherein he, being a high old cavalier, do give me an account of every one of them, to their reproach in all respects, and discovers many of their knaveries. And tells me, and so I thank God I hear everywhere, that my name is up for a good husband for the King, and a good man, for which I bless God, and that he did this by particular direction of Mr. Coventry. 27th. Up, after much pleasant talk with my wife, and a little that vexes me, for I see that she is confirmed in it that all that I do is by design, and that my very keeping of the house in dirt, and the doing of this and anything else in the house, is but to find her employment to keep her within, and from minding of her pleasure, in which, though I am sorry to see she minds it, is true enough in a great degree. To my office, and there we sat and dispatched much business. Home and dined with my wife well, and then up and made clean my closet of books, and had my chamber a third time made very clean, so that it is now in a very fine condition. Thence down to see some good plank in the river with Sir W. Batten, and back again, it being a very cold day and a cold wind. Home again, and after seeing Sir W. Penn to my office, and there late doing of business, being mightily encouraged by everybody that I meet withal upon the Change, and everywhere else, that I am taken notice of for a man that do the King's business wholly and well, for which the Lord be praised, for I know no honour I desire more. Home to supper, where I find my house very clean from top to bottom again, to my great content. I find a feacho, as he calls it, of fine sugar, and a case of orange flower water come from Mr. Cock of Lisbon, the fruits of my last year's service to him, which I did in great justice to the man, a perfect stranger. He sends it me desiring that I would not let Sir Jaminus know it, from whom he expected to have found the service done that he had from me, from whom he could expect nothing, and the other failed him, and would have done, I am sure, to this day, had not I brought it to some end. After supper, to bed. 28th. At the office betimes, it being cold all night and this morning, and a very great frost, they say, abroad, which is much, having had no summer at all, almost, where we sat, and in the afternoon also about settling the establishment of the number of men born on ships, etc., till the evening, and after that in my closet till late, and quite tired with business, home to supper and to bed. 29th. Abroad with my wife by water to Westminster, and there left her at my Lord's lodgings, and I to Jervis the barber's, and there was trimmed, and did deliver back a periwig, which he brought by my desire the other day to show me, having some thoughts, though no great desire or resolution yet to wear one, and so I put it off for a while. Thence to my wife, and calling at both the exchanges, buying stockings for her and myself, and also at Leadenhall, where she and I, it being candlelight, bought meat for tomorrow, having never a maid to do it, and I myself bought, while my wife was gone to another shop, a leg of beef, a good one, for 6pence, and my wife says is worth my money. So walked home with a woman carrying our things. I am mightily displeased at a letter Tom sent me last night to borrow 20 more of me, and yet gives me no account, as I have long desired, how matters stand with him in the world. I am troubled also to see how, contrary to my expectation, my brother John neither is the scholar nor minds his studies, as I thought would have done, but loiters away his time, so that I must send him soon to Cambridge again. 31st. Up and to my office all the morning, where Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes did pay the short allowance money to the East India Companies, and by the assistance of the City Marshal and his men, did lay hold of 2 or 3 of the chief of the companies that were in the mutiny the other day, and sent them to prison. This noon came Jane Gentleman to serve my wife as her chambermaid. I wish she may prove well. So ends this month, with my mind pretty well in quiet, and in good disposition of health, since my drinking at home of a little wine with my beer, but nowhere else do I drink any wine at all. The King and Queen and the Court at the Bath, my Lord Sandwich in the country newly gone. End of August. September of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. September 1663. September 1st. Up pretty betimes, and after a little at my vial, to my office, where we sat all the morning, and I got my bill among others for my carved work, which I expected to have paid for myself, signed at the table, and hoped to get the money back again, though if the rest had not got it paid by the King, I never intended nor did desire to have him pay for my vanity. In the evening, my brother John coming to me to complain that my wife seems to be discontented at his being here, and shows him great disrespect. So I took and walked with him in the garden, and discoursed long with him about my affairs, and how imprudent it is for my father and mother and him to take exceptions without great cause at my wife, considering how much it concerns them to keep her their friend, and for my peace. Not that I would ever be led by her to forget or desert them in the main, but yet she deserves to be pleased and complied with a little, considering the manner of life that I keep her to, and how convenient it were for me to have Brampton for her to be sent to when I have a mind or occasion to go abroad to Portsmouth or elsewhere. So directed him how to behave himself to her, and gave him other counsel, and so to my office, where late. 2nd. Up betimes and to my office, and thence with Sir J. Minnes by coach to Whitehall, where met us Sir W. Batten, and there stayed by the council chamber till the Lords called us in, being appointed 4 days ago to attend them with an account of the riot among the seamen the other day, when Sir J. Minnes did as like a coxcomb as ever I saw any man speak in my life. And so we were dismissed, they making nothing almost of the matter. We stayed long without, till by and by my Lord Mayor comes, who also was commanded to be there, and he having, we not being within with him, an admonition from the Lords to take better care of preserving the peace, we joined with him, and the Lords having commanded Sir J. Minnes to prosecute the fellows for the riot, we rode along with my Lord Mayor in his coach to the Sessions House in the Old Bailey, where the Sessions are now sitting. Here I heard 2 or 3 ordinary trials, among others one, which they say is very common nowadays, and therefore in my now taking of maids, I resolved to look to have somebody to answer for them. A woman that went and was indicted by 4 names for entering herself a cook-maid to a gentleman that prosecuted her there, and after 3 days run away with a silver tankard, a porringer of silver, and a couple of spoons, and being now found, is found guilty, and likely will be hanged. By and by up to dinner with my Lord Mayor and the Aldermen, and a very great dinner and most excellent venison, but it almost made me sick by not daring to drink wine. After dinner into a withdrawing room, and there we talked, among other things, of the Lord Mayor's sword. They tell me this sword, they believe, is at least 100 or 200 years old, and another that he hath, which is called the Black Sword, which the Lord Mayor wears when he mourns, but properly is their Lenten sword to wear upon Good Friday and other Lent days, is older than that. Thence I, leaving Sir J. Minnes to look after his indictment drawing up, I home by water, and there found my wife mightily pleased with a present of shells, fine shells, given her by Captain Hicks, and so she and I up and looked them over, and indeed they are very pleasant ones. By and by in comes Mr. Llewellyn, lately come from Ireland, to see me, and he tells me how the English interest falls mightily there, the Irish party being too great, so that most of the old rebels are found innocent, and their lands, which were forfeited and bought or given to the English, are restored to them, which gives great discontent there among the English. He being gone, I to my office, where late, putting things in order, and so home to supper and to bed. Going through the city, my Lord Mayor told me how the pillar set up by Exeter House is only to show where the pipes of water run to the city, and observed that this city is as well watered as any city in the world, and that the bringing the water to the city hath cost it first and last above 300,000 pounds, but by the new building, and the building of St. James's by my Lord St. Albans, which is now about, and which the city stomach I perceive highly, but dare not oppose it. Were it now to be done, it would not be done for 1,000,000 of money. 3rd. Up betimes, and for an hour at my vial before my people rise. Then up into the office a while, and then to Sir W. Batten, who is going this day for pleasure down to the Downs. I eat a breakfast with them, and at my lady's desire with them by coach to Greenwich, where I went aboard with them on the Charlotte yacht. The wind very fresh, and I believe they will be all sick enough, besides that she is mighty troublesome on the water. Methinks she makes overmuch of her husband's ward, young Mr. Griffin, as if she expected some service from him when he comes to it, being a pretty young boy. I left them under sail, and I to Deptford, and after a word or two with Sir J. Minnes, walked to Redriff, and so home. In my way, it coming into my head, overtaking of a beggar or two on the way that looked like gipsies, what the gipsies 8 or 9 days ago had foretold, that somebody that day se'nnight should be with me to borrow money, but I should lend none, and looking, when I came to my office, upon my journal, that my brother John had brought a letter that day from my brother Tom to borrow 20 pounds more of me, which had vexed me so that I had sent the letter to my father into the country, to acquaint him of it, and how little he is beforehand that he is still forced to borrow. But it pleased me mightily to see how contrary to my expectations, having so lately lent him 20 pounds, and believed that he had money by him to spare, and that after some days not thinking of it, I should look back and find what the gipsy had told me to be so true. After dinner at home to my office, and there late doing business, being very well pleased with Mr. Cutler's coming to me about some business, and among other things tells me that they value me as a man of business, which he accounts the best virtuoso, and I know his thinking me so, and speaking where he comes, may be of good use to me. Home to supper, and to bed. 4th. Up betimes, and an hour at my vial, and then abroad by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall, and there bought the first news book of Lestrange's writing, he beginning this week, and makes, methinks, but a simple beginning. Then to speak to Mrs. Lane, who seems desirous to have me come to see her, and to have her company as I had a little while ago, which methinks if she were very modest, considering how I tumbled her and tossed her, she should not. Thence to Mrs. Harper, and sent for Creed, and there Mrs. Harper sent for a maid for me, to come to live with my wife. I like the maid's looks well enough, and I believe may do well, she looking very modestly, and speaking so too. I directed her to speak with my wife, and so Creed and I away to Mr. Pepys, and he not being at home, walked to Lincoln's Inn Walks, which they are making very fine, and about 1 o'clock went back to Pepys, and by in comes he, and so we sat and down to dinner, and his lady, whom I never saw before, a handsome old woman that brought him money that makes him do as he does. And so we had plenty of meat and drink, though I drunk no wine, though mightily urged to it, and in the exact manner that I never saw in my life anywhere, and he the most full and satisfied in it that man can be in this world with anything. After dinner done, to see his new cellars, which he has made so fine, with so noble an arch and such contrivances for his barrels and bottles, and in a room next to it such a grotto and fountain, which in summer will be so pleasant as nothing in the world can be almost. But to see how he himself do pride himself too much in it, and command and expect to have all admiration, though indeed everything do highly deserve it, is a little troublesome. Thence Creed and I away, and by his importunity away by coach to Bartholomew Fair, where I have no mind to go without my wife, and therefore rode through the fair without lighting, and away home, leaving him there. And at home made my wife get herself presently ready, and so carried her by coach to the fair, and showed her the monkeys dancing on the ropes, which was strange, but such dirty sport that I was not pleased with it. There was also a horse with hoofs like ram's horns, a goose with 4 feet, and a cock with 3. Thence to another place, and saw some German clockworks, the Salutation of the Virgin Mary, and several scriptural stories. But above all, there was at last represented the sea, with Neptune, Venus, mermaids, and Erid on a dolphin, the sea rocking, so well done, that had it been in a gaudy manner and place, and at a little distance, it had been admirable. Thence home by coach with my wife, and I a while to the office, and so to supper and to bed. This day I read a proclamation for calling in and commanding everybody to apprehend my Lord Bristol. 5th. Up betimes, and to my vial a while, and so to the office, and there sat and busy all the morning. So at noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I met Creed, who dined with me, and after dinner mightily importuned by Captain Hicks, who came to tell my wife the names and story of all the shells, which was a pretty present he made her the other day. He being gone, Creed, my wife, and I to Cornhill, and after many trials bought my wife a chintz, that is, a painted Indian calico, for to line her new study, which is very pretty. So home with her, and then I away, Creed being gone, to Captain Miner's upon Tower Hill, and there, abating only some impertinence of his, I did inform myself well in things relating to the East Indies, both of the country and the disappointment the King met with the last voyage by the navy of the Portugal Viceroy, and the inconsiderableness of the place of Bombay, if we had had it. But above all things it seems strange to me that matters should not be understood before they went out, and also that such a thing as this, which was expected to be one of the best parts of the Queen's portion, should not be better understood, it being, if we had it, but a poor place, and not really so as was described to our King in the draught of it, but a poor little island, whereas they made the King and Lord Chancellor and other learned men about the King believe that and other islands which are near it were all one piece, and so the draught was drawn and presented to the King, and believed by the King, and expected to prove so when our men came thither, but it is quite otherwise. Thence to my office, and after several letters writ, home to supper and to bed, and took a pill. I hear this day that Sir W. Batten was fain to put ashore at Queenborough with my lady, who has been so sick she swears never to go to sea again. But it happens well that Holmes is come home into the Downs, where he will meet my lady, and it may be do her more good than she looked for. He brings news of the peace between Tangier and the Moors, but the particulars I know not. He is come but yesterday. 6th, Lord's Day. My pill I took last night worked very well, and I lay long in bed and sweat to get away the itching all about my body from head to foot, which is beginning again, as it did the last winter, and I find after I am up that it is abated. I stayed at home all day, and my wife also, whom God forgive me, I stayed along with me, for fear of her seeing of Pimbleton. But she and I entertained one another all day long with great pleasure, contriving about my wife's closet and the bedchamber, whither we intend to go up, she and I, to-day. We dined alone, and supped also at night, my brother John with us, and so to prayers and to bed. 7th, up pretty betimes, and a while to my vial, and then abroad to several places, to buy things for the furnishing my house and my wife's closet, and then met my uncle Thomas by appointment, and he and I to the Prerogative Office in Paternoster Row, and there searched and found my uncle Day's will, and read it over and advised upon it, and his wife's after him, and though my aunt Perkins' testimony is very good, yet I fear the estate being great, and the rest that are able to inform us in the matter are all possessed of more or less of the estate, it will be hard for us ever to do anything, nor will I adventure anything till I see what part will be given to us by my uncle Thomas of all that is gained. But I had another end of putting my uncle into some doubt, that so I might keep him yet from going into the country, that he may be there against the court at his own charge, and so I left him and his son at a loss what to do till I see them again. And so I to my Lord Crew's, thinking to have dined there, but it was too late, and so back and called at my brother's and Mr. Holden's about several businesses, and went all alone to the Black Spread Eagle in Bride Lane, and there had a chop of veal and some bread, cheese, and beer, cost me 1 to my dinner. And so through Fleet Alley, God forgive me, out of an itch to look upon the sluts there, against which when I saw them my stomach turned, and so to Bartholomew Fair, where I met with Mr. Pickering, and he and I to see the monkeys at the Dutch House, which is far beyond the other that my wife and I saw the other day, and thence to see the dancing on the ropes, which was very poor and tedious. But he and I fell in discourse about my Lord Sandwich. He tells me how he is sorry for my Lord at his being at Chelsea, and that his but seeming so to my Lord without speaking one word had put him clear out of my Lord's favour, so as that he was fain to leave him before he went into the country, for that he was put to eat with his servants. But I could not fish from him, though I knew it, what was the matter. But am very sorry to see that my Lord hath thus much forgot his honour, but am resolved not to meddle with it. The play being done, I stole from him, and hied home, buying several things at the ironmonger's, dogs, tongs, and shovels, for my wife's closet and the rest of my house, and so home, and thence to my office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. By my letters from Tangier to-day I hear that it grows very strong by land, and the mole goes on. They have lately killed 200 of the Moors, and lost about 40 or 50. I am mightily afeard of laying out too much money in goods upon my house, but it is not money flung away, though I reckon nothing money but when it is in the bank, till I have a good sum beforehand in the world. 8th, up and to my vial a while, and then to my office on Phillips, having brought me a draught of the Catherine yacht, prettily well done for the common way of doing it. At the office all the morning, making up our last half-year's account to my Lord Treasurer, which comes to 160,000 or thereabouts, the proper expense of this half-year, only with an addition of 13,000 for the third due of the last account to the Treasurer for his disbursements, and 1,100 for this half-year's, so that in 3 years and a half his thirds come to 14,100. dined at home with my wife. It being washing day, we had a good pie baked of a leg of mutton, and then to my office, and then abroad, and among other places to Moxon's, and there bought a pair of globes, cost me 3 pounds 10 shillings, with which I am well pleased. I buy them principally for my wife, who has a mind to understand them, and I shall take pleasure to teach her. But here I saw his great window in his dining room, where there is the 2 terrestrial hemispheres, so painted as I never saw in my life, and nobly done, and to good purpose, done by his own hand. Thence home to my office, and there at business late, and then to supper, home, and to bed, my people sitting up longer than ordinary, before they had done their washing. 9th. Up by break of day, and then to my vials a while, and so to Sir W. Warren's by agreement, and after talking and eating something with him, he and I down by water to Woolwich, and there I did several businesses, and had good discourse, and thence walked to Greenwich. In my way a little boy overtook us, with a fine cup turned out of lignum vitae, which the poor child confessed was made in the King's Yard by his father, a turner there, and that he do often do it, and that I might have one, and God knows what, which I shall examine. Thence to Sir W. Warren's again, and there drew up a contract for masts, which he is to sell us, and so home to dinner, finding my poor wife busy. I, after dinner, to the office, and then to Whitehall, to Sir G. Carteret's, but did not speak with him, and so to Westminster Hall, God forgive me, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, but she was not there. But here I met with Ned Pickering, with whom I walked 3 or 4 hours till evening, he telling me the whole business of my lord's folly with this Mrs. Beck at Chelsea, of all which I am ashamed to see my lord so grossly play the beast and fool, to the flinging off of all honour, friends, servants, and everything in person that is good, and only will have his private lust undisturbed with this common, his sitting up night after night alone, suffering nobody to come to them, and all the day too, casting off Pickering, basely reproaching him with his small estate, which yet is a good one, and other poor courses to obtain privacy beneath his honour, and with his carrying her abroad, and playing on his lute under her window, and 40 other poor sordid things, which I am grieved to hear. But believe it to no purpose for me to meddle with it, but let him go on till God Almighty and his own conscience and thoughts of his lady and family do it. So after long discourse, to my full satisfaction but great trouble, I home by water, and at my office late, and so to supper to my poor wife, and so to bed, being troubled to think that I shall be forced to go to Brampton the next court, next week. 10th. Up betimes, and to my office, and there sat all the morning, making a great contract with Sir W. Warren for 3,000 worth of masts. But good God! To see what a man might do, were I a knave, the whole business from beginning to end, being done by me out of the office, and signed to by them upon the once reading of it to them, without the least care or consultation either of quality, price, number, or need of them, only in general that it was good to have a store. But I hope my pains were such, as the King has the best bargain of masts has been bought these 27 years in this office. Dined at home, and then to my office again. Many people about business with me, and then stepped a little abroad about business to the wardrobe, but missed Mr. Moore and elsewhere. And in my way met Mr. Moore, who tells me of the good peace that is made at Tangier with the Moors, but to continue but from 6 months to 6 months, and that the mole is laid out, and likely to be done with great ease and success. We to have a quantity of ground for our cattle about the town to our use. To my office late, and then home to supper after writing letters, and to bed. This day our cook-maid, we having no luck in maids nowadays, which was likely to prove a good servant, though none of the best cooks, fell sick and is gone to her friends, having been with us but 4 days. 11th. This morning, about 2 or 3 o'clock, knocked up in our backyard, and rising to the window, being moonshine, I found it was the constable and his watch, who had found our backyard door open, and so came in to see what the matter was. So I desired them to shut the door, and bid them good night, and so to bed again, and at 6 o'clock up and a while to my vial, and then to the office, where all the morning upon the victualler's accounts, and then with him to dinner at the Dolphin, where I eat well, but drank no wine neither, which keeps me in such good order that I am mightily pleased with myself for it. Hither Mr. Moore came to me, and he and I home and advised about business. And so, after an hour's examining the state of the navy debts lately cast up, I took coach to Sir Philip Warwick's, but finding Sir G. Carteret there, I did not go in, but directly home again, it raining hard, having first of all been with Creed and Mrs. Harper about a cook-maid, and am like to have one from Creed's lodging. In my way home, visited my Lord Crew and Sir Thomas, thinking they might have enquired by the by of me touching my lord's matters at Chelsea, but they said nothing. And so, after some slight common talk, I bid them good night. At home to my office, and after a while doing business, home to supper and bed. 12th. Up betimes, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Sir Philip Warwick, and there had half an hour's private discourse with him, and did give him some good satisfaction in our navy matters, and he also me, as to the money paid and due to the navy. So as he makes me assured by particulars that Sir G. Carteret is paid within £80,000 every farthing that we to this day, nay to Michaelmas Day next, have demanded, and that I am sure is above £50,000 more than truly our expenses have been, whatever is become of the money. Home with great content that I have thus begun an acquaintance with him, who is a great man, and a man of as much business as any man in England, which I will endeavour to deserve and keep. Thence by water to my office, in here all the morning, and so to the Change at noon, and there by appointment met and bring home my uncle Thomas, who resolves to go with me to Brampton on Monday next. I wish he may hold his mind. I do not tell him, and yet he believes that there is a court to be, that he is to do some business for us there. The truth is, I do find him a much more cunning fellow than I ever took him for. Nay, in his very drink he has his wits about him. I took him home to dinner, and after dinner he began, after a glass of wine or two, to exclaim against Sir G. Carteret and his family in Jersey, bidding me to have a care of him, and how high, proud, false, and politic a fellow he is, and how low he has been under his command in the island. After dinner and long discourse, he went away to meet on Monday morning, and I to my office, and thence by water to Whitehall and Westminster Hall about several businesses, and so home, and to my office writing a laborious letter about our last account to my Lord Treasurer, which took me to 1 o'clock in the morning. 13th, Lord's Day. So that Griffin was fain to carry it to Westminster to go by express, and my other letters of import to my father and elsewhere could not go at all. To bed between 1 and 2, and slept till 8, and lay talking till 9 with great pleasure with my wife. So up and put my clothes in order against tomorrow's journey, and then at noon to dinner, and all the afternoon almost playing and discoursing with my wife with great content, and then to my office there to put papers in order against my going. And by and by comes my uncle White to bid us to dinner tomorrow to a haunch of venison I sent them yesterday, given me by Mr. Pepys, but I cannot go, but my wife will. Then into the garden to read my weekly vows, and then home, where at supper, saying to my wife in ordinary fondness, "Well, shall you and I never travel together again?" she took me up, and offered and desired to go along with me. I, thinking by that means to have her safe from harm's way at home here, was willing enough to feign, and after some difficulties made, did send about for horse and other things, and so I think she will go. So in a hurry, getting myself and her things ready, to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and my wife's mind and mine holding for her going, so she to get her ready, and I abroad to do the like for myself, and so home. And after setting everything at my office and at home in order, by coach to Bishopsgate, it being a very promising fair day. There at the Dolphin we met my uncle Thomas and his son-in-law, which seems a very sober man, and Mr. Moore. So Mr. Moore and my wife set out before, and my uncle and I stayed for his son Thomas, who by a sudden resolution is preparing to go with us, which makes me fear something of mischief which they design to do us. He staying a great while, the old man and I before, and about 8 miles off his son comes after us, and about 6 miles further we overtake Mr. Moore and my wife, which makes me mightily consider what a great deal of ground is lost in a little time, when it is to be got up again by another, that is to go his own ground, and the others too. And so, after a little bait, I paying all the reckonings the whole journey, at Ware to Buntingford, where my wife, by drinking some cold beer, being hot herself, presently after lighting begins to be sick, and became so pale, and I alone with her in a great chamber there, that I thought she would have died, and so in great horror, and having a great trial of my true love and passion for her, called the maids and mistress of the house, and so with some strong water, and after a little vomit, she came to be pretty well again, and so to bed, and I having put her to bed with great content, I called in my company, and supped in the chamber by her, and being very merry in talk, supped and then parted, and I to bed and lay very well. This day my cousin Thomas dropped his hanger, and it was lost. 15th. Up pretty betimes, and rode as far as Godmanchester, Mr. Moore having 2 falls, once in water and another in dirt, and there light and eat and drunk, being all of us very weary, but especially my uncle and wife. Thence to Brampton to my father's, and there found all well, but not sensible how they ought to treat my uncle and his son, at least till the court be over, which vexed me. But on my counsel they carried it fair to them, and so my father, cousin Thomas, and I up to Hinchingbroke, where I find my lord and his company gone to Boughton, which vexed me. But there I find my lady and the young ladies, and there I alone with my lady 2 hours, she carrying me through every part of the house and gardens, which are, and will be, mighty noble indeed. Here I saw Mrs. Betty Pickering, who is a very well-bred and comely lady, but very fat. Thence, without so much as drinking, home with my father and cousin, who stayed for me, and to a good supper. After I had had an hour's talk with my father abroad in the fields, wherein he began to talk very highly of my promises to him of giving him the profits of Sturtlow, as if it were nothing that I give him out of my purse, and that he would have me to give this also from myself to my brothers and sister, I mean Brampton and all, I think. I confess I was angry to hear him talk in that manner, and took him up roundly in it, and advised him, if he could not live upon 50 pounds per annum, which was another part of his discourse, that he would think to come and live at Tom's again, where 50 pounds per annum will be a good addition to Tom's trade, and I think that must be done when all is done. But my father spoke nothing more of it all the time I was in the country, though at the time he seemed to like it well enough. I also spoke with Piggott too this evening before I went into supper, and doubt that I shall meet with some knots in my business to-morrow, before I can do it at the court, but I shall do my best. After supper, my uncle and his son to Stanks's to bed, which troubles me, all our father's beds being lent to Hinchingbroke, and so my wife and I to bed, she very weary. 16th. Up betimes, and with my wife to Hinchingbroke to see my lady, she being to go to my lord this morning, and there I left her, and so back to the court, and heard Sir R. Bernard's charges to the courts, Baron and Leet, which took up till noon, and were worth hearing, and after putting my business into some way, went home to my father's to dinner, and after dinner to the court, where Sir Robert and his son came again by and by, and then to our business. And my father and I having given bond to him for the 21 pounds Piggott owed him, my uncle Thomas did quietly admit himself and surrender to us the land's first mortgage for our whole debt, and Sir Robert added to it what makes it up 209 pounds, to be paid in 6 months. But when I came to give him an account of more lands to be surrendered to us, wherein Piggott's wife was concerned, and she there to give her consent, Sir Robert would not hear of it, but began to talk very high that we were very cruel, and we had caution enough for our money, and he could not in conscience let the woman do it, and reproach my uncle, both he and his son, with taking use upon use for this money. To all which I did give him such answers, and spoke so well, and kept him so to it, that all the court was silent to hear us, and by report since do confess they did never hear the like in the place. But he by a while had got our bond, and I was content to have as much as I could, though I could not get all, and so took Piggott's surrender of them without his wife, and by Sir Robert's own consent did tell the court that if the money were not paid in the time, and the security proved not sufficient, I would conclude myself wronged by Sir Robert, which he granted I should do. This kept us till night, but am heartily glad it ended so well on my uncle's part, he doing that, and Prior's little house very willingly. So the court broke up, and my father and Mr. Shepley and I to Gorham's to drink, and then I left them and to the Bull, where my uncle was to hear what he and the people said of our business, and hear nothing but what liked me very well. So by and by home and to supper, and with my mind in pretty good quiet, to bed. 17th. Up, and my father being gone to bed ill last night, and continuing so this morning, I was forced to come to a new consideration, whether it was fit for to let my uncle and his son go to Wisbeck about my uncle Day's estate alone or no, and concluded it unfit, and so resolved to go with them myself, leaving my wife there. I begun a journey with them, and with much ado, through the fens, along dykes, where sometimes we were ready to have our horses sink to the belly, we got by night, with great deal of stir and hard riding, to Parson's Drove, a heathen place, where I found my uncle and aunt Perkins and their daughters, poor wretches, in a sad, poor thatched cottage, like a poor barn or stable, peeling of hemp, in which I did give myself good content to see their manner of preparing of hemp, and in a poor condition of habit took them to our miserable inn, and there, after long stay, and hearing of Frank, their son, the miller, play upon his treble, as he calls it, with which he earns part of his living, and singing of a country bawdy song, we sat down to supper. The whole crew, and Frank's wife and child, a sad company, of which I was ashamed, supped with us. And after supper, I, talking with my aunt about her report concerning my uncle Day's will and surrender, I found her in such different reports from what she writes and says to the people, and short of what I expected, that I fear little will be done of good in it. By and by news is brought to us that one of our horses is stole out of the stable, which proves my uncle's, at which I am inwardly glad, I mean that it was not mine, and at this we were at a great loss, and they doubting a person that lay at next door, a Londoner, some lawyer's clerk, we caused him to be secured in his bed, and other care to be taken to seize the horse, and so about 12 at night or more, to bed, in a sad, cold, nasty chamber, only the maid was indifferent handsome, and so I had a kiss or two of her, and I to bed. And a little after I was asleep, they waked me to tell me that the horse was found, which was good news, and so to sleep till the morning, but was bit cruelly, and nobody else of our company, which I wonder at, by the gnats. 18th. Up and got our people together as soon as we could, and after eating a dish of cold cream, which was my supper last night too, we took leave of our beggarly company, though they seemed good people too, and over most sad fens, all the way observing the sad life which the people of the place which, if they be born there, they do call the breedlings of the place, do live, sometimes rowing from one spot to another, and then wading to Wisbeck, a pretty town, and a fine church and library, where sundry very old abbey manuscripts, and a fine house, built on the church ground by Secretary Thurlow, and a fine gallery built for him in the church, but now all in the Bishop of Ely's hands. After visiting the church, etc., we went out of the town, by the help of a stranger, to find out one Blinkhorn, a miller, of whom we might inquire something of old days' disposal of his estate, and in whose hands it now is. And by great chance we met him, and brought him to our inn to dinner. And instead of being informed in his estate by this fellow, we find that he is the next heir to the estate, which was matter of great sport to my cousin Thomas and me, to see such a fellow prevent us in our hopes, he being Day's brother's daughter's son, whereas we are but his sister's sons and grandsons, so that, after all, we were fain to propose our matter to him, and to get him to give us leave to look after the business, and so he to have 1/3 part, and we two to have the other 2/3 parts of what should be recovered of the estate, which he consented to, and after some discourse and paying the reckoning, we mounted again, and rode, being very merry at our defeat, to Chatteris, my uncle very weary, and after supper and my telling of 3 stories, to their good liking, of spirits, we all 3 in a chamber went to bed. 19th. Up pretty betimes, and after eating something, we set out, and I, being willing thereto, went by a mistake with them to St. Ives, and there, it being known that it was their nearer way to London, I took leave of them there, they going straight to London, and I to Brampton, where I find my father ill in bed still, and Madam Norbury, whom and her fair daughter and sister I was ashamed to kiss, but did, my lip being sore with riding in the wind, and bit with the gnats, lately come to town, come to see my father and mother, and they after a little stay being gone, I told my father my success. And after dinner my wife and I took horse, and rode with marvellous, and the first and only hour of pleasure, that ever I had in this estate since I had to do with it, to Brampton Woods, and through the wood road, and gathered nuts in my way, and then at Graffham to an old woman's house to drink, where my wife used to go. And being in all circumstances highly pleased, and in my wife's riding and good company at this time, I rode, and she showed me the river behind my father's house, which is very pleasant. And so saw her home, and I straight to Huntingdon, and there met Mr. Shepley, and to the Crown, having sent home my horse by Stanks. And there a barber came and trimmed me, and thence walked to Hinchingbroke, where my lord and ladies all are just alighted. And so I in among them, and my lord glad to see me, and the whole company. Here I stayed and supped with them, and after a good stay talking, but yet observing my lord not to be so mightily engulfed in his pleasure in the country as I expected and hoped, I took leave of them, and after a walk in the courtyard in the dark with Mr. Howe, who tells me that my lord do not enjoy himself and please himself as he used to do, but will hasten up to London, and that he is resolved to go to Chelsea again, which we are heartily grieved for, and studious how to prevent if it be possible, I took horse, there being one appointed for me, and a groom to attend me, and so home, where my wife stayed up, and sister, for me, and so to bed, troubled for what I hear of my lord. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and finding my father somewhat better, walked to Huntingdon Church, where in my lord's pew, with the young ladies, by my lord's own showing me the place, I stayed the sermon, and so to Hinchingbroke, walking with Mr. Shepley and Dr. King, whom they account a witty man here, as well as a good physician, and there my lord took me with the rest of the company, and singly demanded my opinion in the walks in his garden, about the bringing of the crooked wall on the mount to a shape, and so to dinner, there being Colonel Williams and much other company, and a noble dinner. But having before got my lord's warrant for travelling to-day, there being a proclamation read yesterday against it at Huntingdon, at which I am very glad, I took leave, leaving them at dinner, and walked alone to my father's, and there, after a word or two to my father and mother, my wife and I mounted, and with my father's boy, upon a horse I borrowed of Captain Ferrers, we rode to Bigglesworth by the help of a couple of countrymen, that led us through the very long and dangerous waters, because of the ditches on each side, though it begun to be very dark. And there we had a good breast of mutton roasted for us, and supped, and to bed. 21st. Up very betimes by break of day, and got my wife up, whom the thought of this day's long journey do discourage, and after eating something, and changing of a piece of gold to pay the reckoning, we mounted, and through Baldwick, where a fair is kept to-day, and a great one for cheese and other such commodities, and so to Hatfield, it being most curious weather from the time we set out to our getting home, and here we dined, and my wife being very weary, and believing that it would be hard to get her home to-night, and a great charge to keep her longer abroad, I took the opportunity of an empty coach that was to go to London, and left her to come in it to London for 1/2 crown, and so I and the boy home as fast as we could drive, and it was even night before we got home. So that I account it very good fortune that we took this course, being myself very weary, much more would my wife have been. At home found all very well, and my house in good order. To see Sir W. Pen, who is pretty well, and Sir J. Minnes, who is a little lame on one foot, and the rest gone to Chatham, viz. Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, who has in my absence inveighed against my contract the other day for Warren's masts, in which he is a knave, and I shall find matter of triumph, but it vexes me a little. So home, and by comes my wife by coach well home, and having got a good fowl ready for supper against her coming, we eat heartily, and so with great content and ease to our own bed, there nothing appearing so to our content as to be at our own home, after being abroad a while. 22nd. I up, well refreshed after my journey, and to my office, and there set some things in order. And then Sir W. Pen and I met and held an office, and at noon to dinner, and so by water with my wife to Westminster, she to see her father and mother, and we met again at my Lord's lodgings, and thence by water home again, where at the door we met Sir W. Pen and his daughter coming to visit us. And after their visit, I to my office, and after some discourse to my great satisfaction with Sir W. Warren about our bargain of masts, I wrote my letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed. This day my wife showed me bills printed, wherein her father, with Sir John Collidan and Sir Edward Ford, have got a patent for curing of smoky chimneys. I wish they may do good thereof, but fear it will prove but a poor project. This day the King and Queen are to come to Oxford. I hear my Lady Castlemaine is for certain gone to Oxford to meet him, having lain within here at home this week or two, supposed to have miscarried, but for certain is as great in favour as heretofore. At least Mrs. Sarah at my Lord's, who hears all from their own family, do say so. Every day brings news of the Turk's advance into Germany, to the awaking of all the Christian princes thereabouts, and possessing himself of Hungary. My present care is fitting my wife's closet and my house, and making her a velvet coat, and me a new black cloth suit, and coat and cloak, and evening my reckoning as well as I can against Michaelmas Day, hoping for all that to have my balance as great or greater than ever I had yet. 23rd. Up betimes and to my office, where setting down my journal while I was in the country to this day, and at noon by water to my Lord Crew's, and there dined with him and Sir Thomas, thinking to have them inquire something about my Lord's lodgings at Chelsea, or anything of that sort, but they did not, nor seem to take the least notice of it, which is their discretion. Though it might be better for my Lord and them too, if they did, that so we might advise together for the best, which cannot be while we seem ignorant one to another, and it is not fit for me to begin the discourse. Thence walked to several places about business, and to Westminster Hall, thinking to meet Mrs. Lane, which is my great vanity upon me at present, but I must correct it. She was not in the way. So by water home and to my office, whither by and by came my brother John, who is to go to Cambridge to-morrow, and I did give him a most severe reprimand for his bad account he gives me of his studies. This I did with great passion and sharp words, which I was sorry to be forced to say, but that I think it for his good, for swearing doing anything for him, and that which I have yet, and now do give him, is against my heart, and will also be hereafter, till I do see him give me a better account of his studies. I was sorry to see him give me no answer, but for aught I see, to hear me without great resentment, and such as I should have had, in his condition. But I have done my duty, let him do his, for I am resolved to be as good as my word. After 2 hours walking in the garden, till after it was dark, I ended with him, and to my office, and there set some papers in order, and so to supper, and my poor wife, who is mighty busy at home, fitting her closet. So to bed. 24th. Up betimes, and after taking leave of my brother John, who went from me to my father's this day, I went forth by water to Sir Philip Warwick's, where I was with him a pretty while, and in discourse he tells me, and made it appear to me, that the King cannot be in debt to the Navy at this time 5,000 pounds, and it is my opinion that Sir G. Carteret do owe the King money, and yet the whole Navy debt paid. Thence I parted, being doubtful of myself that I have not spoke with the gravity and weight that I ought to do in so great a business. But I rather hope it is my doubtfulness of myself, and the haste which he was in, some very great personages waiting for him without, while he was with me, that made him willing to be gone. To the office by water, where we sat doing little, now Mr. Coventry is not here, but only vex myself to see what a sort of coxcombs we are, when he is not here to undertake such a business as we do. In the afternoon, telling my wife that I go to Deptford, I went by water to Westminster Hall, and there finding Mrs. Lane, took her over to Lambeth, where we were lately, and there did what I would with her, but only the main thing, which she would not consent to, for which God be praised. But trust in the Lord, I shall never do so again while I live. After being tired with her company, I landed her at Whitehall, and so home and at my office writing letters till 12 at night almost, and then home to supper and bed, and there found my poor wife hard at work, which grieved my heart to see that I should abuse so good a wretch, and that is just with God to make her bad with me for my wronging of her. But I do resolve never to do the like again. So to bed. 25th. Lay pretty long in bed, and so to my office all the morning, till by and by called out by Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten with them by water to Deptford, where it of a sudden did lighten, thunder, and rain, so as we could do nothing but stay in Davis's house, and by Sir J. Minnes and I home again by water. And I home to dinner, and after dinner to the office, and there till night all alone, even of my clerks being there, doing of business, and so home and to bed. 26th. Up into my office, and there we sat till noon, and then I to the Exchange, but did little there, but meeting Mr. Rawlinson, he would needs have me home to dinner, and Mr. Dean of Woolwich being with me, I took him with me, and there we dined very well at his own dinner, only no invitation. But here I sat with little pleasure, considering my wife at home alone, and so I made what haste home I could, and was forced to sit down again at dinner with her, being unwilling to neglect her by being known to dine abroad, my doing so being only to keep Dean from dining at home with me, being doubtful what I have to eat. So to the office, and there till late at night, and so home to supper and bed, being mightily pleased to find my wife so mindful of her house. 27th, Lord's Day. Lay chatting with my wife a good while, then up and got me ready and to church, without my man William, whom I have not seen to-day, nor care, but would be glad to have him put himself far enough out of my favour that he may not wonder to have me put him away. So home to dinner, being a little troubled to see Pembleton out again, but I do not discern in my wife the least memory of him. Dined, and so to my office a little, and then to church again, where a drowsy sermon, and so home to spend the evening with my poor wife, consulting about her closet, clothes, and other things. At night to supper, though with little comfort, I finding myself both head and breast in great pain, and what troubles me most, my right ear is almost deaf. It is a cold, which God Almighty in justice did give me while I sat lewdly sporting with Mrs. Lane the other day, with the broken window in my neck. I went to bed with a posset, being very melancholy, in consideration of the loss of my hearing. 28th. Up, though with pain in my head, stomach, and ear, and that deaf so as in my way by coach to Whitehall with Sir J. Minnes, I called at Mr. Holliard's, who did give me some pills, and tells me I shall have my hearing again, and be well. So to Whitehall, where Sir J. Minnes and I did spend an hour in the gallery, looking upon the pictures, in which he hath some judgment, and by the Commissioners for Tangier met, and there my Lord Teviot, together with Captain Cuttance, Captain Evans, and Jonas Moore, sent to that purpose, did bring us a brave draught of the mole to be built there, and report that it is likely to be the most considerable place the King of England hath in the world, and so I am apt to think it will. After a discourse of this, and of supplying the garrison with some more horse, we rose, and Sir J. Minnes and I home again, finding the street about our house full, Sir R. Ford beginning his shrievalty to-day, and, what with his and our houses being new painted, the street begins to look a great deal better than it did, and more graceful. Home, and eat one bit of meat, and then by water with him and Sir W. Batten to a sale of old provisions at Deptford, which we did at Captain Bodley's house, to the value of 600 or 700 pounds, but I am not satisfied with the method used in this thing. Then home again by water, and after a little at my office, and visit Sir W. Pen, who is not very well again, with his late pain. Home to supper, being hungry, and my ear and cold not so bad, I think, as it was. So to bed, taking one of my pills. News that the King comes to town for certain on Thursday next, from his progress. 29th. Took 2 pills more in the morning, and they worked all day, and I kept the house. About noon dined, and then to carry several heavy things with my wife up and down stairs, in order to our going to lie above, and Will to come down to the wardrobe, and that put me into a violent sweat, so I had a fire made, and then being dry again, she and I to put up some paper pictures in the Red Chamber, where we go to lie, very pretty, and the map of Paris. Then in the evening, towards night, it fell to thunder, lighten, and rain so violently, that my house was all afloat, and I in all the rain up to the gutters, and there dabbled in the rain and wet half an hour, enough to have killed a man. That done, downstairs to dry myself again, and by comes Mr. Simpson, to set up my wife's chimney-piece in her closet, which pleases me, and so that being done, I to supper and to bed, shifting myself from top to toe, and doubtful of my doing myself hurt. 30th. Rose very well, and my hearing pretty well again, and so to my office. By and by Mr. Hollyard come, and at my house he searched my ear, and I hope all will be well, though I do not yet hear so well as I used to do with my right ear. So to my office till noon, and then home to dinner, and in the afternoon by water to Whitehall to the Tangier Committee, where my Lord Teviot about his accounts, which grieves me to see that his accounts being to be examined by us, there are none of the great men at the board that in compliment will accept against anything in his accounts, and so none of the little persons dare do it. So the King is abused. Thence home again by water with Sir W. Rider, and so to my office, and there I sat late making up my month's accounts. And blessed be God, do find myself £760 creditor, notwithstanding that for clothes for myself and wife, and layings out on her closet, I have spent this month £47. So home, where I found our new cook-maid Elizabeth, whom my wife never saw at all, nor I but once at a distance before, but recommended well by Mr. Creed, and I hope will prove well. So to supper, prayers, and bed. This evening Mr. Coventry is come to St. James's, but I did not go see him, and to-morrow the King, Queen, Duke, and his lady, and the whole court comes to town from their progress. Myself and family well, only my father sick in the country. All the common talk for news is the Turks' advance in Hungary, etc. End of September. October, of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys, October 1663. October 1st. Up and betimes to my office, and then to sit where Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, Sir J. Minnis, Mr. Coventry, and myself, are fuller board than by the King's progress, and the late Pays and my absence has been a great while. Sat late, and then home to dinner. After dinner I by water to Deptford about a little business, and so back again, buying a couple of good eels by the way, and after writing by the post, home to see the painter at work, late, in my wife's closet, and so to supper and to bed, having been very merry with the painter late while he was doing his work. This day the King and Court returned from their progress. 2nd. Up betimes and by water to St. James's, and there visited Mr. Coventry as a compliment after his new coming to town, but had no great talk with him, he being full of business. So back by foot through London, doing several errands, and at the change met with Mr. Cutler, and he and I to a coffee-house, and there discoursed, and he do assure me that there is great likelihood of a war with Holland, but I hope we shall be in good condition before it comes to break out. I like his company, and will make much of his acquaintance. So home to dinner with my wife, who is over head and ears in getting her house up, and so to the office, and with Mr. Lewis late, upon some of the old victuallers' accounts, and so home to supper and to bed, up to our red chamber, where we purpose always to lie. This day I received a letter from Mr. Barlow, with a Torella, which I had hoped he had sent me, but to my trouble I find it is to present from him to my Lord Sandwich, but I will make a little use of it first, and then give it him. 3rd. Up, being well pleased with my new lodging, and the convenience of having our maids and none else about us, Will lying below. So to the office, and there we sat full of business all the morning. At noon I home to dinner, and then abroad to buy a bell to hang by our chamber door to call the maids. Then to the office, and met Mr. Blackburn, who came to know the reason of his kinsman, my Will, his being observed by his friends of late to droop much. I told him my great displeasure against him, and the reasons of it, to his great trouble yet satisfaction, for my care over him, and how everything I said was for the good of the fellow, and he will take time to examine the fellow about all, and to desire my pleasure concerning him, which I told him was either that he should become a better servant, or that we would not have him under my roof to be a trouble. He tells me in a few days he will come to me again, and we shall agree what to do therein. I home and told my wife all, and am troubled to see that my servants and others should be the greatest trouble I have in the world, more than for myself. We then to set up our bell with the smith very well, and then I late at the office. So home to supper and to bed. 4th. Lord's Day. Up and to church, my house being miserably overflooded with rain last night, which makes me almost mad. At home to dinner with my wife, and so to talk, and to church again, and so home, and all the evening most pleasantly passed the time in good discourse of our fortune and family till supper, and so to bed, in some pain below, through cold got. 5th. Up with pain, and with Sir J. Minnes by coach to the Temple, and then I to my brother's, and up and down on business, and so to the New Exchange, and there met Creed, and he and I walked 2 or 3 hours, talking of many businesses, especially about Tangier, and my Lord Tiviot's bringing in of high accounts, and yet if they were higher, I like to pass without exception. And then of my Lord Sandwich sending a messenger to know whether the King intends to come to Newmarket, as is talked, that he may be ready to entertain him at Hinchingbroke. Thence home and dined, and my wife all day putting up her hangings in her closet, which she do very prettily herself with her own hand, to my great content. So I to the office till night, about several businesses, and then went and sat an hour or 2 with Sir W. Pen, talking very largely of Sir J. Minnes's simplicity and unsteadiness, and of Sir W. Batten's suspicious dealings, wherein I was open and he sufficiently, so that I do not care for his telling of tales, for he said as much, but whether that was so or no, I said nothing but what is my certain knowledge and belief concerning him. Thence home to bed in great pain. 6th. Slept pretty well, and my wife waked to ring the bell to call up our maids to the washing about 4 o'clock, and I was and she angry that our bell did not wake them sooner, but I will get a bigger bell. So we to sleep again till 8 o'clock, and then I up in some ease to the office, where we had a full board, where we examined Cock's second account, where Mr. Turner had drawn a bill directly to be paid the balance thereof, as Mr. Cock demanded, and Sir J. Minnes did boldly assert the truth of it, and that he had examined it, when there is no such thing, but many vouchers upon examination missing, and we saw reason to strike off several of his demands, and to bring down his 5% commission to 3%. So we shall save the King some money, which both the Comptroller and his clerk had absolutely given away. There was also 2 occasions more of difference at the table, the one being to make out a bill to Captain Smith for his salary abroad, as Commander-in-Chief in the Straits. Sir J. Minnes did demand an increase of salary for his being Vice-Admiral in the Downs, he having received but 40 shillings without an increase, whereas Sir J. Lawson in the same voyage had £3, and others have also had increase, only he, because he was an officer of the board, was worse used than anybody else, and particularly told Sir W. Batten that he was the opposer formerly of his having an increase, which I did wonder to hear him so boldly lay it to him. So we hushed up the dispute, and offered, if he would, to examine precedents, and report them, if there was anything to his advantage to be found, to the Duke. The next was, Mr. Crisp Pett and Dean were summoned to give an account of some knees, which Pett reported bad, that were to be served in by Sir W. Warren, we having contracted that none should be served but such as were to be approved of by our officers, so that if they were bad they were to be blamed for receiving them. Thence we fell to talk of Warren's other goods, which Pett had said were generally bad, and falling to this contract again, I did say it was the most cautious and as good a contract as had been made here, and the only one that had been in such terms. Sir J. Minnes told me angrily that Winter's timber, bought for 33 shillings per load, was as good and in the same terms. I told him that it was not so, but that he and Sir W. Batten were both abused, and I would prove it was as dear a bargain as had been made this half year, which occasioned high words between them and me, but I am able to prove it, and will. That also was so ended, and so to other business. At noon, Llewellyn coming to me, I took him and Dean, and there met my uncle Thomas, and we dined together, but was vexed that, it being washing day, we had no meat dressed, but sent to the cook's, and my people had so little wit to send in our meat from abroad in that cook's dishes, which were marked with the name of the cook upon them, by which, if they observed anything, they might know it was not my own dinner. After dinner we broke up, and I by coach, setting down Llewellyn in Cheapside. So to Whitehall, where at the committee of Tangier, but Lord! How I was troubled to see my Lord Tiviot's accounts of £10,000 paid in that manner, and wish 1,000 times I had not been there. Thence rose with Sir G. Carteret and to his lodgings, and there discoursed of our phrase at the table to-day, and particularly of that of the contract, and the contract of Mass the other day, declaring my fair dealing, and so needing not any man's good report of it, or word for it, and that I would make it so appear to him, if he desired it, which he did, and I will do it. Thence home by water in great pain, and at my office a while, and thence a little to Sir W. Pen, and so home to bed. And finding myself beginning to be troubled with wind as I used to be, and in pain in making water, I took a couple of pills that I had by me of Mr. Holliard's. 7th. They wrought in the morning, and I did keep my bed, and my pain continued on me mightily that I kept within all day in great pain, and could break no wind nor have any stool after my physic had done working. So in the evening I took coach and to Mr. Holliard's, but he was not at home. And so home again, and whether the coach did me good or no, I know not. So to bed, and lay in good ease all night, and pretty well to the morning. 8th. So keeping myself warm, to the office, and at noon home to dinner, my pain coming again by breaking no wind, nor having any stool. So to Mr. Hollyard, and by his direction, he assuring me that it is nothing of the stone, but only my constitution being costive, and that, and cold from without, breeding and keeping the wind, I took some powder that he did give me in white wine, and sat late up till past 11 at night, with my wife in my chamber till it had done working, which was so weakly that I could hardly tell whether it did work or no. My maids being at this time in great dirt towards getting of all my house clean, and weary and having a great deal of work to do therein tomorrow and next day, were gone to bed before my wife and I, who also do lie in our room more like beasts than Christians, but that is only in order to having of the house shortly in a cleaner, or rather very clean condition. Some ease I had so long as this did keep my body loose, and I slept well. 9th, and did keep my bed most of this morning, my body I find being still bound and little wind, and so my pain returned again, though not so bad, but keeping my body with warm clothes very hot, I made shift to endure it, and at noon sent word to Mr. Hollyard of my condition, that I could neither have a natural stool nor break wind, and by that means still in pain, and frequent offering to make water. So he sent me 2 bottles of drink and some syrup, 1 bottle to take now, and the other tomorrow morning. So in the evening, after Commissioner Pett, who came to visit me, and was going to Chatham, but methinks do talk to me in quite another manner, doubtfully and shyly, and like a stranger, to what he did heretofore. After I saw he was gone, I did drink 1 of them, but it was a most loathsome draught, and did keep myself warm after it, and had that afternoon still a stool or 2, but in no plenty, nor any wind almost carried away, and so to bed. In no great pain, but do not think myself likely to be well till I have a freedom of stool and wind. Most of this day and afternoon my wife and I did spend together in setting things now up and in order in her closet, which indeed is and will be, when I can get her some more things to put in it, a very pleasant place, and is at present very pretty, and such as she, I hope, will find great content in. So to bed. 10th. Up, and not in any good ease yet, but had pain in making water, and some course. I see I must take, besides keeping myself warm, to make myself break wind, and go freely to stool, before I can be well, neither of which I can do yet, though I have drank the other bottle of Mr. Hollyard's against my stomach this morning. I did, however, make shift to go to the office where we sat, and there Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten did advise me to take some juniper water, and Sir W. Batten sent to his lady for some for me, strong water, made of juniper. Whether that or anything else of my draught this morning did it, I cannot tell, but I had a couple of stools forced after it, but whether I shall grow better upon it, I cannot tell. Dined at home at noon, my wife and house in the dirtiest pickle that ever she and it was in, almost, but in order, I hope, this night, to be very clean. To the office all the afternoon upon victualling business, and late at it, so after I wrote by the post to my father, I home. This evening Mr. Hollyard sends me an electuary to take, a walnut quantity of it, going to bed, which I did. 'Tis true I slept well, and rose in a little ease in the morning. 11th, Lord's Day, and was mightily pleased to see my house clean and in good condition, but something coming into my wife's head and mine to be done more about bringing the green bed into our chamber, which is handsomer than the red one, though not of the colour of our hangings, my wife forbore to make herself clean to-day, but continued in a sluttish condition till to-morrow. I, after the old pass, all the day within doors, the effect of my electuary last night, and the greatest of my pain I find to come by my straining. For all this I eat with a very good stomach, and as much as I used to do, and so I did this noon, and staid at home discoursing and doing things in my chamber, altering chairs in my chamber, and set them above in the red room, they being turkey work, and so put their green covers upon those that were above, not so handsome. At night fell to reading in the Church History of Fuller's, and particularly Cranmer's letter to Queen Elizabeth, which pleases me mightily for his zeal, obedience, and boldness in a cause of religion. After supper, to bed as I used to be, in pain. 12th. Up, though slept well, and made some water in the morning as I used to do, and a little pain returned to me, and some fears, but being forced to go to the Duke at St. James's, I took coach, and in my way called upon Mr. Hollyard, and had his advice to take a glister. At St. James, we attended the Duke, all of us, and there, after my discourse, Mr. Coventry of his own accord begun to tell the Duke how he found that discourse abroad did run to his prejudice about the fees that he took, and how he sold places and other things, wherein he desired to appeal to his Highness whether he did anything more than what his predecessors did, and appeal to us all. So Sir G. Carteret did answer that some fees were heretofore taken, but what he knows not. Only that selling of places never was nor ought to be countenanced. So Mr. Coventry very hotly answered to Sir G. Carteret, and appealed to himself whether he was not one of the first that put him upon looking after this taking of fees, and that he told him that Mr. Smith should say that he made £5,000 the first year, and he believed he made £7,000. This Sir G. Carteret denied, and said that if he did say so, he told a lie, for he could not nor did know that ever he did make that profit of his place, but that he believes he might say £2,500 the first year. Mr. Coventry instanced in another thing, particularly wherein Sir G. Carteret did advise with him about the selling of the auditor's place of the stores, when in the beginning there was an intention of creating such an office. This he confessed, but with some lessening of the tale Mr. Coventry told, it being only for a respect to my Lord Fitzharding. In fine, Mr. Coventry did put into the Duke's hand a list of above 250 places that he did give without receiving one farthing, so much as his ordinary fees for them, upon his life and oath, and that since the Duke's establishment of fees he had never received one token more of any man, and that in his whole life he never conditioned or discoursed of any consideration from any commanders since he came to the navy. And afterwards my Lord Berkeley merrily discoursing that he wished his profit greater than it was, and that he did believe that he had got £50,000 since he came in, Mr. Coventry did openly declare that his lordship or any of us should have not only all he had got, but all that he had in the world, and yet he did not come a beggar into the navy, nor would yet be thought to speak in any contempt of his Royal Highness' bounty, and should have a year to consider of it too, for £25,000. The Duke's answer was that he wished we all had made more profit than he had of our places, and that we had all of us got as much as one man below stairs in the court, which he presently named, and it was Sir George Lane. This being ended, and the list left in the Duke's hand, we parted, and I, with Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnes, and Sir W. Batten, by coach to the Exchange, and there a while, and so home. And whether it be the jogging, or by having my mind more employed, which I believe is a great matter, I know not, but I begin to be suddenly well, at least better than I was. So home and to dinner, and thence by coach to the Old Exchange, and there cheapened some laces for my wife, and then to Mr. the great laceman in Cheapside, and bought one cost me £4 more by 20 shillings than I intended, but when I came to see them I was resolved to buy one worth wearing with credit. And so to the New Exchange, and there put it to making, and so to my Lord's lodgings, and left my wife, and so I to the Committee of Tangier, and then late home with my wife again by coach, beginning to be very well, and yet when I came home, the little straining which I thought was no strain at all, at the present did by and by bring me some pain for a good while. Anon, about 8 o'clock, my wife did give me a clyster, which Mr. Holliard directed, viz. a pint of strong ale, 4 ounces of sugar, and 2 ounces of butter. It lay while I lay upon the bed above an hour, if not 2, and then thinking it quite lost, I rose, and by it began with my walking to work, and gave me 3 or 4 most excellent stools, and carried away wind, put me in excellent ease, and taking my usual walnut quantity of electuary, at my going into bed, I had about 2 stools in the night. 13th. And so rose in the morning in perfect good ease, continued all the morning well, and in the afternoon had a natural, easily, and dry stool, the first I have had these 5 days or 6, for which God be praised, and so am likely to continue well, observing for the time to come when any of this pain comes again. 1. To begin to keep myself as warm as I can. 2. Strain as little as ever I can backwards, remembering that my pain will come by and by, though in the very straining I do not feel it. 3. Either by physic forward or by clyster backward, or both ways, to get an easy and plentiful going to stool, and breaking of wind. 4. To begin to suspect my health immediately when I begin to become costive and bound, and by all means to keep my body loose, and that to obtain presently after I find myself going the contrary. This morning at the office, and at noon with Creed to the Exchange, where much business, but Lord! How my heart, though I know not reason for it, began to doubt myself, after I saw Stint, Field's one-eyed solicitor, though I know not anything that they are doing, or that they endeavour anything further against us in the business till the term. Home, and Creed with me to dinner. And after dinner John Cole, my old friend, came to see and speak with me about a friend. I find him ingenious, but more and more discern his city pedantry. But, however, I will endeavour to have his company now and then, for that he knows much of the temper of the city, and is able to acquaint therein as much as most young men, being of large acquaintance, and himself, I think, somewhat unsatisfied with the present state of things at court and in the church. Then to the office, and there busy till late, and so home to my wife, with some ease and pleasure, that I hope to be able to follow my business again, which by God's leave I am resolved to return to with more and more eagerness. I find at court that either the king is doubtful of some disturbance, or else would seem so, and I have reason to hope it is no worse, by his commanding all commanders of castles, etc., to repair to their charges, and mustering the guards the other day himself, where he found reason to dislike their condition to my Lord Gerard, finding so many absent men, or dead pays. My Lady Castlemaine, I hear, is in as great favour as ever, and the king supped with her the very first night he came from Bath, and last night and the night before supped with her, when there being a chine of beef to roast, and the tide rising into their kitchen that it could not be roasted there, and the cook telling her of it, she answered, Zounds! She must set the house on fire, but it should be roasted. So it was carried to Mrs. Sarah's husband's, and there it was roasted. So home to supper and to bed, being mightily pleased with all my house and my red chamber, where my wife and I intend constantly to lie, and the having of our dressing-room and maids close by us, without any interfering or trouble. 14th. Up and to my office, where all the morning, and part of it Sir J. Minnes spent, as he do everything else, like a fool, reading the anatomy of the body to me, but so sillily as to the making of me understand anything, that I was weary of him, and so I toward the Change and met with Mr. Grant, and he and I to the coffee-house, where I understand by him that Sir W. Petty and his vessel are coming, and the king intends to go to Portsmouth to meet it. Thence home, and after dinner my wife and I, by Mr. Rawlinson's conduct, to the Jewish synagogue, where the men and boys in their veils, and the women behind a lattice out of sight, and something stand up, which I believe is their law, in a press to which all coming in do bow, and at the putting on their veils do say something, to which others that hear him do cry Amen, and the party do kiss his veil. Their service all in a singing way, and in Hebrew, and anon their laws that they take out of the press are carried by several men, 4 or 5 several burthens in all, and they do relieve one another, and whether it is that every one desires to have the carrying of it, I cannot tell. Thus they carried it round about the room while such a service is singing. And in the end they had a prayer for the king, which they pronounced his name in Portugal, but the prayer, like the rest, in Hebrew. But, Lord! To see the disorder, laughing, sporting, and no attention, but confusion in all their service, more like brutes than people knowing the true God, would make a man forswear ever seeing them more. And indeed I never did see so much, or could have imagined there had been any religion in the whole world so absurdly performed as this. Away thence, with my mind strongly disturbed with them, by coach, and set down my wife in Westminster Hall, and I to Whitehall, and there the Tangier Committee met, but the Duke and the Africa Committee meeting in our room, Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Compton, Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Ryder, Cuttance, and myself met in another room, with chairs set in form, but no table, and there we had very fine discourses of the business of the fitness to keep Sally, and also of the terms of our king's paying the Portuguese that deserted their house at Tangier, which did much please me. And so to fetch my wife, and so to the New Exchange about her things, and called at Thomas Pepys the turner's, and bought something there, and so home to supper and to bed, after I had been a good while with Sir W. Penn, railing and speaking freely our minds against Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes, but no more than the folly of one, and the knavery of the other, do deserve. 15th. Up, I bless God, being now in pretty good condition, but cannot come to make natural stools yet. So up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon dined at home, my head full of business, and after stepping abroad to buy a thing or two, compasses and snuffers, for my wife, I returned to my office, and there mighty busy till it was late, and so home well contented with the business that I had done this afternoon, and so to supper and to bed. 16th. Up into my office, where all the morning doing business, and at noon home to dinner, and then up to remove my chest and clothes upstairs to my new wardrobe, that I may have all my things above where I lie, and so by coach abroad with my wife, leaving her at my Lord's till I went to the Tangier Committee, where very good discourse concerning the articles of peace to be continued with Guylen, and thence took up my wife, and with her to her tailor's, and then to the Exchange and to several places, and so home and to my office, where doing some business, and then home to supper and to bed. 17th. Up into my office, and there we sat a very full board all the morning upon some accounts of Mr. Gordon's. Here happened something concerning my will, which Sir W. Batten would fain charge upon him, and I heard him mutter something against him of complaint for his often receiving people's money to Sir G. Carteret, which displeased me much, but I will be even with him. Thence to the Dolphin Tavern, and there Mr. Gordon did give us a great dinner. Here we had some discourse of the Queen's being very sick, if not dead, the Duke and Duchess of York being sent for betimes this morning to come to Whitehall to her. So to my office, and there late doing business, and so home to supper, my house being got mighty clean to my great content from top to toe, and so to bed, myself beginning to be in good condition of health also, but only my laying out so much money upon clothes for myself and wife, and her closet, troubles me. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and troubled at a distaste my wife took at a small thing that Jane did, and to see that she should be so vexed that I took part with Jane, wherein I had reason, but by and by well again, and so my wife in her best gown and new point that I bought her the other day, to church with me, where she has not been these many weeks, and her maid Jane with her. I was troubled to see Pembleton there, but I thought it prudence to take notice myself first of it, and show my wife him, and so by little and little, considering that it mattered not much his being there, I grew less concerned, and so mattered it not much, and the less when anon my wife showed me his wife, a pretty little woman, and well dressed, with a good jewel at her breast. The parson, Mr. Mills, I perceived, did not know whether to pray for the Queen or no, and so said nothing about her, which makes me fear she is dead. But inquiring of Sir J. Minnes, he told me that he heard she was better last night. So home to dinner, and Tom came and dined with me, and so anon to church again, and there a simple coxcomb preached worse than the Scot, and no Pembleton nor his wife there, which pleased me not a little, and then home and spent most of the evening at Sir W. Penn's in complaisance, seeing him, though he deserves no respect from me. This evening came my uncle White to speak with me about my uncle Thomas's business, and Mr. Moore came 4 or 5 days out of the country, and not come to see me before, though I desired by 2 or 3 messengers that he would come to me as soon as he came to town. Which do trouble me to think he should so soon forget my kindness to him, which I am afraid he do. After walking a good while in the garden with these, I went up again to Sir W. Pen, and took my wife home, and after supper to prayers, and read very seriously my vows, which I am fearful of forgetting by my late great expenses, but I hope in God I do not, and so to bed. 19th. Waked with a very high wind, and said to my wife, I pray God I hear not of the death of any great person, this wind is so high, fearing that the Queen might be dead. So up, and going by coach with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes to St. James's, they tell me that Sir W. Compton, who it is true had been a little sickly for a week or fortnight, but was very well upon Friday at night last, at the Tangier committee with us, was dead, died yesterday. At which I was most exceedingly surprised, he being, and so all the world saying that he was, one of the worthiest men and best officers of state now in England, and so in my conscience he was, of the best temper, valour, abilities of mind, integrity, birth, fine person, and diligence of any one man he hath left behind him in the 3 kingdoms, and yet not 40 years old, or if so, that is all. I find the sober men of the court troubled for him, and yet not so as to hinder or lessen their mirth, talking, laughing, and eating, drinking, and doing everything else, just as if there was no such thing, which is as good an instance for me hereafter to judge of death, both as to the unavoidableness, suddenness, and little effect of it upon the spirits of others, let a man be never so high, or rich, or good, but that all die alike, no more matter being made of the death of one than another, and that even to die well, the praise of it is not considerable in the world, compared to the many in the world that know not nor make anything of it, nor perhaps to them, unless to one that like this poor gentleman, who is one of 1,000, there nobody speaking ill of him that will speak ill of a man. Coming to St. James's, I hear that the Queen did sleep 5 hours pretty well to-night, and that she waked and gargled her mouth, and to sleep again, but that her pulse beats fast, beating 20 to the King's or my Lady Suffolk's 11, but not so strong as it was. It seems she was so ill as to be shaved and pigeons put to her feet, and to have the extreme unction given her by the priests, who were so long about it that the doctors were angry. The King, they all say, is most fondly disconsolate for her, and weeps by her, which makes her weep. Which one this day told me he reckons a good sign, for that it carries away some rheum from the head. This morning Captain Allen tells me how the famous Ned Mullins, by a slight fall, broke his leg at the ankle, which festered, and he had his leg cut off on Saturday. But so ill done, notwithstanding all the great surgeons about the town at the doing of it, that they fear he will not live with it, which is very strange, besides the torment he was put to with it. After being a little with the Duke, and being invited to dinner to my Lord Berkeley's, and so, not knowing how to spend our time till noon, Sir W. Batten and I took coach, and to the coffee-house in Cornhill, where much talk about the Turk's proceedings, and that the plague is got to Amsterdam, brought by a ship from Tangier, and it is also carried to Hamborough. The Duke says the King purposes to forbid any of their ships coming into the river. The Duke also told us of several Christian commanders, French, gone over to the Turks to serve them, and upon inquiry I find that the King of France do by this aspire to the empire, and so to get the crown of Spain also upon the death of the king, which is very probable, it seems. Back to St. James's, and there dined with my Lord Berkeley and his lady, where Sir G. Carteret, Sir W. Batten, and myself, with 2 gentlemen more. My lady, and one of the ladies of honour to the Duchess, no handsome woman, but a most excellent hand. A fine French dinner, and so we after dinner broke up and to Creed's new lodgings in Axe Yard, which I like very well, and so with him to Whitehall, and walked up and down in the galleries with good discourse, and anon Mr. Coventry and Povey, sad for the loss of one of our number, we sat down as a committee for Tangier, and did some business, and so broke up. And I down with Mr. Coventry, and in his chamber discoursing of business of the office, and Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten's carriage, when he most ingeniously tells me how they have carried themselves to him, in forbearing to speak the other day to the Duke what they know they have so largely at other times said to him, and I told him what I am put to about the bargain for masts. I perceive he thinks of it all, and will remember it. Thence took up my wife at Mrs. Harper's, where she and Jane were, and so called at the New Exchange for some things for her, and then at Tom's went up and saw his house now it is finished, and indeed it is very handsome, but he not within, and so home and to my office, and then to supper and to bed. 20th. Up and to the office, where we sat, and at noon Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnes, and I to dinner to my Lord Mayor's, being invited, where was the farmers of the Customs, my Lord Chancellor's 3 sons, and other great and much company, and a very great noble dinner, as this Mayor is good for nothing else. No extraordinary discourse of anything, every man being intent upon his dinner, and myself willing to have drunk some wine to have warmed my belly, but I did for my oath's sake willingly refrain it, but am so well pleased and satisfied afterwards thereby, for it do keep me always in so good a frame of mind, that I hope I shall not ever leave this practice. Thence home, and took my wife by coach to Whitehall, and she sat down at my Lord's lodgings, I to a committee of Tangier, and thence with her homeward, calling at several places by the way, among others at Paul's churchyard, and while I was in Curtin's shop, a fellow came to offer kindness or force to my wife in the coach, but she refusing, he went away, after the coachman had struck him, and he the coachman. So I being called, went thither, and the fellow coming out again of a shop, I did give him a good cuff or 2 on the chops, and seeing him not oppose me, I did give him another. At last found him drunk, of which I was glad, and so left him and home, and so to my office a while, and so home to supper and to bed. This evening at my Lord's lodgings, Mrs. Sarah talking with my wife and I how the Queen do, and how the King tends her, being so ill. She tells us that the Queen's sickness is the spotted fever, that she was as full of the spots as a leopard, which is very strange, that it should be no more known, but perhaps it is not so. And that the King do seem to take it much to heart, for that he hath wept before her, but for all that he hath not missed one night since she was sick of supping with my Lady Castlemaine, which I believe is true, for she says that her husband hath dressed the suppers every night, and I confess I saw him myself, coming through the street dressing of a great supper to night, which Sarah says is also for the King and her, which is a very strange thing. 21st. Up, and by comes my brother Tom to me, though late, which do vex me to the blood, that I could never get him to come time enough to me, though I have spoke 100 times, but he is very sluggish, and too negligent ever to do well at his trade, I doubt. And having lately considered with my wife very much of the inconvenience of my going in no better plight, we did resolve of putting me into a better garb, and among other things to have a good velvet cloak, that is of cloth lined with velvet and other things modish, and a peruke. And so I sent him and her out to buy me velvet, and I to the Exchange, and so to Trinity House, and there dined with Sir W. Batten, having some business to speak with him, and Sir W. Rider. Thence, having my belly full, away on foot to my brother's, all along Thames Street, and my belly being full of small beer, I did, all alone, for health's sake, drink half a pint of Rhenish wine at the Still Yard, mixed with beer. From my brother's with my wife to the Exchange, to buy things for her and myself, I being in a humour of laying out money, but not prodigally, but only in clothes, which I every day see that I suffer for want of, I so home, and after a little at my office, home to supper and to bed. Memorandum. This morning one Mr. Commander, a scrivener, came to me from Mr. Moore, with a deed of which Mr. Moore had told me, that my Lord had made use of my name, and that I was desired by my Lord to sign it. Remembering this very well, though understanding little of the particulars, I read it over, and found it concerned Sir Rob Bernard and Duckenford, their interest in the manor of Brampton. So I did sign it, declaring to Mr. Commander that I am only concerned in having my name at my Lord Sandwich's desire used therein, and so I sealed it up after I had signed and sealed the deed, and desired him to give it so sealed to Mr. Moore. I did also call at the Wardrobe this afternoon to have told Mr. Moore of it, but he was not within. But knowing Mr. Commander to have the esteem of a good and honest man with my Lord Crew, I did not doubt to entrust him with the deed after I had signed it. This evening, after I came home, I began to enter my wife in arithmetic, in order to her studying of the globes, and she takes it very well, and I hope, with great pleasure, I shall bring her to understand many fine things. 22nd. Up to the office, where we sat till noon, and then I home to dinner, and after dinner with my wife to her study, and there read some more arithmetic, which she takes with great ease and pleasure. This morning, hearing that the Queen grows worse again, I sent to stop the making of my velvet cloak, till I see whether she lives or dies. So a little abroad about several businesses, and then home into my office till night, and then home to supper, teach my wife, and so to bed. 23rd. Up, and this morning comes Mr. Clark, and tells me that the injunction against Trice is dismissed again, which troubles me much, so I am to look after it in the afternoon. There comes also by appointment my uncle Thomas, to receive the first payment of his daughter's money, but showing of me the original of the deed by which his daughter gives her right to her legacy to him, and the copy of it attested by the scrivener for me to keep by me, I did find some difference, and thereupon did look more into it, and at last did find the whole thing a forgery. Yet he maintained it again and again, upon oath, that it had been signed and sealed by my cousin Mary ever since before her marriage. So I told him to his teeth he did like a knave, and so he did, and went with him to the scrivener at Bedlam, and there found how it came to pass, viz., that he had lost, or pretends to have lost, the true original, and that so he was forced to take this course. But a knave, at least a man that values not what he swears to, I perceive he is. But, however, I am now better able to see myself fully secured before I part with the money, for I find that his son Charles has right to this legacy till the first £100 of his daughter's portion be paid, he being bond for it. So I put him upon getting both his sons to be bound for my security, and so left him, and so home, and then abroad to my brother's, but found him abroad at the young couple that was married yesterday, and he one of the bride's men, a kinswoman Brumfield of the Joyces, married to an upholster. Thence walked to the King's Head at Charing Cross, and there dined, and hear that the Queen slept pretty well last night, but her fever continues upon her still. It seems she hath never a Portuguese doctor here. Thence by appointment to the 6 Clerk's office to meet Mr. Clark, which I did, and there waited all the afternoon for Wilkinson my attorney, but he came not, and so vexed and weary we parted, and I endeavoured but in vain to have found Dr. Williams, of whom I shall have use in Trice's business, but I could not find him. So weary walked home, in my way bought a large kitchen knife and 6 oyster knives. Thence to Mr. Holliard, who tells me that Mullins is dead of his leg cut off the other day, but most basely done. He tells me that there is no doubt but that all my slime do come away in my water, and therefore no fear of the stone, but that my water being so slimy is a good sign. He would have me now and then to take a clyster, the same I did the other day, though I feel no pain, only to keep me loose, and instead of butter, which he would have to be salt butter, he would have me sometimes use 2 or 3 ounces of honey, at other times 2 or 3 ounces of linseed oil. Thence to Mr. Rawlinson's, and saw some of my new bottles made, with my crest upon them, filled with wine, about 5 or 6 dozen. So home, and to my office a little, and thence home to prepare myself against T. Trice, and also to draw a bond fit for my uncle and his sons to enter into, before I pay them the money. That done, to bed. 24th. Up into my office, where busy all the morning about Mr. Gordon's account, and at noon to dinner with him at the Dolphin, where mighty merry, by pleasant stories of Mr. Coventry's and Sir J. Minnes's, which I have put down some of in my book of tales. Just as I was going out, my uncle Thomas came to me with a draft of a bond for him and his sons to sign to me about the payment of the £20 legacy, which I agreed to. But he would fain have had from me the copy of the deed, which he had forged and did bring me yesterday, but I would not give him it. Says he, I perceive then you will keep it to defame me with, and desired me not to speak of it, for he did it innocently. Now I confess I do not find any great hurt in the thing, but only to keep from me a sight of the true original deed, wherein perhaps there was something else that may touch this business of the legacy which he would keep from me, or it may be it is really lost, as he says it is. But then he need not have used such a slight, but confess it without danger. Thence by coach with Mr. Coventry to the Temple, and thence I to the 6 Clerk's office, and discourse with my attorney and solicitor, and he and I to Mr. Turner, who puts me in great fear that I shall not get retained again against Tom Trice, which troubles me. Thence, it being night, homewards, and called at Wotton's, and tried some shoes, but he had none to fit me. He tells me that by the Duke of York's persuasion Harris is come again to Sir W. Davenant upon his terms that he demanded, which will make him very high and proud. Thence to another shop, and there bought me a pair of shoes, and so walked home and to my office, and dispatched letters by the post, and so home to supper and to bed, where to my trouble I find my wife begin to talk of her being alone all day, which is nothing but her lack of something to do, for while she was busy she never or seldom complained. The Queen is in a good way of recovery, and Sir Francis Pridgeon hath got great honour by it, it being all imputed to his cordial, which in her despair did give her rest, and brought her to some hopes of recovery. It seems that after the much talk of troubles and a plot, something is found in the north that a party was to rise, and some persons that were to command it are found, as I find in a letter that Mr. Coventry read to-day about it from those parts. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and my wife and I to church, where it is strange to see how the use, and seeing Pembleton come with his wife thither to church, I begin now to make too great matter of it, which before was so terrible to me. Dined at home, my wife and I alone, a good dinner, and so in the afternoon to church again, where the Scot preached, and I slept most of the afternoon. So home, and my wife and I together all the evening discoursing, and then, after reading my vows to myself, and my wife with her maids, who are mighty busy to get it dispatched because of the mistress' promise, that when it is done they shall have leave all to go see their friends at Westminster, whither my wife will carry them, preparing for their washing tomorrow, we hasten to supper and to bed. 26th. Waked about 1 o'clock in the morning. My wife being waked rung her bell, and the maids rose and went to washing. We to sleep again till 7 o'clock. And then up, and I abroad to look out Dr. Williams, but being gone out I went to Westminster, and there seeing my Lord Sandwich's footman, knew he was come to town, and so I went in and saw him, and received a kind salute from him, but hear that my father is very ill still. Thence to Westminster Hall with Queed, and spent the morning walking there, where, it being term time, I met several persons and talked with them, among others Dr. Pierce, who tells me that the Queen is in a way to be pretty well again, but that her delirium in her head continues still, that she talks idle, not by fits, but always, which in some lasts a week after so high a fever, in some more, and in some for ever. That this morning she talked mightily that she was brought to bed, and that she wondered that she should be delivered without pain, and without spewing or being sick, and that she was troubled that her boy was but an ugly boy. But the King being by, said, No, it is a very pretty boy. Nay, says she, if it be like you, it is a fine boy indeed, and I would be very well pleased with it. The other day she talked mightily of Sir H. Wood's lady's great belly, and said if she should miscarry, he would never get another, and that she never saw such a man as this Sir H. Wood in her life. And seeing of Dr. Pridgeon, she said, Nay, doctor, you need not scratch your head. There is hair little enough already in the place. But methinks it was not handsome for the weaknesses of princes to be talked of thus. Thence Creed and I to the King's Head Ordinary, where much and very good company, among others one very talking man, but a scholar, that would needs put in his discourse and philosophy upon every occasion, and though he did well enough, yet his readiness to speak spoilt all. Here they say that the Turks go on apace, and that my Lord Castlehaven is going to raise 10,000 men here for to go against him, that the King of France do offer to assist the Empire upon condition that he may be their generalissimo, and the Dauphin chosen King of the Romans, and it is said that the King of France do occasion this difference among the Christian princes of the Empire, which gives the Turks such advantages. They say also that the King of Spain is making all imaginable force against Portugal again. Thence Creed and I to 1 or 2 periwig shops about the Temple, having been very much displeased with one that we saw, a head of greasy and old woman's hair, at Jervis's in the morning. And there I think I shall fit myself of one very handsomely made. Thence by coach, my mind being troubled for not meeting with Dr. Williams, to St. Catherine's to look at a Dutch ship or two, for some good handsome maps, but met none, and so back to Cornhill to Moxon's, but it being dark we stayed not to see any, then to coach again, and presently spying Sir W. Batten, I light and took him in and to the Globe in Fleet Street by appointment, where by and by he and I with our solicitor to Sir F. Turner about Field's business, and back to the Globe. And thither I sent for Dr. Williams, and he is willing to swear in my behalf against T. Trice, viz., that at T. Trice's desire we have met to treat about our business. Thence, I drinking no wine, after an hour's stay Sir W. Batten and another, and he drinking, we home by coach, and so to my office and set down my journal, and then home to supper and to bed, my washing being in a good condition over. I did give Dr. Williams 20 shillings to-night, but it was after he had answered me well to what I had to ask him about this business, and it was only what I had long ago in my petty bag book, allotted for him, besides the bill of near £4, which I paid him a good while since, by my brother Tom, for physic for my wife, without any consideration to this business that he is to do for me, as God shall save me. Among the rest, talking of the Emperor at table to-day, one young gentleman, a pretty man, and it seems a Parliament man, did say that he was a sot, for he minded nothing of the government, but was led by the Jesuits. Several at table took him up, some for saying that he was a sot in being led by the Jesuits, who are the best counsel he can take. Another commander, a Scottish colonel, who I believe had several under him, that he was a man that had thus long kept out the Turk till now, and did many other great things. And lastly, Mr. Rogers, one of our courtiers, who told him that it was not a thing to be said of any sovereign prince, be his weaknesses what they will, to be called a sot, which methinks was very prettily said. 27th. Up, and my uncle Thomas and his scrivener bringing me a bond and affidavit to my mind, I paid him his £20 for his daughter's legacy, and £5 more for a quarter's annuity, in the manner expressed in each acquittance, to which I must be referred on any future occasion, and to the bond and affidavit. Thence to the office, and there sat till noon, and then home to dinner, and after dinner, it being a fowl house to-day among my maids, making up their clothes, abroad with my Will with me, by coach to Dr. Williams, and with him to the 6 Clerk's office, and there, by advice of his acquaintance, I find that my case, through my neglect and the neglect of my lawyers, is come to be very bad, so as that it would be very hard to get my bill retained again. However, I got him to sign and swear an affidavit that there was treaties between T. Trice and me, with as much advantage as I could for me, but I will say that for him he was most exact as ever I saw man in my life, word by word what it was that he swore to, and though, God forgive me, I could have been almost naturally willing to have let him ignorantly have sworn to something that was not of itself very certain either or no, yet out of his own conscience and care he altered the words himself, so as to make them very safe for him to swear. This I carrying to my clerk Wilkinson, and telling him how I heard matters to stand, he, like a conceited fellow, made nothing of it, but advised me to offer Trice's clerks the cost of the dismission, viz. 46 shillings 8d, which I did, but they would not take it without his client. Immediately thereupon we parted, and met T. Trice coming into the room, and he came to me and served me with a subpoena for these very costs, so I paid it him. But, Lord! To see his resolution, and indeed discretion in the wording of his receipt! He would have it most expressed to my greatest disadvantage that could be, yet so as I could not deny to give it him. That being paid, my clerk, and then his, began to ask why we could not think, being friends, of referring it, or stating it first ourselves, and then put it to some good lawyer to judge in it. From one word to more, we were resolved to try, and to that end to step to the Pope's Head Tavern, and there he and his clerk and attorney, and I and my clerk, and sent for Mr. Smallwood, and by and by comes Mr. Clark, my solicitor, and after I had privately discoursed with my men and seen how doubtfully they talked, and what future certain charge and trouble it would be with a doubtful victory, I resolved to condescend very low, and after some talk altogether, Trice and I retired, and he came to £150 the lowest, and I bid him £80, so broke off, and then went to our company, and they putting us to a second private discourse, at last I was contented to give him £100, he to spend 40 shillings of it among this good company that was with us. So we went to our company, both seeming well pleased that we are come to an end, and indeed I am, in the respects above said, though it be a great sum for us to part with. I am to pay him by giving him leave to buy about £40 worth of Pigot's land, and to strike off so much of Pigot's debt, and the other to give him bond to pay him in 12 months after without interest, only giving him a power to buy more land of Pigot, and paying him that way, as he did for the other, which I am well enough contented with, or at least to take the land at that price, and give him the money. This last I did not tell him, but I shall order it so. Having agreed upon tomorrow come se'nnight for the spending of the 40 shillings at Mr. Rawlinson's, we parted, and I set T. Trice down in Paul's churchyard, and I by coach home and to my office, and there set down this day's passages, and so home to supper and to bed. Mr. Coventry tells me to-day that the Queen had a very good night last night, but yet it is strange that still she raves and talks of little more than of her having of children, and fancies now that she hath 3 children, and that the girl is very like the king. And this morning about 5 o'clock waked, the physician feeling her pulse, thinking to be better able to judge, she being still and asleep, waked her, and the first word she said was, "How do the children?" 28th. Up, and at my office all the morning, and at noon Mr. Creed came to me and dined with me, and after dinner Murford came to me, and he and I discoursed wholly upon his breach of contract with us. After that, Mr. Creed and I abroad, I doing several errands, and with him at last to the great coffee house, and there after some common discourse we parted, and I home, paying what I owed at the Mitre in my way. And at home, Simpson the joiner coming, he set up my press for my cloaks and other small things, and so to my office a little, and to supper and to bed. This morning Mr. Blackburn came to me, and telling me what complaints Will made of the usage he had from my wife, and other discouragements, and I seeing him, instead of advising, rather favouring his kinsman, I told him freely my mind, but friendlily. And so we have concluded to have him have a lodging elsewhere, and that I will spare him £15 of his salary, and if I do not need to keep another, £20. 29th. Up, it being my Lord Mayor's day, Sir Anthony Bateman. This morning was brought home my new velvet cloak, that is lined with velvet, a good cloth the outside, the first that ever I had in my life, and I pray God it may not be too soon now that I begin to wear it. I had it this day brought, thinking to have worn it to dinner, but I thought it would be better to go without it because of the crowd, and so I did not wear it. We met a little at the office, and then home again, and got me ready to go forth, my wife being gone forth by my consent before, to see her father and mother, and taken her cook-maid and little girl to Westminster with her, for them to see their friends. This morning, in dressing myself, and wanting a band, I found all my bands that were newly made clean so ill smooth that I crumpled them, and flung them all on the ground, and was angry with Jane, which made the poor girl mighty sad, so that I were troubled for it afterwards. At noon I went forth, and by coach to Guildhall, by the way calling at Mr. Rawlinson's, and there was admitted, and meeting with Mr. Proby, Sir R. Ford's son, and Lieutenant Colonel Barron, a city commander, we went up and down to see the tables, where under every salt there was a bill of fare, and at the end of the table the persons proper for the table. Many were the tables, but none in the hall but the mayors and the lords of the Privy Council that had napkins, or knives, which was very strange. We went into the buttery, and there stayed and talked, and then into the hall again, and there wine was offered, and they drunk, I only drinking some hippocras, which do not break my vow, it being, to the best of my present judgment, only a mixed compound drink, and not any wine. If I am mistaken, God forgive me, but I hope and do think I am not. By and by met with Creed, and we with the others went within the several courts, and there saw the tables prepared for the ladies and judges and bishops, all great sign of a great dinner to come. By and by, about 1 o'clock, before the Lord Mayor came, come into the hall from the room where they were first led into, the Lord Chancellor, Archbishop before him, with the Lords of the Council, and other bishops, and they to dinner. Anon comes the Lord Mayor, who went up to the Lords, and then to the other tables to bid welcome, and so all to dinner. I sat near Proby, Baron, and Creed at the merchant strangers' table, where 10 good dishes to a mess, with plenty of wine of all sorts, of which I drunk none. But it was very unpleasing that we had no napkins nor change of trenchers, and drunk out of earthen pitchers and wooden dishes. It happened that after the Lords had half dined, came the French ambassador up to the Lord's table, where he was to have sat, but finding the table set, he would not sit down nor dine with the Lord Mayor, who was not yet come, nor have a table to himself, which was offered, but in a discontent went away again. After I had dined, I and Creed rose and went up and down the house, and up to the ladies' room, and there stayed gazing upon them. But though there were many and fine, both young and old, yet I could not discern one handsome face there, which was very strange, nor did I find the lady that young Dawes married so pretty as I took her for, I having here an opportunity of looking much upon her very near. I expected music, but there was none, but only trumpets and drums, which displeased me. The dinner, it seems, is made by the Mayor and 2 sheriffs for the time being, the Lord Mayor paying one half, and they the other, and the whole, Proby says, is reckoned to come to about 700 or 800 pounds at most. Being wearied with looking upon a company of ugly women, Creed and I went away, and took coach, and through Cheapside, and there saw the pageants, which were very silly, and thence to the Temple, where meeting Greater X, he and we to Hercules' Pillars, there to show me the manner of his going about of draining of fens, which I desired much to know. But it did not appear very satisfactory to me, as he discoursed it, and I doubt he will fail in it. Thence I by coach home, and there found my wife come home, and by came my brother Tom, with whom I was very angry for not sending me a bill with my things, so as that I think never to have more work done by him, if ever he serves me so again, and so I told him. The consideration of laying out 32 pounds 12 shillings this very month, in his very work, troubles me also, and one thing more, that is to say, that Will having been at home all the day, I doubt is the occasion that Jane has spoken to her mistress to-night that she sees she cannot please us, and will look out to provide herself elsewhere, which do trouble both of us, and we wonder also at her. But yet, when the rogue is gone, I do not fear but the wench will do well. To the office a little, to set down my journal, and so home late to supper and to bed. The Queen mends apace, they say, but yet talks idle still. 30th. Lay long in bed with my wife, and then up and a while at my office, and so to the Change, and so home again, and there I found my wife in a great passion with her maids. I upstairs to set some things in order in our chamber and wardrobe, and so to dinner upon a good dish of stewed beef, then up again about my business. Then by coach with my wife to the New Exchange, and there bought and paid for several things, and then back, calling at my periwig maker's, and there showed my wife the periwig made for me, and she likes it very well, and so to my brother's, and to buy a pair of bodice for her, and so home and to my office late. And then home to my wife, purposing to go on to a new lesson in arithmetic with her. So to supper and to bed. The Queen mends apace, but her head still light. My mind very heavy, thinking of my great layings out lately, and what they must still be for clothes. But I hope it is in order to getting of something the more by it, for I perceive how I have hitherto suffered for lack of going as becomes my place. After a little discourse with my wife upon arithmetic, to bed. 31st. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Creed came and dined with me, and after dinner he and I upstairs, and I showed him my velvet cloak and other things of clothes that I have lately bought, which he likes very well, and I took his opinion as to some things of clothes which I purpose to wear, being resolved to go a little handsomer than I have hitherto. Thence to the office, where busy till night, and then to prepare my monthly account, about which I stayed till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and to my great sorrow find myself £43 worse than I was the last month, which was then £760, and now it is but £717. But it hath chiefly arisen from my layings out in clothes for myself and wife, viz. For her about £12, and for myself £55, or thereabouts, having made myself a velvet cloak, 2 new cloth suits, black, plain both, a new shag gown, trimmed with gold buttons and twist, with a new hat, and silk tops for my legs, and many other things, being resolved henceforward to go like myself. And also 2 periwigs, one whereof cost me £3, and the other 40s. I have worn neither yet, but will begin next week, God willing. So that I hope I shall not need now to lay out more money a great while, I having laid out in clothes for myself and wife, and for her closet, and other things without, these 2 months, this and the last, besides household expenses of victuals, etc., above £110. But I hope I shall with more comfort labour to get more, and with better success than when, for want of clothes, I was forced to sneak like a beggar. Having done this, I went home, and after supper to bed, my mind being eased in knowing my condition, though troubled to think that I have been forced to spend so much. Thus I end this month worth £717 or thereabouts, with a good deal of good goods more than I had, and a great deal of new and good clothes. My greatest trouble and my wife's is our family, mighty out of order by this fellow Will's corrupting the maids by his idle talk and carriage, which we are going to remove by hastening him out of the house, which his uncle Blackburn is upon doing, and I am to give him £20 per annum toward his maintenance. The Queen continues light-headed, but in hopes to recover. The plague is much in Amsterdam, and we in fears of it here, which God defend. The Turk goes on mightily in the Emperor's dominions, and the princes cannot agree among themselves how to go against him. Myself in pretty good health now, after being ill this month for a week together, but cannot yet come to, being so costive. But for this month almost I have not had a good natural stool, but to this hour am forced to take physic every night, which brings me neither but 1 stool, and that in the morning as soon as I am up, all the rest of the day very costive. My father has been very ill in the country, but I hope better again now. I am lately come to a conclusion with Tom Trice to pay him £100, which is a great deal of money, but I hope it will save a great deal more. But thus everything lessens which I have and am like to have, and therefore I must look about me to get something more than just my salary, or else I may resolve to live well and die a beggar. End of October. November, Part 1 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. November 1663, Part 1. November 1st, Lord's Day. This morning my brother's man brought me a new black baize waistcoat, faced with silk, which I put on from this day, laying by half-shirts for this winter. He brought me also my new gown of purple shag, trimmed with gold, very handsome. He also brought me, as a gift from my brother, a velvet hat, very fine to ride in, and the fashion, which pleases me very well, to which end I believe he sent it me, for he knows I had lately been angry with him. Up and to church with my wife, and at noon dined at home alone, a good calf's head boiled, and dumplings. An excellent dinner, methought it was. Then to church again, whither Sir W. Pen came, the first time he has been at church these several months, he having been sick all the while. Home and to my office, where I taught my wife some part of subtraction, and then fell myself to set some papers of my last night's accounts in order, and so to supper home, and after supper another bout at arithmetic with my wife. And then to my office again, and made an end of my papers, and so home to prayers, and then to read my vows, and to bed. 2nd. Up and by coach to Whitehall, and there in the long matted gallery I find Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnes, and Sir W. Batten. And by comes the King to walk there with 3 or 4 with him, and soon as he saw us, says he, "Here is the Navy Office," and there walked 20 turns the length of the gallery, talking methought, but ordinary talk. By came the Duke, and he walked, and at last they went into the Duke's lodgings. The King stayed so long that we could not discourse with the Duke, and so we parted. I heard the Duke say that he was going to wear a periwig, and they say the King also will. I never till this day observed that the King is mighty grey. Thence, meeting with Creed, walked with him to Westminster Hall, and thence by coach took up Mrs. Hunt, and carried her towards my house, and we light at the Change, and sent her to my house, Creed and I to the coffee-house, and then to the Change, and so home, and carried a barrel of oysters with us, and so to dinner. And after a good dinner, left Mrs. Hunt and my wife making marmalade of quinces, and Creed and I to the periwig makers, but it being dark, concluded of nothing, and so Creed went away, and I with Sir W. Pen, who spied me in the street, in his coach home. There found them busy still, and I up to my vial. Anon, the confiture being well done, my wife and I took Mrs. Hunt at almost 9 at night by coach, and carried Mrs. Hunt home, and did give her a box of sugar and a haunch of venison given me by my lady the other day. We did not light, but saw her within doors, and straight home, where after supper, there happening some discourse where my wife thought she had taken Jane in a lie, she told me of it mighty triumphantly, but I, not seeing reason to conclude it a lie, was vexed, and my wife and I to very high words, wherein I up to my chamber, and she by and by followed me up, and to very bad words from her to me, calling me perfidious and man of no conscience, whatever I pretend to, and I know not what, which troubled me mightily. And though I would allow something to her passion, yet I see again and again that she spoke but somewhat of what she had in her heart. But I tempered myself very well, so as that though we went to bed with discontent, she yielded to me and began to be fond, so that being willing myself to peace, we did before we sleep become very good friends, it being past 12 o'clock, and so with good hearts and joy to rest. 3rd. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning, and at noon to the coffee-house, and there heard a long and most passionate discourse between 2 doctors of physic, of which one was Dr. Allen, whom I knew at Cambridge, and a couple of apothecaries, these maintaining chemistry against them galenical physic. And the truth is, one of the apothecaries whom they charge most did speak very prettily, that is, his language and sense good, though perhaps he might not be so knowing a physician as to offer to contest with them. At last they came to some cooler terms, and broke up. I home, and there Mr. Moore coming by my appointment dined with me, and after dinner came Mr. Goldsborough, and we discoursed about the business of his mother, but could come to no agreement in it, but parted dissatisfied. By and by comes Chapman, the periwig maker, and upon my liking it, without more ado I went up, and there he cut off my hair, which went a little to my heart at present to part with it, but it being over, and my periwig on, I paid him 3 pounds for it, and away went he with my own hair to make up another of, and I by and by, after I had caused all my maids to look upon it, and they conclude it do become me, though Jane was mightily troubled for my parting of my own hair, and so was Bess, I went abroad to the coffee-house, and coming back went to Sir W. Pen, and there sat with him and Captain Cock till late at night, Cock talking of some of the Roman history very well, he having a good memory. Sir W. Pen observed mightily, and discoursed much upon my cutting off my hair, as he do of everything that concerns me, but it is over, and so I perceive, after a day or 2, it will be no great matter. 4th. Up into my office, shewing myself to Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes, and no great matter made of my periwig, as I was afeard there would be. Among other things, there came to me Shales of Portsmouth by my order, and I began to discourse with him about the arrears of stores belonging to the victualling office there, and by his discourse I am in some hopes that if I can get a grant from the King of such a part of all I discover, I may chance to find a way to get something by the by, which do greatly please me the very thoughts of. Home to dinner, and very pleasant with my wife, who is this day also herself making of marmalade of quince, which she now do very well herself. I left her at it, and by coach I to the New Exchange, and several places, to buy and bring home things. Among others, a case I bought of the trunk-makers for my periwig, and so home and to my office late, and among other things wrote a letter to Will's uncle to hasten his removal from me, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning Captain Cock did give me a good account of the Guinea trade, The Queen is in a great way to recovery. This noon came John Tangier to me in a pickle. I was sad to see him, desiring my good word for him to go a trooper to Tangier, but I did school him, and sent him away with good advice, but no present encouragement. Presently after I had a letter from his poor father at Cambridge, who is broke, it seems, and desires me to get him a protection or a place of employment. But, poor man, I doubt I can help him, but will endeavour it. 5th. Lay long in bed. Then up, called by Captain Cock about business of a contract of his for some tar, and so to the office. And then to Sir W. Pen, and there talked, and he being gone came Sir W. Warren, and discoursed about our business with Field, and at noon by agreement to the Mitre to dinner upon tea trices 40 shillings, to be spent upon our late agreement. Here was a very poor dinner, and great company. All our lawyers on both sides, and several friends of his, and some of mine brought by him, viz. Mr. Moore, Uncle White, Dr. Williams, and my cousin Tangier, that lives here in town, who, Captain John Shales, after dinner carried me aside, and showed me a letter from his poor brother at Cambridge to me, of the same contents with that yesterday to me, desiring help from me. Here I was among a sorry company without any content or pleasure, and at the last the reckoning coming to above 40 shillings by 15 shillings, he would have me pay the 10 shillings, and he would pay the 5 shillings, which was so poor that I was ashamed of it, and did it only to save contending with him. There, after agreeing a day for him and I to meet and seal our agreement, I parted and home. And at the office by agreement came Mr. Shales, and there he and I discoursed till late, the business of his helping me in the discovery of some arrears of provisions and stores due to the stores at Portsmouth, out of which I may chance to get some money, and save the king some too. And therefore I shall endeavour to do the fellow some right in other things here to his advantage between Mr. Gordon and him. He gone, my wife and I to her arithmetic, in which she pleases me well, and so to the office, there set down my journal, and so home to supper and to bed. A little troubled to see how my family is out of order by Will's being there, and also to hear that Jane do not please my wife as I expected, and would have wished. 6th. This morning waking, my wife was mighty earnest with me to persuade me that she should prove with child since last night, which, if it be, let it come, and welcome. Up to my office, whither Commissioner Pett came, newly come out of the country, and he and I walked together in the garden, talking of business a great while, and I perceived that by our countenancing of him he do begin to pluck up his head, and will do good things, I hope, in the yard. Thence, he being gone, to my office, and there dispatched many people, and at noon to the Change, to the coffee-house, and among other things heard Sir John Cutler say, that of his own experience in time of thunder, so many barrels of beer as have a piece of iron laid upon them will not be soured, and the others will. Thence to the Change, and there discourse with many people, and I hope to settle again to my business, and revive my report of following of business, which by my being taken off for a while by sickness, and laying out of money, has slackened for a little while. Home, and there found Mrs. Hunt, who dined very merry, good woman, with us. After dinner came in Captain Grove, and he and I alone to talk of many things, and among many others of the fishery, in which he gives me such hopes that being at this time full of projects, how to get a little honestly, of which some of them, I trust, in God will take. I resolved this afternoon to go and consult my Lord Sandwich about it, and so, being to carry home Mrs. Hunt, I took her and my wife by coach, and set them at Axe Yard, and I to my Lord's, and thither sent for Creed, and discoursed with him about it, and he and I to Whitehall, where Sir G. Carteret and my Lord met me very fortunately, and wondered first to see me in my peruke, and I am glad it is over. And then, Sir G. Carteret being gone, I took my Lord aside, who do give me the best advice he can, and telling me how there are some projectors, by name Sir Edward Ford, who would have the making of farthings, and out of that give so much to the king for the maintenance of the fishery. But my Lord do not like that, but would have it go as they offered the last year, and so, upon my desire, he promises me, when it is seasonable, to bring me into the commission with others, if any of them take, and I perceive he and Mr. Coventry are resolved to follow it hard. Thence, after walking a good while in the long gallery, home to my Lord's lodging, my Lord telling me how my father did desire him to speak to me about my giving of my sister something, which do vex me to see that he should trouble my Lord in it, but, however, it is a good occasion for me to tell my Lord my condition, and so I was glad of it. After that, we begun to talk of the court, and he tells me how Mr. Edward Montague begins to show respect to him again after his endeavouring to bespatter him all was possible, but he is resolved never to admit him into his friendship again. He tells me how he and Sir H. Bennet, the Duke of Buckingham, and his Duchess, was of a committee with somebody else for the getting of Mrs. Stuart for the king, but that she proves a cunning slut, and is advised at Somerset House by the Queen Mother, and by her mother, and so all the plot is spoiled, and the whole committee broke. Mr. Montague and the Duke of Buckingham fallen a pieces, the Duchess going to a nunnery, and so Montague begins to enter friendship with my Lord, and to attend the Chancellor whom he had deserted. My Lord tells me that Mr. Montague, among other things, did endeavour to represent him to the Chancellor's sons as one that did desert their father in the business of my Lord of Bristol, which is most false, being the only man that hath several times dined with him when no soul hath come to him, and went with him that very day home when the Earl impeached him in the Parliament House, and hath refused ever to pay a visit to my Lord of Bristol, not so much as in return to a visit of his. So that the Chancellor and my Lord are well known and trusted one by another. But yet my Lord blames the Chancellor for desiring to have it put off to the next session of Parliament, contrary to my Lord Treasurer's advice, to whom he swore he would not do it, and perhaps my Lord Chancellor, for aught I see by my Lord's discourse, may suffer by it when the Parliament comes to sit. My Lord tells me that he observes the Duke of York to follow and understand business very well, and is mightily improved thereby. Here Mr. Paget coming in, I left my Lord and him, and thence I called my wife and her maid Jane, and by coach home and to my office, where late writing some things against tomorrow, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning Mr. Blackburn came to me to let me know that he had got a lodging very commodious for his kinsman, and so he is ready at my pleasure to go when I would bid him, and so I told him that I would in a day or two send to speak with him, and he and I would talk and advise Will what to do, of which I am very glad. 7th. Up into the office, where we sat all the morning, and Sir W. Pen and I had a word or two, whereby opposing him in not being willing to excuse a mulct put upon the purser of the James, absent from duty, he says, by his business and order, he was mighty angry, and went out of the office like an ass discontented. At which I am never a whit sorry. I would not have him think that I dare not oppose him, where I see reason and cause for it. Home to dinner, and then by coach abroad about several businesses to several places, among others to Westminster Hall, where seeing Howlett's daughter going out of the other end of the hall, I followed her if I would to have offered talk to her, and dallied with her a little, but I could not overtake her. Then calling at unthanks for something of my wife's not done, a pretty little gentlewoman, a lodger there, came out to tell me that it was not yet done, which though it vexed me, yet I took opportunity of taking her by the hand with the boot, and so found matter to talk a little the longer to her. But I was ready to laugh at myself to see how my anger would not operate, my disappointment coming to me by such a messenger. Thence to Doctors' Commons, and there consulted Dr. Turner about some differences we have with the officers of the East India ships about goods brought by them without paying freight, which we demand of them. So home to my office, and there late writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed, having got a scurvy cold by lying cold in my head the last night. This day Captain Taylor brought me a piece of plate, a little small state dish, he expecting that I should get him some allowance for demurrage of his ship William kept long at Tangier, which I shall and may justly do. 8th, Lord's Day. Up, and it being late, to church without my wife, and there I saw Pembleton come into the church and bring his wife with him, a good, comely, plain woman, and by my wife came after me all alone, which I was a little vexed at. I found that my coming in a periwig did not prove so strange to the world as I was afeard it would, for I thought that all the church would presently have cast their eyes all upon me, but I found no such thing. Here an ordinary lazy sermon of Mr. Mills, and then home to dinner, and there Tom came and dined with us, and after dinner to talk about a new black cloth suit that I have a making, and so at church time to church again, where the Scot preached, and I slept most of the time. Thence home, and I spent most of the evening upon Fuller's Church History and Berkeley's Organy, and so after supper to prayers and to bed, a little fearing my pain coming back again, myself continuing as costive as ever, and my physic ended. But I had sent a porter to-day for more, and it was brought me before I went to bed, and so with pretty good content to bed. 9th. Up, and found myself very well, and so by coach to Whitehall, and there met all my fellow officers, and so to the Duke, where, when we came into his closet, he told us that Mr. Pepys was so altered with his new periwig that he did not know him. So to our discourse, and among and above other things, we were taken up in talking upon Sir J. Lawson's coming home, he being come to Portsmouth, and Captain Berkeley is come to town with a letter from the Duana of Algier to the King, wherein they do demand again the searching of our ships and taking out of strangers and their goods, and that what English ships are taken without the Duke's pass they will detain, though it be flat contrary to the words of the peace, as prizes, till they do hear from our King, which they advise him may be speedy. And this they did the very next day after they had received with great joy the Grand Signior's confirmation of the peace from Constantinople by Captain Berkeley, so that there is no command nor certainty to be had of these people. The King is resolved to send his will by a fleet of ships, and it is thought best and speediest to send these very ships that are now come home, 5 sail of good ships, back again after cleaning, victualling, and paying them. But it is a pleasant thing to think how their Basha, Shavan Aga, did tear his hair to see the soldiers order things thus. For, just like his late predecessor, when they see the evil of war with England, then for certain they complain to the Grand Signior of him, and cut his head off. This he is sure of, and knows as certain. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I met with Mr. Pierce, surgeon, and among other things he asked me seriously whether I knew anything of my lord's being out of favour with the king, and told me that for certain the king do take mighty notice of my lord's living obscurely in a corner not like himself, and becoming the honour that he is come to. I was sorry to hear, and the truth is, from my lord's discourse among his people, which I am told, of the uncertainty of princes' favours, and his melancholy keeping from court, I am doubtful of some such thing. But I seemed wholly strange to him in it, but will make my use of it. He told me also how loose the court is, nobody looking after business, but every man his lust and gain, and how the king is now become besotted upon Mrs. Stewart, that he gets into corners, and will be with her half an hour together kissing her to the observation of all the world, and she now stays by herself, and expects it, as my Lady Castlemaine did used to do, to whom the king, he says, is still kind, so as now and then he goes to have a chat with her, as he believes, but with no such fondness as he used to do. But yet it is thought that this new wench is so subtle, that she lets him not do anything that is safe to her, but yet his doting is so great that, Pierce tells me, it is verily thought if the Queen had died, he would have married her. The Duke of Monmouth is to have part of the cockpit new built for lodgings for him, and they say to be made captain of the guards in the room of my Lord Gerard. Having thus talked with him, there comes into the hall Creed and Ned Pickering, and after a turn or two with them, it being noon, I walked with them to the King's Head Ordinary, and there we dined. Little discourse but what was common, only that the Duke of York is a very desperate huntsman, but I was ashamed of Pickering, who could not forbear having up my Lord Sandwich now and then in the most paltry matters abominable. Thence I took leave of them, and so having taken up something at my wife's tailor's, I home by coach, and there to my office, whither Shales came, and I had much discourse with him about the business of the victualling, and thence in the evening to the coffee-house, and there sat till by and by appointment, Will brought me word that his uncle Blackburn was ready to speak with me. So I went down to him, and he and I to a tavern hard by, and there I begun to speak to Will friendlily, advising him how to carry himself now he is going from under my roof, without any reflections upon the occasion from whence his removal arose. This his uncle seconded, and after laying down to him his duty to me and what I expect of him, in a discourse of about a quarter of an hour or more, we agreed upon his going this week, towards the latter end of the week, and so dismissed him, and Mr. Blackburn and I fell to talk of many things, wherein I did speak so freely to him in many things agreeing with his sense, that he was very open to me. First, in that of religion, he makes it great matter of prudence for the king and council to suffer liberty of conscience, and imputes the loss of Hungary to the Turk from the emperor's denying them this liberty of their religion. He says that many pious ministers of the word of God, some thousands of them, do now beg their bread, and told me how highly the present clergy carry themselves everywhere, so as that they are hated and laughed at by everybody, among other things, for their excommunications, which they send upon the least occasions almost that can be. And I am convinced in my judgment, not only from his discourse, but my thoughts in general, that the present clergy will never heartily go down with the generality of the commons of England. They have been so used to liberty and freedom, and they are so acquainted with the pride and debauchery of the present clergy. He did give me many stories of the affronts which the clergy receive in all places of England from the gentry and ordinary persons of the parish. He did tell me what the city thinks of General Monk, as of a most perfidious man that hath betrayed everybody, and the king also, who, as he thinks, and his party, and so I have heard other good friends of the king say, it might have been better for the king to have had his hands a little bound for the present, than be forced to bring such a crew of poor people about him, and be liable to satisfy the demands of every one of them. He told me that to his knowledge, being present at every meeting at the treaty at the Isle of Wight, that the old king did confess himself overruled and convinced in his judgment against the bishops, and would have suffered and did agree to exclude the service out of the churches, nay, his own chapel, and that he did always say, that this he did not by force, for that he would never abate 1 inch by any violence, but what he did was out of his reason and judgment. He tells me that the king by name, with all his dignities, is prayed for by them that they call fanatics, as heartily and powerfully as in any of the other churches that are thought better, and that let the king think what he will, it is them that must help him in the day of war. For as they are the most, so generally they are the most substantial sort of people, and the soberest, and did desire me to observe it to my Lord Sandwich, among other things, that of all the old army now, you cannot see a man begging about the street, but what? You shall have this captain turned a shoemaker, the lieutenant a baker, this a brewer, that a haberdasher, this common soldier a porter, and every man in his apron and frock, etc., as if they never had done anything else. Whereas the others go with their belts and swords, swearing and cursing and stealing, running into people's houses by force oftentimes to carry away something, and this is the difference between the temper of one and the other, and concludes, and I think with some reason, that the spirits of the old Parliament soldiers are so quiet and contented with God's providences, that the king is safer from any evil meant him by them 1,000 times more than from his own discontented cavalier. And then to the public management of business, it is done, as he observes, so loosely and so carelessly, that the kingdom can never be happy with it, every man looking after himself and his own lust and luxury. Among other things he instanced in the business of money, he do believe that half of what money the Parliament gives the king is not so much as gathered. And to the purpose he told me how the Bellamys, who had some of the northern counties assigned them for their debt for the petty warrant victualling, have often complained to him that they cannot get it collected, for that nobody minds, or if they do, they won't pay it in. Whereas, which is a very remarkable thing, he hath been told by some of the treasurers at war here of late, to whom the most of the £120,000 monthly was paid, that for most months the payments were gathered so duly, that they seldom had so much or more than 40 shillings or the like short in the whole collection. Whereas now the very commissioners for assessments and other public payments are such persons, and those that they choose in the country so like themselves, that from top to bottom there is not a man careful of anything, or if he be, he is not solvent. That, what between the beggar and the knave, the king is abused the best part of all his revenue. From thence we began to talk of the navy, and particularly of Sir W. Penn, of whose rise to be a general I had a mind to be informed. He told me he was always a conceited man, and one that would put the best side outward, but that it was his pretence of sanctity that brought him into play. Lawson and Portman and the Fifth Monarchy men, among whom he was a great brother, importuned that he might be general, and it was pleasant to see how Blackburn himself did act it, how, when the commissioners of the Admiralty would inquire of the captains and admirals of such and such men, how they would with a sigh, and casting up the eye, say, "Such a man fears the Lord," or "I hope such a man hath the Spirit of God," and such things as that. But he tells me that there was a cruel articling against Penn after one fight, for cowardice, in putting himself within a coil of cables, of which he had much ado to acquit himself, and by great friends did it, not without remains of guilt, but that his brethren had a mind to pass it by. And Sir H. Vane did advise him to search his heart, and see whether this fault, or a greater sin, was not the occasion of this so great trial. And he tells me, that what Penn gives out about Cromwell's sending and entreating him to go to Jamaica is very false. He knows the contrary. Besides, the Protector never was a man that needed to send for any man, especially such a one as he, twice. He tells me that the business of Jamaica did miscarry absolutely by his pride, and that when he was in the Tower he would cry like a child. This he says of his own personal knowledge, and lastly tells me that just upon the turn, when Monk was come from the north to the city, and did begin to think of bringing in the king, Penn was then turned Quaker. This he is most certain of. He tells me that Lawson was never counted anything but only a seaman, and a stout man, but a false man, and that now he appears the greatest hypocrite in the world, and Penn the same. He tells me that it is much talked of that the king intends to legitimate the Duke of Monmouth, and that he has not, nor his friends of his persuasion, have any hopes of getting their consciences at liberty, but by God Almighty's turning of the king's heart, which they expect, and are resolved to live and die in quiet hopes of it, but never to repine, or act anything more than by prayers towards it, and that not only himself but all of them have, and are willing at any time to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy. Thus far, and upon many more things, we had discoursed, when some persons in a room hard by began to sing in 3 parts very finely, and to play upon a flageolet so pleasantly, that my discourse afterwards was but troublesome, and I could not attend it, and so anon, considering of a sudden the time of night, we found it 11 o'clock, which I thought it had not been by 2 hours. But we were close in talk, and so we rose, he having drunk some wine, and I some beer and sugar, and so by a fair moonshine home and to bed, my wife troubled with toothache. Mr. Blackburn observed further to me some certain notice that he had of the present plot so much talked of, that he was told by Mr. Rushworth how one Captain Oates, a great discoverer, did employ several to bring and seduce others into a plot, and that one of his agents met with one that would not listen to him, nor conceal what he had offered him, but so detected the trépan. This, he says, is most true. He also, among other instances how the king is served, did much insist upon the cowardice and corruption of the king's guards and militia, which to be sure will fail the king as they have done already, when there will be occasion for them. 10th. Up and to the office, where we sat till noon, and then to the Exchange, where spoke with several, and had my head casting about how to get a penny, and I hope I shall, and then home, and there Mr. Moore by appointment dined with me, and after dinner all the afternoon till night drawing a bond, and release against tomorrow for T. Trice, and I to come to a conclusion in which I proceed with great fear and jealousy, knowing him to be a rogue, and one that I fear has at this time got too great a hank over me by the neglect of my lawyers. But among other things, I am come to an end with Mr. Moore for £32, a good while lying in my hand of my Lord Privy Seal's, which he for the odd £7 to give me a bond to secure me against, and so I got £25 clear. Then he being gone, to the office, and there late setting down yesterday's remarkable discourses, and so home and to supper, late and to bed. The Queen, I hear, is now very well again, and that she hath bespoke herself a new gown. 11th. Up into my office all the morning, and at noon to the coffee-house, where with Dr. Allen some good discourse about physic and chemistry, and among other things, I telling him what dribble the German doctor do offer of an instrument to sink ships. He tells me that which is more strange, that something made of gold, which they call in chemistry aurum fulminans, a grain, I think he said, of it put into a silver spoon and fired, will give a blow like a musket, and strike a hole through the spoon downward, without the least force upward, and this he can make a cheaper experiment of, he says, with iron prepared. Thence to the Change, and being put off a meeting with T. Trice, he not coming, I home to dinner, and after dinner by coach with my wife to my periwig maker's for my second periwig, but it is not done, and so, calling at a place or two, home, and there to my office, and there taught my wife a new lesson in arithmetic, and so sent her home, and I to several businesses, and so home to supper and to bed, being mightily troubled with a cold in my stomach and head, with a great pain by coughing. 12th. Lay long in bed, indeed too long, divers people and the officers staying for me. My cousin Thomas Pepys, the executor, being below, and I went to him and stated reckonings about our debt, for his payments of money to my uncle Thomas heretofore by the captain's orders. I did not pay him, but will soon do it, if I can. To the office, and there all the morning, where Sir W. Pen, like a coxcomb, was so ready to cross me in a motion I made unawares for the entering a man at Chatham into the works, wherein I was vexed to see his spleen, but glad to understand it, and that it was in no greater a matter, I being not at all concerned here. To the Change, and did several businesses there, and so home with Mr. Moore to dinner, my wife having dined, with Mr. Hollyard with her to-day, he being come to advise her about her hollow sore place. After dinner, Mr. Moore and I discoursing of my Lord's negligence in attendance at court, and the discourse the world makes of it, with the too great reason that I believe there is for it, I resolved and took coach to his lodgings, thinking to speak with my Lord about it without more ado. Here I met Mr. Howe, and he and I largely about it, and he very soberly acquainted me how things are with my Lord, that my Lord do not do anything like himself, but follows his folly, and spends his time either at cards at court with the ladies, when he is there at all, or else at Chelsea with the slut, to his great disgrace. And indeed I do see and believe that my Lord do apprehend that he do grow less too at court. Anon my Lord do come in, and I begun to fall in discourse with him, but my heart did misgive me that my Lord would not take it well, and then found him not in a humour to talk, and so after a few ordinary words, my Lord not talking in the manner as he uses to do, I took leave, and spent some time with W. Howe again, and told him how I could not do what I had so great a mind and resolution to do, but that I thought it would be as well to do it in writing, which he approves of, and so I took leave of him, and by coach home, my mind being full of it, and in pain concerning it. So to my office busy very late, the nights running on faster than one thinks, and so to supper and to bed. 13th. Up into my office, busy all the morning with Commissioner Pett. At noon, I to the Exchange, and meeting Shales, he and I to the coffee-house, and there talked of our victualling matters, which I fear will come to little. However, I will go on and carry it as far as I can. So home to dinner, where I expected Commissioner Pett, and had a good dinner, but he came not. After dinner came my periwig maker, and brings me a second periwig, made of my own hair, which comes to 21 shillings 6 more than the worth of my own hair, so that they both come to £4 1 shilling 6, which he saith will serve me 2 years, but I fear it. He being gone, I to my office, and put on my new shag purple gown, with gold buttons and loop lace, I being a little fearful of taking cold, and of pain coming upon me. Here I stayed making an end of a troublesome letter, but to my advantage, against Sir W. Batten, giving Sir G. Carteret an account of our late great contract with Sir W. Warren for masts, wherein I am sure I did the King 600 service. That done, home to my wife to take a clyster, which I did, and it wrought very well, and brought a great deal of wind, which I perceive is all that do trouble me. After that, about 9 or 10 o'clock, to supper in my wife's chamber, and then about 12 to bed. 14th. Up into the office, where we sat, and after we had almost done, Sir W. Batten desired to have the room cleared, and there he did acquaint the board how he was obliged to answer to something lately said, which did reflect upon the Controller and him, and to that purpose told how the bargain for winter's timber did not prove so bad as I had reported to the board it would. After he had done, I cleared the matter, that I did not mention the business as the thing designed by me against them, but was led to it by Sir J. Minnes, and that I said nothing but what I was told by Mayers the Surveyor, as much as by Dean, upon whom they laid all the fault, which I must confess did and do still trouble me, for they report him to be a fellow not fit to be employed, when in my conscience he deserves better than any officer in the yard. I thought it not convenient to vindicate him much now, but time will serve when I will do it, and I am bound to do it. I offered to proceed to examine and prove what I said, if they please, but Mr. Coventry most discreetly advised not, it being to no purpose, and that he did believe that what I said did not by my manner of speaking it proceed from any design of reproaching them, and so it ended. But my great trouble is for poor Dean. At noon home and dined with my wife, and after dinner Will told me if I pleased he was ready to remove his things. And so before my wife I did give him good counsel, and that his going should not abate my kindness for him, if he carried himself well, and so bid God bless him, and left him to remove his things, the poor lad weeping, but I am apt to think matters will be the better both for him and us. So to the office, and there late busy. In the evening Mr. Moore came to tell me that he had no opportunity of speaking his mind to my Lord yesterday, and so I am resolved to write to him very suddenly. So after my business done, I home, I having stayed till 12 o'clock at night almost, making an end of a letter to Sir G. Carteret about the late contract for masts, wherein I have done myself right, and no wrong to Sir W. Batten. This night I think is the first that I have lain without ever a man in my house besides myself, since I came to keep any. Will being this night gone to his lodging, and by the way I hear to-day that my boy Wainman has behaved himself so with Mr. Davis, that they have got him put into a Barbados ship to be sent away, and though he sends to me to get a release for him, I will not, out of love to the boy, for I doubt to keep him here were to bring him to the gallows. 15th. Lord's Day. Lay very long in bed with my wife, and then up into my office, there to copy fair my letter to Sir G. Carteret, which I did. And by and by, most opportunely, a footman of his came to me about other business, and so I sent it him by his own servant. I wish good luck with it. At noon home to dinner, my wife not being up, she lying to expect Mr. Holliard, the surgeon. So I dined by myself, and in the afternoon to my office again, and there drew up a letter to my Lord, stating to him what the world talks concerning him, and leaving it to him and myself to be thought of by him as he pleases. But I have done but my duty in it. I wait Mr. Moore's coming for his advice about sending it. So home to supper to my wife, myself finding myself by cold got last night, beginning to have some pain, which grieves me much in my mind, to see to what a weakness I am come. This day being our Queen's birthday, the guns of the Tower went all off, and in the evening the Lord Mayor sent from church to church to order the constables to cause bonfires to be made in every street, which methinks is a poor thing to be forced to be commanded. After a good supper with my wife, and hearing of the maids read in the Bible, we to prayers and to bed. 16th. Up, and being ready, then abroad by coach to Whitehall, and there with the Duke, where Mr. Coventry did a second time go to vindicate himself against reports, and prove by many testimonies that he brought, that he did nothing but what had been done by the Lord Admiral's secretaries heretofore, though he do not approve of it, nor since he had any rule from the Duke hath he exceeded what he is there directed to take. And the thing I think is very clear that they always did take, and that now he do take less than ever they did heretofore. Thence away, and Sir G. Carteret did call me to him and discourse with me about my letter yesterday, and did seem to take it unkindly that I should doubt of his satisfaction in the bargain of masts, and did promise me that hereafter, whatever he do hear to my prejudice, he would tell me before he would believe it, and that this was only Sir W. Batten's report in this business, which he says he did ever approve of, in which I know he lies. Thence to my Lord's lodgings, thinking to find Mr. Moore, in order to the sending away my letter of reproof to my Lord, but I do not find him, but contrary do find my Lord come to court, which I am glad to hear, and should be more glad to hear that he do follow his business, that I may not have occasion to venture upon his good nature by such a provocation as my letter will be to him. So by coach home to the Exchange, where I talked about several businesses with several people, and so home to dinner with my wife, and then in the afternoon to my office, and there late. And in the evening Mr. Hollyard came, and he and I about our great work to look upon my wife's malady, which he did. And it seems her great conflux of humours, heretofore that did use to swell there, did in breaking leave a hollow which has since gone in further and further, till now it is near 3 inches deep. But as God will have it, do not run into the bodyward, but keeps to the outside of the skin, and so he must be forced to cut it open all along, and which my heart, I doubt, will not serve for me to see done, and yet she will not have anybody else to see it done, no, not her own maids, and so I must do it, poor wretch, for her. To-morrow night he is to do it. He being gone, I to my office again a little while, and so home to supper and to bed. 17th. Up, and while I am dressing myself, Mr. Dean of Woolwich came to me, and I did tell him what had happened to him last Saturday in the office, but did encourage him to make no matter of it, for that I did not fear but he would in a little time be master of his enemies, as much as they think to master him. And so he did tell me in many instances of the abominable dealings of Mr. Pett of Woolwich towards him. So we broke up, and I to the office, where we sat all the forenoon doing several businesses, and at noon I to the Change, where Mr. Moore came to me, and by and by Tom Trice and my uncle White. And so we out to a tavern, the New Exchange Tavern, over against the Change, where I never was before, and I found my old playfellow Ben Stanley master of it. And thence to a scrivener to draw up a bond, and to another tavern, the King's Head, we went, and calling on my cousin Tangier at the India House, there we eat a bit of pork from a cook's together. And after dinner did seal the bond, and I did take up the old bond of my uncle's to my aunt, and here T. Trice before them do own all matters in difference between us is clear as to this business, and that he will in 6 days give me it under the hand of his attorney, that there is no judgment against the bond that may give me any future trouble, and also a copy of their letters of his administration to Godfrey, as much of it as concerns me to have. All this being done, towards night we broke up, and so I home and with Mr. Moore to my office, and there I read to him the letter I have wrote to send to my Lord to give him an account how the world, both city and court, do talk of him, and his living as he do there in such a poor and bad house so much to his disgrace, which Mr. Moore do conclude so well drawn, that he would not have me by any means to neglect sending it, assuring me in the best of his judgment that it cannot but endear me to my Lord, instead of what I fear of getting his offence, and did offer to take the same words and send them as from him, with his hand to him, which I am not unwilling should come, if they are at all fit to go, from any body but myself. And so, he being gone, I did take a copy of it to keep by me in short hand, and seal them up to send to-morrow by my will. So home, Mr. Hollyard being come to my wife, and there she being in bed, he and I alone to look again upon her. And there he do find that, though it would not be much pain, yet she is so fearful, and the thing will be somewhat painful in the tending, which I shall not be able to look after, but must require a nurse and people about her, so that upon second thoughts he believes that a fermentation will do as well. And though it will be troublesome, yet no pain, and what her maid will be able to do without knowing directly what it is for, but only that it may be for the piles. For though it be nothing but what is fiery honest, yet my wife is loath to give occasion of discourse concerning it. By this my mind and my wife's is much eased, for I confess I should have been troubled to have had my wife cut before my face. I could not have borne to have seen it. I had great discourse with him about my disease. He tells me again that I must eat in a morning some loosening gruel, and at night roasted apples, that I must drink now and then ale with my wine, and eat bread and butter and honey, and rye bread if I can endure it, it being loosening. I must also take once a week a clyster of his last prescription, only honey now and then instead of butter, which things I am now resolved to apply myself to. He being gone, I to my office again to a little business, and then home to supper and to bed, being in a little pain by drinking of cold small beer to-day, and being in a cold room at the tavern, I believe. 18th. Up, and after being ready, and done a little business at the office, I and Mr. Hayter by water to Redriff, and so walked to Deptford, where I have not been a very great while, and there paid off the Milford in very good order, and all respect showed me in the office as much as there used to be to any of the rest, or the whole board. That done, at noon I took Captain Turn, and there coming in by chance Captain Berkeley, him also to dinner with me to the Globe. Captain Berkeley, who was lately come from Algier, did give us a good account of the place, and how the bashaw there do live like a prisoner, being at the mercy of the soldiers and officers, so that there is nothing but a great confusion there. After dinner came Sir W. Batten, and I left him to pay off another ship, and I walked home again reading of a little book of new poems of Cowley's given me by his brother. Abraham do Lie it seems very sick still, but like to recover. At my office till late, and then came Mr. Holliard, so full of discourse and Latin, that I think he hath got a cup, but I do not know. But full of talk he is in defence of Calvin and Luther. He begun this night the fermentation to my wife, and I hope it will do well with her. He gone, I to the office again a little, and so to bed. This morning I sent Will with my great letter of reproof to my Lord Sandwich, who did give it into his own hand. I pray God give a blessing to it, but confess I am afeard what the consequence may be to me of good or bad, which is according to the ingenuity that he do receive it with. However, I am satisfied that it will do him good, and that he needs it. My Lord, I do verily hope that neither the manner nor matter of this advice will be condemned by your Lordship, when for my defence in the first I shall allege my double attempt, since your return from Hinchinbroke, of doing it personally, in both of which your Lordship's occasions, no doubtfulness of mine, prevented me, and that being now fearful of a sudden summons to Portsmouth for the discharge of some ships there, I judge it very unbecoming the duty which every bit of bread I eat tells me I owe to your Lordship, to expose the safety of your honour to the uncertainty of my return. For the matter, my Lord, it is such as could I in any measure think safe to conceal from, or likely to be discovered to you by any other hand, I should not have dared so far to own what from my heart I believe is false, as to make myself but the relater of others' discourse. But, sir, your Lordship's honour being such as I ought to value it to be, and finding both in city and court that discourses pass to your prejudice too generally for mine or any man's controllings but your Lordship's, I shall, my Lord, without the least greatening or lessening the matter, do my duty in laying it shortly before you. People of all conditions, my Lord, raise matter of wonder from your Lordship's so little appearance at court, some concluding thence their disfavour thereby, to which purpose I have had questions asked me, and endeavouring to put off such insinuations by asserting the contrary, they have replied, that your Lordship's living so beneath your quality, out of the way, and declining of court attendance, hath been more than once discoursed about the King. Others, my Lord, when the chief ministers of state, and those most active of the council have been reckoned up, wherein your Lordship never used to want an eminent place, have said, touching your Lordship, that now your turn was served, and the King had given you a good estate, you left him to stand or fall as he would. And particularly in that of the navy, have enlarged upon your letting fall all service there. Another sort, and those the most, insist upon the bad report of the house wherein your Lordship, now observed in perfect health again, continues to sojourn, and by name have charged one of the daughters for a common courtesan, alleging both places and persons where and with whom she hath been too well known, and how much her wantonness occasions, though unjustly, scandal to your Lordship, and that as well to gratifying of some enemies as to the wounding of more friends, I am not able to tell. Lastly, my Lord, I find a general coldness in all persons towards your Lordship, such as, from my first dependence on you, I never yet knew, wherein I shall not offer to interpose any thoughts or advice of mine, well knowing your Lordship needs not any, but with a most faithful assurance that no person nor papers under heaven is privy to what I here write, besides myself in this, which I shall be careful to have put into your own hands, I rest confident of your Lordship's just construction of my dutiful intents herein, and in all humility take leave, may it please your Lordship's most obedient servant, S.P. The foregoing letter was sealed up and enclosed in this that follows. My Lord, if this finds your Lordship either not alone or not at leisure, I beg the suspending your opening of the enclosed till you shall have both, the matter very well bearing such a delay, and in all humility remain, may it please your Lordship's most obedient servant, S.P. November 17th, 1663. My servant hath my directions to put this into your Lordship's own hand, but not to stay for any answer. 19th. Up into the office, where Sir J. Minnis and Sir W. Batten being gone this morning to Portsmouth, the rest of us met, and rode at noon. So I to the Change, where little business, and so home to dinner, and being at dinner, Mr. Creed in and dined with us, and after dinner Mr. Gentleman, my Jane's father, to see us and her. And after a little stay with them, I was sent for by Sir G. Carteret by agreement, and so left them, and to him and with him by coach to my Lord Treasurer, to discourse with him about Mr. Gordon's having of money, and to offer to him whether it would not be necessary, Mr. Gordon's credit being so low as it is, to take security of him if he demands any great sum, such as 20,000 which now ought to be paid him upon his next year's declaration. Which is a sad thing, that being reduced to this by us, we should be the first to doubt his credit, but so it is. However, it will be managed with great tenderness to him. My Lord Treasurer we found in his bedchamber, being laid up of the gout. I find him a very ready man, and certainly a brave servant to the King. He spoke so quick and sensibly of the King's charge. Nothing displeased me in him but his long nails, which he lets grow upon a pretty thick, white, short hand, that it troubled me to see them. Thence with Sir G. Carteret by coach, and he set me down at the New Exchange. In our way he told me there is no such thing likely yet as a Dutch war, neither they nor we being in condition for it, though it will come certainly to that in some time, our interests lying the same way, that is to say, in trade. But not yet. Thence to the Temple, and there visited my cousin Roger Pepys and his brother Dr. John, a couple methinks of very ordinary men, and thence to speak with Mr. Moore, and met him by the way, who tells me, to my great content, that he believes my letter to my Lord Sandwich hath wrought well upon him, and that he will look after himself and his business upon it, for he begins already to do so. But I dare not conclude anything till I see him, which shall be to-morrow morning, that I may be out of my pain to know how he takes it of me. He and I to the coffee-house, and there drank and talked a little, and so I home. And after a little at my office, home to supper and to bed, not knowing how to avoid hopes from Mr. Moore's words to-night, and yet I am fearful of the worst. 20th. Up, and as soon as I could, to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, but he was gone out before. And so I am defeated of my expectation of being eased one way or other in the business of my Lord. But I went up to Mr. Howe, who I saw this day the first time in a periwig, which becomes him very well, and discoursed with him. He tells me that my Lord is of a sudden much changed, and he do believe that he do take my letter well. However, we do both bless God, that it hath so good an effect upon him. Thence I home again, calling at the wardrobe, where I found my Lord, but so busy with Mr. Townsend making up accounts there, that I was unwilling to trouble him, and so went away. By and by to the Exchange, and there met by agreement Mr. Howe, and took him with a barrel of oysters home to dinner, where we were very merry, and indeed I observe him to be a very hopeful young man, but only a little conceited. After dinner I took him and my wife, and setting her in Covent Garden at her mother's, he and I to my Lord's, and thence I with Mr. Moore to Whitehall, there the King and Council being close, and I thinking it an improper place to meet my Lord first upon the business. I took coach, and calling my wife went home, setting Mr. Moore down by the way, and having been late at the office alone looking over some plates of the Northern Seas, the White Seas, and Archangel River, I went home, and after supper to bed. My wife tells me that she and her brother have had a great falling out to-night, he taking upon him to challenge great obligation upon her, and taxing her for not being so as she ought to be to her friends, and that she can do more with me than she pretends, and I know not what, but God be thanked, she cannot. A great talk there is to-day of a crush between some of the fanatics up in arms, and the King's men in the north, but whether true, I know not yet. 21st. At the office all the morning, and at noon I receive a letter from Mr. Creed, with a token, viz. A very noble party-coloured Indian gown for my wife. The letter is oddly writ, overprizing his present, and little owning any past service of mine, but that this was his genuine respects, and I know not what. I confess I had expectations of a better account from him of my service about his accounts, and so gave his boy 12d and sent it back again, and after having been at the pay of a ship this afternoon at the Treasury, I went by coach to Ludgate, and by pricing several there, I guess this gown may be worth about 12 or 15 pounds, but, however, I expect at least 50 pounds of him. So in the evening I wrote him a letter telling him clearly my mind, a copy of which I keep, and of his letter, and so I resolved to have no more such correspondence as I used to have, but will have satisfaction of him, as I do expect. So to write my letters, and after all done, I went home to supper and to bed, my mind being pretty well at ease from my letter to Creed, and more for my receipt this afternoon of 17 pounds at the Treasury, for the 17 pounds paid a year since to the carver for his work at my house, which I did intend to have paid myself, but finding others to do it, I thought it not amiss to get it too. But I am afeard that we may hear of it to our greater prejudices hereafter. End of November, Part 1. November, Part 2, of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys, November 1663, Part 2. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up pretty early, and having last night bespoke a coach, which failed me this morning, I walked as far as the Temple, and there took coach, and to my Lord's lodgings, whom I found ready to go to chapel. But I coming, he begun, with a very serious countenance, to tell me that he had received my late letter, wherein first he took notice of my care for him and his honour, and did give me thanks for that part of it where I say that from my heart I believe the contrary of what I do there relate to be the discourse of others. But since I intended it not a reproach, but matter of information, and for him to make a judgment of it for his practice, it was necessary for me to tell him the persons of whom I have gathered the several particulars which I there insist on. I would have made excuses in it, but seeing him so earnest in it, I found myself forced to it, and so did tell him Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, in that of his lordship's living being discoursed of at court, a maid-servant that I kept, that lived at Chelsea School, and also Mr. Pickering, about the report touching the young woman, and also Mr. Hunt, in Axe Yard, near whom she lodged. I told him the whole city do discourse concerning his neglect of business, and so I many times asserting my dutiful intention in all this, and he owning his accepting of it as such. That troubled me most in particular is that he did there assert the civility of the people of the house, and the young gentlewoman, for whose reproach he was sorry. His saying that he was resolved how to live, and that though he was taking a house, meaning to live in another manner, yet it was not to please any people, or to stop report, but to please himself, though this I do believe he might say that he might not seem to me to be so much wrought upon by what I have writ. And lastly, and most of all, when I spoke of the tenderness that I have used in declaring this to him, there being nobody privy to it, he told me that I must give him leave to accept one. I told him that possibly somebody might know of some thoughts of mine, I having borrowed some intelligence in this matter from them, but nobody could say they knew of the thing itself what I writ. This, I confess, however, do trouble me, for that he seemed to speak it as a quick retort, and it must sure be Will Howe, who did not see anything of what I writ, though I told him indeed that I would write. But in this, I think, there is no great hurt. I find him, though he cannot but own his opinion of my good intentions, and so he did again and again profess it, that he is troubled in his mind at it. And I confess I think I may have done myself an injury for his good, which, were it to do again, and that I believed he would take it no better, I think I should sit quietly without taking any notice of it, for I doubt there is no medium between his taking it very well or very ill. I could not forbear weeping before him at the latter end, which since I am ashamed of, though I cannot see what he can take it to proceed from but my tenderness and good will to him. After this discourse was ended, he began to talk very cheerfully of other things, and I walked with him to Whitehall, and we discoursed of the pictures in the gallery, which it may be he might do out of policy, that the boy might not see any strangeness in him. But I rather think that his mind was somewhat eased, and hope that he will be to me as he was before. But, however, I doubt not when he sees that I follow my business, and become an honour to him, and not to be like to need him, or to be a burden to him, and rather able to serve him than to need him, and if he do continue to follow business, and so come to his right wits again, I do not doubt but he will then consider my faithfulness to him, and esteem me as he ought. At chapel I had room in the Privy Seal pew with other gentlemen, and there heard Dr. Killigrew preach. But my mind was so, I know not whether troubled, or only full of thoughts of what had passed between my lord and me, that I could not mind it, nor can at this hour remember 3 words. The anthem was good after sermon, being the 51st Psalm, made for 5 voices by one of Captain Cook's boys, a pretty boy, and they say there are 4 or 5 of them that can do as much. And here I first perceived that the king is a little musical, and kept good time with his hand all along the anthem. Up into the gallery after sermon, and there I met Creed. We saluted one another, and spoke but not one word of what had passed yesterday between us, but told me he was forced to such a place to dinner, and so we parted. Here I met Mr. Povey, who tells me how Tangier had like to have been betrayed, and that one of the king's officers is come, to whom 8,000 pieces of 8 were offered for his part. Hence I to the King's Head ordinary, and there dined, good and much company, and a good dinner. Most of their discourse was about hunting, in a dialect I understand very little. Thence by coach to our own church, and there my mind being yet unsettled, I could mind nothing, and after sermon home, and there told my wife what had passed, and thence to my office, where doing business only to keep my mind employed till late, and so home to supper, to prayers, and to bed. 23rd. Up and to Alderman Backwell's, where Sir W. Rider, by appointment, met us to consult about the insuring of our hemp ship from Archangel, in which we are all much concerned, by my Lord Treasurer's command. That being put in a way, I went to Mr. Beauchamp, one of our jury, to confer with him about our business with Field at our trial tomorrow, and thence to St. Paul's churchyard, and there bespoke Rushworth's collections, and Scoble's Acts of the Long Parliament, etc., which I will make the King pay for as to the office. And so I do not break my vow at all. Back to the coffee house, and then to the Change, where Sir W. Rider and I did bid 15%, and nobody will take it under 20%, and the lowest was 15% premium, and 15 more to be abated in case of loss, which we did not think fit without order to give. And so we parted, and I home to a speedy, though too good a dinner to eat alone, viz. A good goose, and a rare piece of roast beef. Thence to the Temple, but being there too soon, and meeting Mr. Moore, I took him up, and to my Lord Treasurer's, and thence to Sir Phil Warwick's, where I found him, and did desire his advice, who left me to do what I thought fit in this business of the insurance, and so back again to the Temple, all the way telling Mr. Moore what had passed between my lord and me yesterday. And indeed my fears do grow that my lord will not reform as I hoped he would, nor have the ingenuity to take my advice as he ought kindly. But, however, I am satisfied that the one person whom he said he would take leave to accept is not Mr. Moore, and so W. Howe, I am sure, could tell him nothing of my letter that ever he saw it. Here Mr. Moore and I parted, and I up to the Speaker's chamber, and there met Mr. Coventry by appointment to discourse about Field's business. And thence we parting, I homewards, and called at the coffee-house, and there by great accident hear that a letter is come that our ship is safe come to Newcastle. With this news I went like an ass presently to Alderman Backwell, and told him of it, and he and I went to the African House in Broad Street to have spoke with Sir W. Rider to tell him of it, but missed him. Now what an opportunity had I to have concealed this, and seemed to have made an insurance, and got £100 with the least trouble and danger in the whole world. This troubles me to think I should be so over soon. So back again with Alderman Backwell, talking of the new money, which he says will never be counterfeited, he believes. But it is deadly inconvenient for telling, it is so thick, and the edges are made to turn up. I found him as full of business, and to speak the truth, he is a very painful man, and ever was, and nowadays is well paid for it. So home and to my office, doing business late in order to the getting a little money, and so home to supper, and to bed. 24th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon to the Change, where everybody joyed me in our hemp ships coming safe, and it seems one man, Middleborough, did give 20% in gold last night, 3 or 4 minutes before the news came of her being safe. Thence with Mr. Dean home and dined, and after dinner and a good deal of discourse of the business of Woolwich Yard, we opened his draught of a ship which he has made for me, and indeed it is a most excellent one, and that I hope will be of good use to me as soon as I get a little time, and much indebted I am to the poor man. Toward night I by coach to Whitehall to the Tangier Committee, and there spoke with my lord, and he seems mighty kind to me, but I will try him tomorrow by a visit to see whether he holds it or no. Then home by coach again, and to my office, where late with Captain Myners about the East India business. So home to supper and to bed, being troubled to find myself so bound as I am, notwithstanding all the physic that I take. This day our trial was with Field, and I hear that they have given him £29 damage more, which is a strange thing, but yet not so much as formerly, nor as I was afeard of. 25th. Up and to Sir G. Carteret's house, and with him by coach to Whitehall. He uses me mighty well, to my great joy, and in our discourse took occasion to tell me that, as I did desire of him the other day, so he desires of me the same favour, that we may tell one another at any time anything that passes among us at the office or elsewhere, wherein we are either dissatisfied one with another, and that I should find him in all things as kind and ready to serve me as my own brother. This, methinks, was very sudden and extraordinary, and do please me mightily, and I am resolved by no means ever to lose him again if I can. He told me that he did still observe my care for the King's service in my office. He set me down in Fleet Street, and thence I by another coach to my Lord Sandwich's, and there I did present him Mr. Barlow's Torella, with which he was very much pleased, and he did show me great kindness, and by other discourse I have reason to think that he is not at all, as I feared he would be, discontented against me more than the trouble of the thing will work upon him. I left him in good humour, and I to Whitehall to the Duke of York and Mr. Coventry, and there advised about insuring the hemp ship at 12%, notwithstanding her being come to Newcastle, and I do hope that in all my 3 places, which are now my hopes and supports, I may not now fear anything but with care, which through the Lord's blessing I will never more neglect. I don't doubt but to keep myself up with them all. For in the Duke and Mr. Coventry, my Lord Sandwich, and Sir G. Carteret, I place my greatest hopes. And it pleased me yesterday that Mr. Coventry in the coach, he carrying me to the Exchange at noon from the office, did, speaking of Sir W. Batten, say that though there was a difference between them, yet he would embrace any good motion of Sir W. Batten to the King's advantage, as well as of Mr. Pepys or any friend he had. And when I taught that I would go about doing something of the Controller's work when I had time, and that I thought the Controller would not take it ill, he wittily replied that there was nothing in the world so hateful as a dog in the manger. Back by coach to the Exchange, there spoke with Sir W. Rider about insuring, and spoke with several other persons about business, and shall become pretty well known quickly. Thence home to dinner with my poor wife, and with great joy to my office, and there all the afternoon about business, and among others Mr. Bland came to me, and had good discourse, and he has chose me a referee for him in a business, and anon in the evening comes Sir W. Warren, and he and I had admirable discourse. He advised me in things I desired about bummery, and other ways of putting out money, as in parts of ships, how dangerous they are, and lastly fell to talk of the Dutch management of the navy, and I think will help me to some accounts of things of the Dutch Admiralty, which I am mighty desirous to know. He seemed to have been mighty privy with my Lord Albemarle in things before this great turn, and to the King's dallying with him and others for some years before. But I doubt all was not very true. However, his discourse is very useful in general, though he would seem a little more than ordinary in this. Late at night home to supper and to bed, my mind in good ease, all but my health, of which I am not a little doubtful. 26th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I to the Change, and there met with Mr. Cutler the merchant, who would needs have me home to his house by the Dutch church, and there in an old but good house, with his wife and mother, a couple of plain old women, I dined a good plain dinner, and his discourse after dinner with me upon matters of the navy victualling very good and worth my hearing. And so home to my office in the afternoon with my mind full of business, and there at it late, and so home to supper to my poor wife, and to bed, myself being in a little pain, by a stroke in pulling up my breeches yesterday over eagerly, but I will lay nothing to it till I see whether it will cease of itself or no. The plague, it seems, grows more and more at Amsterdam, and we are going upon making of all ships coming from thence and Hamborough, or any other infected places, to perform their quarantine for 30 days, as Sir Richard Browne expressed it in the order of the Council, contrary to the import of the word, though in the general acceptation it signifies now the thing, not the time spent in doing it, in Holehaven, a thing never done by us before. 27th. Up and to my office, where busy with great delight all the morning, and at noon to the Change, and so home to dinner with my poor wife, and with great content to my office again, and there hard at work upon stating the account of the freights due to the King from the East India Company till late at night, and so home to supper and to bed. My wife mightily pleased with my late discourse of getting a trip over to Calais, or some other port of France, the next summer, in one of the yachts. And I believe I shall do it, and it makes good sport that my maid Jane dares not go, and Bess is wild to go, and is mad for joy, but yet will be willing to stay if Jane hath a mind, which is the best temper in this and all other things that ever I knew in my life. 28th. Up and at the office, sat all the morning, and at noon by Mr. Coventry's coach to the Change, and after a little while there, where I met with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, who tells me for good news that my Lord Sandwich is resolved to go no more to Chelsea, and told me he believed that I had been giving my Lord some counsel, which I neither denied nor affirmed, but seemed glad with him that he went thither no more. And so I home to dinner, and thence abroad to Paul's churchyard, and there looked upon the second part of Hudibras, which I buy not, but borrow to read, to see if it be as good as the first, which the world cry so mightily up, though it hath not a good liking in me, though I had tried by 2 or 3 times reading to bring myself to think it witty. Back again home and to my office, and there late doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. I have been told 2 or 3 times, but to-day for certain I am told how in Holland publicly they have pictured our King with reproach. One way is with his pockets turned the wrong side outward, hanging out empty, another with 2 courtiers picking of his pockets, and a third leading of 2 ladies while others abuse him, which amounts to great contempt. 29th, Lord's Day. This morning I put on my best black cloth suit, trimmed with scarlet ribbon, very neat, with my cloak lined with velvet, and a new beaver, which altogether is very noble, with my black silk knit cannons I bought a month ago. I to church alone, my wife not going, and there I found my Lady Batten in a velvet gown, which vexed me, that she should be in it before my wife, or that I am able to put her into one. But what cannot be, cannot be. However, when I came home I told my wife of it, and to see my weakness, I could on the sudden have found my heart to have offered her one, but second thoughts put it by, and indeed it would undo me to think of doing as Sir W. Batten and his lady do, who has a good estate besides his office. A good dinner we had of boeuf à la mode, but not roasted so well as my wife used to do it. So after dinner I to the French church, but that being too far begun, I came back to St. Dunstan's by 6 and heard a good sermon, and so home and to my office all the evening making up my accounts of this month. And blessed be God, I have got up my crumb again to £770, the most that ever I had yet, and good clothes a great many besides, which is a great mercy of God to me. So home to supper and to bed. 30th. Was called up by a messenger from Sir W. Pen to go with him by coach to Whitehall. So I got up and went with him, and by the way he began to observe to me some unkind dealing of mine to him a week or 2 since at the table, like a coxcomb, when I answered him pretty freely that I would not think myself to owe any man the service to do this or that, because they would have it so. It was about taking of a mulct upon a purser for not keeping guard at Chatham when I was there. So he talked and I talked, and let fall the discourse without giving or receiving any great satisfaction, and so to other discourse, but I shall know him still for a false knave. At Whitehall we met the Duke in the matted gallery, and there he discoursed with us, and by my Lord Sandwich came and stood by and talked. But it being St. Andrew's and a collar day, he went to the chapel, and we parted. From him and Sir W. Pen and I back again, and light at the Change, and to the coffee house, where I heard the best story of a cheat intended by a master of a ship, who had borrowed twice his money upon the bottomry, and as much more insured upon his ship and goods as they were worth, and then would have cast her away upon the coast of France, and there left her, refusing any pilot which was offered him. And so the governor of the place took her, and sent her over hither to find an owner, and so the ship is come safe, and goods and all, they all worth £500, and he had one way or other taken £3,000. The cause is to be tried tomorrow at Guildhall, where I intend to be. Thence home to dinner, and then with my wife to her arithmetic. In the evening came W. Howe to see me, who tells me that my lord hath been angry 3 or 4 days with him, would not speak to him. At last did, and charged him with having spoken to me about what he had observed concerning his lordship, which W. Howe denying stoutly, he was well at ease, and continues very quiet, and is removing from Chelsea as fast as he can, but methinks both by my lord's looks upon me to-day, or it may be it is only my doubtfulness, and by W. Howe's discourse, my lord is not very well pleased, nor, it may be, will be a good while, which vexes me, but I hope all will over in time, or else I am but ill rewarded for my good service. Anon he and I to the Temple, and there parted, and I to my cousin Roger Pepys, whom I met going to his chamber. He was in haste, and to go out of town to-morrow. He tells me of a letter from my father, which he will keep to read to me at his coming to town again. I perceive it is about my father's jealousies concerning my wife's doing ill offices with me against him, only from the differences they had when she was there, which he very unwisely continues to have, and troubles himself and friends about to speak to me in, as my Lord Sandwich, Mr. Moore, and my cousin Roger, which vexes me, but I must impute it to his age and care for my mother and Poll, and so let it go. After a little discourse with him, I took coach and home, calling upon my booksellers for 2 books, Rushworth's and Scobell's collections. I shall make the king pay for them. The first I spent some time at the office to read, and it is an excellent book. So home, and spent the evening with my wife in arithmetic, and so to supper and to bed. I end this month with my mind in good condition for anything else, but my unhappy adventuring to disoblige my lord by doing him service in representing to him the discourse of the world concerning him and his affairs. End of November, Part 2. December of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663 by Samuel Pepys. December 1663. December 1st. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon I home to dinner with my poor wife, with whom nowadays I enjoy great pleasure in her company and learning of arithmetic. After dinner I to Guildhall to hear a trial at King's Bench, before Lord Chief Justice Hyde, about the insurance of a ship, the same I mentioned in my yesterday's journal, where everything was proved how money was so taken up upon bottomry and insurance, and the ship left by the master and seamen upon rocks, where, when the sea fell at the ebb, she must perish. The master was offered help, and he did give the pilots 20 sols to drink, to bid them go about their business, saying that the rocks were old, but his ship was new, and that she was repaired for £6 and less all the damage that she received, and is now brought by one, sent for on purpose by the insurers, into the Thames, with her cargo, vessels of tallow daubed over with butter, instead of all butter, the whole not worth above £500, ship and all, and they had took up, as appeared, above £2,400. He had given his men money to content them, and yet for all this, he did bring some of them to swear that it was very stormy weather, and they did all they could to save her, and that she was 7 feet deep water in hold, and were fain to cut her main and foremast, that the master was the last man that went out, and they were fain to force him out when she was ready to sink, and her rudder broke off, and she was drawn into the harbour after they were gone, as wreck all broken and goods lost, that she could not be carried out again without new building, and many other things so contrary as is not imaginable more. There was all the great council in the kingdom in the cause, but after one witness or two for the plaintiff, it was cried down as a most notorious cheat, and so the jury, without going out, found it for the plaintiff. But it was pleasant to see what mad sort of testimonies the seamen did give, and could not be got to speak in order, and then their terms such as the judge could not understand, and to hear how sillily the counsel and judge would speak as to the terms necessary in the matter, would make one laugh. And above all, a Frenchman that was forced to speak in French, and took an English oath he did not understand, and had an interpreter sworn to tell us what he said, which was the best testimony of all. So home, well satisfied with this afternoon's work, purposing to spend an afternoon or two every term so, and so to my office a while, and then home to supper, arithmetic with my wife, and to bed. I heard other causes, and saw the course of pleading by being at this trial, and heard and learnt two things. One is that every man has a right of passage in, but not a title to, any highway. The next, that the judge would not suffer Mr. Crow, who hath fined for alderman, to be called so, but only Mr., and did 8 or 9 times fret at it, and stop every man that called him so. Second, my wife troubled all last night with a toothache, and this morning. I up and to my office, where busy, and so home to dinner with my wife, who is better of her tooth than she was, and in the afternoon by agreement called on by Mr. Bland, and with him to the Ship, a neighbour tavern, and there met his antagonist, Mr. Custos, and his referee, Mr. Clark, a merchant also, and begun the dispute about the freight of a ship hired by Mr. Bland to carry provisions to Tangier, and the freight is now demanded, whereas he says that the goods were some spoiled, some not delivered, and upon the whole demands 1300 pounds of the other, and their minds are both so high, their demands so distant, and their words so many and hot against one another, that I fear we shall bring it to nothing. But, however, I am glad to see myself so capable of understanding the business as I find I do, and shall endeavour to do Mr. Bland all the just service I can therein. Here we were in a bad room, which vexed me most, but we meet at another house next. So at noon I home and to my office till 9 o'clock, and so home to my wife to keep her company, arithmetic, then to supper and to bed, she being well of her tooth again. Third, up and to the office, where all the forenoon, and then, by Mr. Coventry's coach, to the Change, and so home to dinner, very pleasant with my poor wife. Somebody from Portsmouth, I know not who, has this day sent me a runlet of tent. So to my office all the afternoon, where much business till late at night, and so home to my wife, and then to supper and to bed. This day Sir G. Carteret did tell us at the table that the Navy, excepting what is due to the yards upon the quarter now going on, and what few bills he hath not heard of, is quite out of debt, which is extraordinary good news, and upon the Change, to hear how our credit goes as good as any merchant's upon the Change, is a joyful thing to consider, which God continue. I am sure the King will have the benefit of it, as well as we some peace and credit. Fourth, up pretty betimes, that is about 7 o'clock, it being now dark then, and so got me ready, with my clothes, breeches, and warm stockings, and by water with Henry Russell, cold and wet and windy to Woolwich, to a hemp ship there, and stayed looking upon it, and giving direction as to the getting it ashore, and so back again very cold, and at home without going on shore any where about 12 o'clock, being fearful of taking cold, and so dined at home and shifted myself, and so all the afternoon at my office till night, and then home to keep my poor wife company, and so to supper and to bed. Fifth, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and then with the whole board, viz. Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and myself, along with Captain Allen, home to dinner, where he lives hard by in Mark Lane, where we had a very good plain dinner and good welcome, in a pretty little house, but so smoky that it was troublesome to us all, till they put out the fire and made one of charcoal. I was much pleased with this dinner for the many excellent stories told by Mr. Coventry, which I have put down in my book of tales, and so shall not mention them here. We stayed till night, and then Mr. Coventry away, and by I home to my office till 9 or 10 at night, and so home to supper and to bed after some talk and arithmetic with my poor wife, with whom nowadays I live with great content, out of all trouble of mind by jealousy, for which God forgive me, or any other distraction more than my fear of my Lord Sandwich's displeasure. 6th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then up and to church alone, which is the greatest trouble that I have by not having a man or boy to wait on me, and so home to dinner, my wife, it being a cold day, and it begun to snow, the first snow we have seen this year, kept her bed till after dinner, and I below by myself looking over my arithmetic books and timber rule. So my wife rose anon, and she and I all the afternoon at arithmetic, and she is come to do addition, subtraction, and multiplication very well, and so I purpose not to trouble her yet with division, but to begin with the globes to her now. At night came Captain Grove to discourse with me about Field's business and of other matters, and so he being gone, I to my office and spent an hour or two reading Rushworth, and so to supper home and to prayers and bed, finding myself by cold to have some pain begin with me, which God defend should increase. 7th. Up betimes, and it being a frosty morning, walked on foot to Whitehall, but not without some fear of my pain coming. At Whitehall I hear and find that there was the last night the greatest tide that ever was remembered in England to have been in this river, all Whitehall having been drowned, of which there was great discourse. Anon we all met, and up with the Duke and did our business. And by my Lord of Sandwich came in, but whether it be my doubt or no, I cannot tell, but I do not find that he made any sign of kindness or respect to me, which troubles me more than anything in the world. After done there, Sir W. Batten and Captain Allen and I by coach to the Temple, where I light, they going home, and indeed it being my trouble of mind to try whether I could meet with my Lord Sandwich, and try him to see how he will receive me. I took coach and back again to Whitehall, but there could not find him. But here I met Dr. Clarke, and did tell him my story of my health, how my pain comes to me nowadays. He did write something for me, which I shall take when there is occasion. I then fell to other discourse of Dr. Knapp, who tells me he is the King's physician, and is become a solicitor for places for people. And I am mightily troubled with him. He tells me he is the most impudent fellow in the world, that gives himself out to be the King's physician, but it is not so, but is cast out of the court. From thence I may learn what impudence there is in the world, and how a man may be deceived in persons. Anon the King and Duke and Duchess came to dinner in the Vane room, where I never saw them before, but it seems since the tables are done he dines there all together. The Queen is pretty well, and goes out of her chamber to her little chapel in the house. The King of France, they say, is hiring of 60 sail of ships of the Dutch, but it is not said for what design. By and by, not hoping to see my lord, I went to the King's Head Ordinary, where a good dinner, but no discourse almost, and after dinner by coach home, and found my wife this cold day not yet out of bed, and after a little good talk with her to my office, and there spent my time till late. Sir W. Warren 2 or 3 hours with me talking of trade and other very good discourse, which did please me very well, and so, after reading in Rushworth, home to supper and to bed. 8th. Lay long in bed, and then up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and among other things my Lord Berkeley called in question his clerk Mr. Davy, for something which Sir W. Batten and I did tell him yesterday, but I endeavoured to make the least of it, and so all was put up. At noon to the Change, and among other businesses, did discourse with Captain Taylor, and I think I shall safely get £20 by his ship's freight at present, besides what it may be I may get hereafter. So home to dinner, and thence by coach to Whitehall, where a great while walked with my Lord Teviot, whom I find a most careful, thoughtful, and cunning man, as I also ever took him to be. He is this day bringing in an account where he makes the King debtor to him £10,000 already, on the garrison of Tangier account, but yet demands not ready money to pay it, but offers such ways of paying it out of the sale of old decayed provisions as will enrich him finely. Anon came my Lord Sandwich, and then we fell to our business at the committee about my Lord Teviot's accounts, wherein I took occasion to speak now and then, so as my Lord Sandwich did well seem to like of it, and after we were up, did bid me good night in a tone that methinks he is not so displeased with me as I did doubt he is. However, I will take a course to know whether he be or no. The committee done, I took coach and home to my office, and there late, and so to supper at home, and to bed, being doubtful of my pain through the very cold weather which we have, but I will take all the care I can to prevent it. 9th. Lay very long in bed for fear of my pain, and then rose and went to stool, after my wife's way, who by all means would have me sit long and upright, very well, and being ready to the office. From thence I was called by and by to my wife, she not being well. So to her, and found her in great pain. So by and by to my office again, and then abroad to look out a cradle to burn charcoal in at my office, and I found one to my mind in Newgate Market. And so meeting Hoby's man in the street, I spoke to him to serve it in to the office for the King. So home to dinner, and after talk with my wife, she in bed and pain all day, I to my office most of the evening, and then home to my wife. This day Mrs. Russell did give my wife a very fine St. George in alabaster, which will set out my wife's closet mightily. This evening at the office, after I had wrote my day's passages, there came to me my cousin Tangier of Cambridge, poor man, making his moan, and obtained of me that I would send his son to sea as a reformado, which I will take care to do. But to see how apt every man is to forget friendship in time of adversity. How glad was I when he was gone, for fear he should ask me to be bond for him, or to borrow money of me. 10th. Up pretty well, the weather being become pretty warm again, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I confess having received so lately a token from Mrs. Russell, I did find myself concerned for our not buying some tallow of her, which she bought on purpose yesterday most unadvisedly to her great loss, upon confidence of putting it off to us. So hard it is for a man not to be warped against his duty and master's interest, that receives any bribe or present, though not as a bribe, from anybody else. But she must be contented, and I to do her a good turn when I can, without wrong to the King's service. Then home to dinner, and did drink a glass of wine and beer, the more for joy that this is the shortest day in the year, which is a pleasant consideration, with my wife. She in bed, but pretty well, and having a messenger from my brother, that he is not well, nor stirs out of doors, I went forth to see him, and found him below. He has not been well, but is not ill. I found him taking order for the distribution of Mrs. Ramsay's coals, a thing my father for many years did, and now he after him, which I was glad to see, as also to hear that Mr. Wheatley begins to look after him. I hope it is about his daughter. Thence to St. Paul's churchyard, to my bookseller's, and having gained this day in the office by my stationer's bill to the King about 40 shillings or £3, I did here sit 2 or 3 hours, calling for 20 books to lay this money out upon, and found myself at a great loss where to choose, and do see how my nature would gladly return to laying out money in this trade. I could not tell whether to lay out my money for books of pleasure, as plays, which my nature was most earnest in, but at last, after seeing Chaucer, Dugdale's History of Paul's, Stowe's London, Gesner, History of Trent, besides Shakespeare, Johnson, and Beaumont's plays, I at last chose Dr. Fuller's Worthies, the Cabala, or collections of letters of state, and a little book, De Liste Hollande, with another little book or two, all of good use or serious pleasure, and Hudibras, both parts, the book now in greatest fashion for drollery, though I cannot, I confess, see enough where the wit lies. My mind being thus settled, I went by link home, and so to my office, and to read in Rushworth, and so home to supper and to bed. Calling at Wotton's, my shoemaker's, to-day, he tells me that Sir H. Wright is dying, and that Harris is come to the Duke's house again, and of a rare play to be acted this week of Sir William Davenant's, the story of Henry VIII with all his wives. 11th. Up and abroad toward the wardrobe, and going out, Mr. Clark met me to tell me that Field has a writ against me in this last business of £30 10 shillings, and that he believes he will get an execution against me this morning, and though he told me it could not be well before noon, and that he would stop it at the Sheriff's, yet it is hard to believe with what fear I did walk, and how I did doubt at every man I saw, and do start at the hearing of one man cough behind my neck. I to the wardrobe, and there missed Mr. Moore, so to Mr. Holden's, and even all reckonings there for hats, and then walked to Paul's churchyard, and after a little at my bookseller's, and bought at a shop Cardinal Mazarin's will in French. I to the coffee house, and there among others had good discourse with an iron merchant, who tells me the great evil of discouraging our natural manufacture of England in that commodity, by suffering the Swede to bring in 3 times more than ever they did, and our own ironworks be lost, as almost half of them, he says, are already. Then I went and sat by Mr. Harrington and some East Country merchants, and talking of the country about Quinsborough and thereabouts, he told us himself that for fish, none there, the poorest body, will buy a dead fish, but must be alive, unless it be in winter. And then they told us the manner of putting their nets into the water. Through holes made in the thick ice, they will spread a net of 1/2 a mile long, and he hath known 130 and 170 barrels of fish taken at one draught. And then the people come with sledges upon the ice, with snow at the bottom, and lay the fish in, and cover them with snow, and so carry them to market. And he hath seen when the said fish have been frozen in the sledge, so as that he hath taken a fish and broke a pieces, so hard it hath been, and yet the same fishes, taken out of the snow, and brought into a hot room, will be alive, and leap up and down. Swallows are often brought up in their nets out of the mud from under water, hanging together to some twig or other, dead in ropes, and brought to the fire, will come to life. Fowl killed in December, Alderman Barker said, he did buy, and putting into the box under his sledge, did forget to take them out to eat till April next, and they then were found there, and were through the frost as sweet and fresh and eat as well as at first killed. Young bears are there, their flesh sold in market as ordinarily as beef here, and is excellent sweet meat. They tell us that bears there do never hurt anybody, but fly away from you, unless you pursue and set upon them, but wolves do much mischief. Mr. Harrington told us how they do to get so much honey as they send abroad. They make hollow a great fir tree, leaving only a small slit down straight in one place, and this they close up again, only leave a little hole, and there the bees go in and fill the bodies of those trees as full of wax and honey as they can hold, and the inhabitants at times go and open the slit, and take what they please without killing the bees, and so let them live there still, and make more. Fir trees are always planted close together, because of keeping one another from the violence of the winds, and when a fell is made, they leave here and there a grown tree to preserve the young ones coming up. The great entertainment and sport of the Duke of Corlin and the Princess thereabouts is hunting, which is not with dogs as we, but he appoints such a day, and summons all the country people as to a campania, and by several companies gives every one their circuit, and they agree upon a place where the toil is to be set, and so making fires every company as they go, they drive all the wild beasts, whether bears, wolves, foxes, swine, and stags and roes, into the toil. And there the great men have their stands in such and such places, and shoot at what they have a mind to, and that is their hunting. They are not very populous there, by reason that people marry women seldom till they are towards or above 30, and men 30 or 40 years old, or more oftentimes. Against a public hunting, the Duke sends that no wolves be killed by the people, and whatever harm they do, the Duke makes it good to the person that suffers it, as Mr. Harrington instanced in a house where he lodged, where a wolf broke into a hog-sty and bit 3 or 4 great pieces off the back of the hog before the house could come to help it calling, and that did give notice to the people of the house. And the man of the house told him that there were 3 or 4 wolves thereabouts that did them great hurt, but it was no matter, for the Duke was to make it good to him, otherwise he would kill them. Hence home and upstairs, my wife keeping her bed, and had a very good dinner, and after dinner to my office, and there till late busy. Among other things, Captain Taylor came to me about his bill for freight, and besides that I found him contented that I have the 30 pounds I got, he do offer me to give me 6 pounds to take the getting of the bill paid upon me, which I am ready to do, but I am loath to have it said that I ever did it. However, I will do him the service to get it paid if I can, and stand to his courtesy what he will give me. Late to supper home, and to my great joy I have by my wife's good advice almost brought myself, by going often and leisurely to the stool, that I can come almost to have my natural course of stool as well as ever, which I pray God continue to me. 12th. Up into the office, where all the morning, and among other things got Sir G. Carteret to put his letters to Captain Taylor's bill, by which I am in hopes to get 5 pounds, which joys my heart. We had this morning a great dispute between Mr. Gordon, Victualler of the Navy, and Sir J. Lawson, and the rest of the commanders going against Tangier, about their fish and keeping of Lent, which Mr. Gordon so much insists upon to have it observed, as being the only thing that makes up the loss of his dear bargain all the rest of the year. At noon went home, and there I found that one Abrahall, who strikes in for the serving of the king with ship chandlery ware, has sent my wife a Japan gown, which pleases her very well, and me also, it coming very opportune, but I know not how to carry myself to him, I being already obliged so far to Mrs. Russell, so that I am in both their pays. To the Exchange, where I had sent Llewellyn word I would come to him, and thence brought him home to dinner with me. He tells me that W. Simon's wife is dead, for which I am sorry, she being a good woman, and tells me an odd story of her saying before her death, being in good sense, that there stood her uncle Scobell. Then he began to tell me that Mr. Deering had been with him, to desire him to speak to me that if I would get him off with these goods upon his hands, he would give me 50 pieces, and further that if I would stand his friend to help him to the benefit of his patent as the king's merchant, he could spare me 200 pounds per annum out of his profits. I was glad to hear both of these, but answered him no further than that as I would not by anything be bribed, to be unjust in my dealings, so I was not so squeamish as not to take people's acknowledgment where I had the good fortune by my pains to do them good and just offices. And so I would not come to be at any agreement with him, but I would labour to do him this service, and to expect his consideration thereof afterwards, as he thought fit. So I expect to hear more of it. I did make very much of Llewellyn in hopes to have some good by this business, and in the evening received some money from Mr. Moore, and so went and settled accounts in my books between him and me, and I do hope at Christmas not only to find myself as rich or more than ever I was yet, but also my accounts in less compass, fewer reckonings either of debts or moneys due to me than ever I have been for some years, and indeed do so, the goodness of God bringing me from better to a better expectation, and hopes of doing well. This day I heard my Lord Berkeley tell Sir G. Carteret that he hath letters from France that the king hath unduked 12 dukes, only to show his power and to crush his nobility, who he said he did see had heretofore laboured to cross him. And this my Lord Berkeley did mightily magnify, as a sign of a brave and vigorous mind, that what he saw fit to be done, he dares do. At night, after business done at my office, home to supper and to bed. I have forgot to set down a very remarkable passage, that Llewellyn being gone, and I going into the office, and it begun to be dark, I found nobody there, my clerks being at the burial of a child of W. Griffin's, and so I spent a little time till they came, walking in the garden, and in the meantime, while I was walking, Mrs. Penn's pretty maid came by my side, and went into the office, but finding nobody there, I went into her, being glad of the occasion. She told me, as she was going out again, that there was nobody there, and that she came for a sheet of paper. So I told her I would supply her, and left her in the office, and went into my office, and opened my garden door, thinking to have got her in, and there to have caressed her, and seeming looking for paper, I told her this way was as near a way for her, but she told me she had left the door open, and so did not come to me. So I carried her some paper, and kissed her, leading her by the hand to the garden door, and there let her go. But, Lord! to see how much I was put out of order by this surprisal, and how much I could have subjected my mind to have treated and been found with this wench, and how afterwards I was troubled to think what if she should tell this, and whether I had spoke or done anything that might be unfit for her to tell. But I think there was nothing more past than just what I here write. 13th. Lord's Day. Up and made me ready for church, but my wife and I had a difference about her old folly that she would fasten lies upon her maids, and now upon Jane, which I did not see enough to confirm me in it, and so would not consent to her. To church, where after sermon home and to my office, before dinner reading my vows, and so home to dinner, where Tom came to me, and he and I dined together, my wife not rising all day. And after dinner I made even accounts with him, and spent all the afternoon in my chamber talking of many things with him, and about Wheatley's daughter for a wife for him, and then about the Joyces and their father Fenner, how they are sometimes all honey one with another, and then all turd, and a strange rude life there is among them. In the evening he gone, I to my office to read Rushworth upon the charge and answer of the Duke of Buckingham, which is very fine, and then to do a little business against tomorrow, and so home to supper to my wife, and then to bed. 14th. Up by candlelight, which I do not use to do, though it be very late, that is to say, almost 8 o'clock, and out by coach to Whitehall, where we all met, and to the Duke, where I heard a large discourse between one that goes over an agent from the King to Leghorn and thereabouts, to remove the inconveniences his ships are put to by denial of practick, which is a thing that is nowadays made use of only as a cheat, for a man may buy a bill of health for a piece of 8, and my enemy may agree with the intendant of the Sante, for 10 pieces of 8 or so, that he shall not give me a bill of health, and so spoil me in my design, whatever it be. This the King will not endure, and so resolves either to have it removed, or to keep all ships from coming in or going out there, so long as his ships are stayed for want hereof. Then my Lord Sandwich being there, we all went into the Duke's closet, and did our business. But among other things, Lord! What an account did Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten make of the pulling down and burning of the head of the Charles, where Cromwell was placed with people under his horse, and Peter, as the Duke called him, is praying to him, and Sir J. Minnes would needs infer the temper of the people from their joy at the doing of this, and their building a gibbet for the hanging of his head up, when God knows it is even the flinging away of 100 pounds out of the King's purse, to the building of another, which it seems must be a Neptune. Thence I through Whitehall, only to see what was doing, but meeting none that I knew, I went through the garden to my Lord Sandwich's lodging, where I found my Lord got before me, which I did not intend or expect, and was there trying some music, which he intends for an anthem of 3 parts, I know not whether for the King's chapel or no, but he seems mighty intent upon it. But it did trouble me to hear him swear before God and other oaths, as he did now and then without any occasion, which methinks did so ill become him, and I hope will be a caution for me, it being so ill a thing in him. The music being done, without showing me any good or ill countenance, he did give me his hat, and so adieu, and went down to his coach, without saying anything to me. He being gone, I and Mr. Howe talked a good while. He tells me that my Lord, it is true, for a while after my letter was displeased, and did shew many slightings of me when he had occasion of mentioning me to his Lordship, but that now my Lord is in good temper, and he do believe will shew me as much respect as ever, and would have me not to refrain to come to him. This news, I confess, did much trouble me, but when I did hear how he is come to himself, and hath wholly left Chelsea and the slut, and that I see he do follow his business, and becomes in better repute than before, I am rejoiced to see it, though it do cost me some disfavour for a time, for if not his good nature and ingenuity, yet I believe his memory will not bear it always in his mind. But it is my comfort that this is the thing that after so many years' good service that has made him my enemy. Thence to the King's Head Ordinary, and there dined among a company of fine gentlemen. Some of them discoursed of the King of France's greatness, and how he is come to make the Princess of the Blood to take place of all foreign ambassadors, which it seems is granted by them of Venice and other states, and expected from my Lord Hollis, our King's ambassador there, and that either upon that score or something else he hath not had his entry yet in Paris, but hath received several affronts, and among others his harness cut, and his gentleman of his horse killed, which will breed bad blood if true. They say also that the King of France hath hired 60 ships of Holland, and 40 of the Swede, but nobody knows what to do, but some great designs he hath on foot against the next year. Thence by coach home and to my office, where I spent all the evening till night with Captain Taylor, discoursing about keeping of masts, and when he was gone, with Sir W. Warren, who did give me excellent discourse about the same thing, which I have committed to paper, and then fell to other talk of his being at Chatham lately, and there discoursing of his masts. Commissioner Pett did let fall several scurvy words concerning my pretending to know masts as well as anybody, which I know proceeds ever since I told him I could measure a piece of timber as well as anybody employed by the king. But, however, I shall remember him for a black sheep again a good while, with all his fair words to me, and perhaps may let him know that my ignorance does the king as much good as all his knowledge, which would do more, it is true, if it were well used. Then we fell to talk of Sir J. Minnes's and Sir W. Batten's burning of Oliver's head while he was there, which was done with so much insulting and folly as I never heard of, and had the trained band of Rochester to come to the solemnity, which, when all comes to all, Commissioner Pett says it never was made for him, but it troubles me the king should suffer 100 loss in his purse, to make a new one after it was forgot whose it was, or any word spoke of it. He being gone, I mightily pleased with his discourse, by which I always learn something, I to read a little in Rushworth, and so home to supper to my wife, it having been washing day, and so to bed, my mind, I confess, a little troubled for my Lord Sandwich's displeasure. But God will give me patience to bear, since it rises from so good an occasion. 15th. Before I was up, my brother's man came to tell me that my cousin, Edward Pepys, was dead, died at Mrs. Turner's, for which my wife and I are very sorry, and the more for that his wife was the only handsome woman of our name. So up into the office, where the greatest business was Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten against me for Sir W. Warren's contract for masts, to which I may go to my memorandum book to see what passed, but came off with conquest, and my Lord Berkeley and Mr. Coventry well convinced that we are well used. So home to dinner, and thither came to me Mr. Mount and Mr. Llewellyn, I think almost foxed, and there dined with me, and very merry as I could be, my mind being troubled to see things so ordered at the board, though with no disparagement to me at all. At dinner comes a messenger from the counter with an execution against me for the 30 pounds 10 shillings, given the last verdict to Field. The man's name is Thomas, of the poultry counter. I sent Griffin with him to the Dolphin, where Sir W. Batten was at dinner, and he being satisfied that I should pay the money, I did cause the money to be paid him, and Griffin to tell it out to him in the office. He offered to go along with me to Sir R. Ford, but I thought it not necessary, but let him go with it, he also telling me that there is never any receipt for it given, but I have good witness of the payment of it. They being gone, Llewellyn having again told me by myself that Deering is content to give me 50 pounds, if I can sell his deals for him to the king, not that I did ever offer to take it, or bid Llewellyn bargain for me with him, but did tacitly seem to be willing to do him what service I could in it, and expect his thanks, what he thought good. Thence to Whitehall by coach, by the way overtaking Mr. Moore, and took him into the coach to me, and there he could tell me nothing of my lord, how he stands as to his thoughts or respect to me, but concludes that though at present he may be angry yet, he will come to be pleased again with me, no doubt, and says that he do mind his business well, and keeps at court. So to Whitehall, and there by order found some of the commissioners of Tangier met, and my Lord Sandwich among the rest, to whom I bowed, but he shewed me very little if any countenance at all, which troubles me mightily. Having soon done there, I took up Mr. Moore again, and set him down at Paul's. By the way, he proposed to me of a way of profit which perhaps may shortly be made by money by fines upon houses at the Wardrobe, but how I did not understand, but left it to another discourse. So homeward, calling upon Mr. Fenn by Sir G. Carteret's desire, and did there shew him the bill of Captain Taylor's, whereby I hope to get something justly. Home and to my office, and there very late with Sir W. Warren upon very serious discourse, telling him how matters passed to-day, and in the close he and I did fall to talk very openly of the business of this office, and, if I was not a little too open to tell him my interest, which is my fault, he did give me most admirable advice, and such as to speak him a most able and worthy man, and understanding 7 times more than ever I thought to be in him. He did particularly run over every one of the officers and commanders, and shewed me how I had reason to mistrust every one of them, either for their falseness or their over-great power, being too high to fasten a real friendship in, and did give me a common but a most excellent saying to observe in all my life. He did give it in rhyme, but the sense was this, that a man should treat every friend in his discourse and opening his mind to him, as of one that may hereafter be his foe. He did also advise me how I should take occasion to make known to the world my case, and the pains that I take in my business, and above all to be sure to get a thorough knowledge in my employment, and to that add all the interest at court that I can, which I hope I shall do. He stayed talking with me till almost 12 at night, and so good night, being sorry to part with him, and more sorry that he should have as far as Wapping to walk to-night. So I to my journal, and so home, to supper, and to bed. 16th. Up, and with my head and heart full of my business, I to my office, and there all the morning, where, among other things, to my great content, Captain Taylor brought me 40 pounds, the greater part of which I shall gain to myself, after much care and pains, out of his bill of freight, as I have at large set down in my book of memorandums. At noon to the Change, and there met with Mr. Wood by design, and got out of him to my advantage a condition which I shall make good use of against Sir W. Batten. Vide my book of memorandums touching the contract of Mass of Sir W. Warren, about which I have had so much trouble. So home to dinner, and then to the Star Tavern hard by, to our arbitration of Mr. Bland's business, and at it a great while. But I found no order like to be kept in our inquiry, and Mr. Clark, the other arbitrator, one so far from being fit, though able as to his trade of a merchant, to inquire and to take pains in searching out the truth on both sides, that we parted without doing anything, nor do I believe we shall at all ever attain to anything in it. Then home until 12 at night, making up my accounts, with great account of this day's receipt of Captain Taylor's money, and some money reimbursed me which I have laid out on Field's business. So home with my mind in pretty good quiet, and to supper and to bed. 17th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to my poor wife and dined, and then by coach abroad to Mrs. Turner's, where I have not been for many a day. And there I found her and her sister Dyke very sad for the death of their brother. After a little common expression of sorrow, Mrs. Turner told me that the trouble she would put me to was to consult about getting an achievement prepared, scutcheons were done already, to set over the door. So I did go out to Mr. Smith's, where my brother tells me the scutcheons are made, but he not being within, I went to the Temple, and there spent my time in a bookseller's shop, reading in a book of some embassages into Moscovia, etc., where was very good reading. And then to Mrs. Turner's, and thither came Smith to me, with whom I did agree for £4 to make a handsome one, L square within the frame. After he was gone, I sat an hour talking of the suddenness of his death within 7 days, and how by little and little death came upon him, neither he nor they thinking it would come to that. He died after a day's raving, through lightness in his head for want of sleep. His lady did not know of his sickness, nor do they hear yet how she takes it. Hence home, taking some books by the way in Paul's churchyard by coach to my office, where late doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and after being ready, and done several businesses with people, I took water, taking a dram of the bottle at the waterside, with a gaily, the first that ever I had yet, and down to Woolwich, calling at Ham Creek, where I met Mr. Dean, and had a great deal of talk with him about business, and so to the rope yard and dock, discoursing several things, and so back again, and did the like at Deptford, and I find that it is absolutely necessary for me to do thus once a week at least all the year round, which will do me great good, and so home with great ease and content, especially out of the content which I met with in a book I bought yesterday, being a discourse of the state of Rome under the present Pope Alexander the 7th, it being a very excellent piece. After eating something at home, then to my office, where till night about business to dispatch. Among other people came Mr. Primate, the leather seller, in Fleet Street, to see me, he says, coming this way. And he tells me that he is upon a proposal to the King, whereby, by a law already in being, he will supply the King, without wrong to any man, or charge to the people in general, so much as it is now, above 200,000 per annum, and God knows what, and that the King do like the proposal, and hath directed that the Duke of Monmouth, with their consent, be made privy, and go along with him and his fellow proposer in the business, God knows what it is, for I neither can guess nor believe there is any such thing in his head. At night made an end of the discourse I read this morning, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I laboured hard at Deering's business of his deals, more than I would if I did not think to get something, though I do really believe that I did what is to the King's advantage in it, and yet, God knows, the expectation of profit will have its force, and make a man the more earnest. Dined at home, and then with Mr. Bland to another meeting upon his arbitration, and seeing we were likely to do no good, I even put them upon it, and they chose Sir W. Rider alone to end the matter, and so I am rid of it. Thence by coach to my shoemaker's, and paid all there, and gave something to the boys' box against Christmas. To Mrs. Turner's, whom I find busy with Sir W. Turner about advising upon going down to Norfolk with the corps, and I find him in talk a sober, considering man. So home to my office late, and then home to supper and to bed. My head full of business, but pretty good content. 20th. Lord's Day. Up and alone to church, where a common sermon of Mr. Mills. And so home to dinner in our parlour, my wife being clean, and the first time we have dined here a great while together. And in the afternoon went to church with me also, and there begun to take her place above Mrs. Penn, which heretofore out of a humour she was wont to give her as an affront to my Lady Batten. After a dull sermon of the Scotchman, home, and there I found my brother Tom and my 2 cousins Scots, he and she, the first time they were ever here, and by in comes my uncle White and Mr. Norbury, and they sat with us a while drinking of wine, of which I did give them plenty. But the two would not stay supper, but the other two did. And we were as merry as I could be with people that I do wish well to, but know not what discourse either to give them, or find from them. We showed them our house from top to bottom, and had a good turkey roasted for our supper, and store of wine, and after supper sent them home on foot, and so we to prayers, and to bed. 21st. Up betimes, my wife having a mind to have gone abroad with me, but I had not, because of troubling me, and so left her, though against my will, to go and see her father and mother by herself, and I straight to my Lord Sandwich's, and there I had a pretty kind salute from my Lord, and went on to the Duke's, where my fellow officers by and by came, and so in with him to his closet, and did our business, and so broke up, and I with Sir W. Batten by coach to Salisbury Court, and there spoke with Clark, our solicitor, about Field's business, and so parted, and I to Mrs. Turner's, and there saw the achievement pretty well set up, and it is well done. Thence I on foot to Charing Cross to the Ordinary, and there dined, meeting Mr. Gordon and Creed. Here a variety of talk, but to no great purpose. After dinner won a wager of a pair of gloves, of a crown of Mr. Gordon, upon some words in his contract for victualling. There parted in the street with them, and I to my Lord's, but he not being within, took coach, and being directed by sight of bills upon the walls, I did go to Shoe Lane to see a cock-fighting at a new pit there, a sport I was never at in my life. But, Lord, to see the strange variety of people, from Parliament man, by name Wiles, that was Deputy Governor of the Tower when Robinson was Lord Mayor, to the poorest prentices, bakers, brewers, butchers, draymen, and what not, and all these fellows one with another in swearing, cursing, and betting. I soon had enough of it, and yet I would not but have seen it once, it being strange to observe the nature of these poor creatures, how they will fight till they drop down dead upon the table, and strike after they are ready to give up the ghost, not offering to run away when they are weary or wounded past doing further, whereas where a dunghill brood comes, he will, after a sharp stroke that pricks him, run off the stage, and then they wring off his neck without more ado, whereas the other they preserve, though their eyes be both out, for breed only of a true cock of the game. Sometimes a cock that has had 10 to 1 against him will by chance give an unlucky blow, will strike the other stark dead in a moment, that he never stirs more. But the common rule is, that though a cock neither runs nor dies, yet if any man will bet 10 pounds to a crown, and nobody take the bet, the game is given over, and not sooner. One thing more, it is strange to see how people of this poor rank, that looks as if they had not bread to put in their mouths, shall bet 3 or 4 pounds at one bet, and lose it, and yet bet as much the next battle, so they call every match of 2 cocks, so that one of them will lose 10 or 20 pounds at a meeting. Thence, having enough of it, by coach to my Lord Sandwich's, where I find him within with Captain Cook and his boys, Dr. Child, Mr. Madge, and Mallard, playing and singing over my Lord's anthem, which he hath made to sing in the King's chapel. My Lord saluted me kindly, and took me into the withdrawing room to hear it at a distance, and indeed it sounds very finely, and is a good thing, I believe, to be made by him, and they all commend it. And after that was done, Captain Cook and his 2 boys did sing some Italian songs, which I must in a word say, I think was fully the best music that I ever yet heard in all my life, and it was to me a very great pleasure to hear them. After all music ended, my Lord going to Whitehall, I went along with him, and made a desire for to have his coach to go along with my cousin Edward Pepys's hearse through the city on Wednesday next, which he granted me presently, though he cannot yet come to speak to me in the familiar style that he did use to do, nor can I expect it. But I was the willinger of this occasion to see whether he would deny me or no, which he would, I believe, had he been at open defiance against me. Being not a little pleased with all this, though I yet see my Lord is not right yet, I thanked his Lordship, and parted with him in Whitehall. I back to my Lord's, and there took up W. Howe in a coach, and carried him as far as the Half Moon, and there set him down. By the way, talking of my Lord, who is come another and a better man than he was lately, and God be praised for it. And he says that I shall find my Lord as he used to be to me, of which I have good hopes. But I shall beware of him, I mean W. Howe, how I trust him, for I perceive he is not so discreet as I took him for he has told Captain Ferrers, as Mr. Moore tells me, of my letter to my Lord, which troubles me, for fear my Lord should think that I might have told him. So called with my coach at my wife's brother's lodging, but she was gone newly in a coach homewards, and so I drove hard and overtook her at Temple Bar, and there paid off mine, and went home with her in her coach. She tells me how there is a sad house among her friends. Her brother's wife proves very unquiet, and so her mother is gone back to be with her husband, and leave the young couple to themselves, and great trouble, and I fear great want, will be among them. I pray keep me from being troubled with them. At home to put on my gown into my office, and there set down this day's journal, and by comes Mrs. Owen, Captain Allen's daughter, and causes me to stay while the papers relating to her husband's place, bought of his father, be copied out because of her going by this morning's tide home to Chatham, which vexes me, but there is no help for it. I home to supper, while a young man that she brought with her did copy out the things, and then I to the office again and dispatched her, and so home to bed. 22nd. Up, and there comes my she-cousin, Tangier, of Cambridge, to me to speak about her son. But though I love them, and have reason so to do, yet, Lord, to consider how cold I am to speak to her, for fear of giving her too much hopes of expecting either money or anything else from me besides my care of her son. I let her go without drinking, though that was against my will, being forced to hasten to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I to Sir R. Ford's, where Sir R. Brown, a dull, but it seems upon action, a hot man, and he and I met upon setting a price upon the freight of a barge sent to France to the Duchess of Orleans. And here by discourse I find them greatly crying out against the choice of Sir J. Cutler to be treasurer for Paul's, upon condition that he give 1,500 towards it, and it seems he did give it upon condition that he might be treasurer for the work, which they say will be worth 3 times as much money, and talk as if his being chosen to the office will make people backward to give. But I think him as likely a man as either of them, or better. The business being done, we parted, Sir R. Ford never inviting me to dine with him at all, and I was not sorry for it. Home and dined. I had a letter from W. Howe that my Lord hath ordered his coach and 6 horses for me to-morrow, which pleases me mightily to think that my Lord should do so much, hoping thereby that his anger is a little over. After dinner abroad with my wife by coach to Westminster, and set her at Mrs. Hunt's while I about my business, having in our way met with Captain Ferrers, luckily to speak to him about my coach, who was going in all haste thither, and I perceived the King and Duke and all the court was going to the Duke's playhouse to see Henry VIII acted, which is said to be an admirable play. But, Lord, to see how near I was to have broken my oath, or run the hazard of 20 shillings loss, so much my nature was hot to have gone thither. But I did not go, but having spoke with W. Howe, and known how my Lord did do this kindly as I would have it, I did go to Westminster Hall, and there met Hawley, and walked a great while with him. Among other discourse, encouraging him to pursue his love to Mrs. Lane, while God knows I had a roguish meaning in it. Thence calling my wife home by coach, calling at several places, and to my office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed. This day I hear for certain that my Lady Castlemaine is turned Papist, which the Queen for all do not much like, thinking that she do it not for conscience sake. I heard to-day of a great fray lately between Sir H. Finch's coachman, who struck with his whip a coachman of the King's to the loss of one of his eyes, at which the people of the Exchange seeming to laugh and make sport with some words of contempt to him, my Lord Chamberlain did come from the King to shut up the change, and by the help of a justice did it. But upon petition to the King, it was opened again. 23rd. Up betimes, and my wife. And being in as morning a dress as we could at present without cost put ourselves into, we by Sir W. Penn's coach to Mrs. Turner's at Salisbury Court, where I found my Lord's coach and 6 horses. We stayed till almost 11 o'clock, and much company came, and anon, the corpse being put into the hearse and the scutcheon set upon it. We all took coach, and I and my wife and Auditor Beale in my Lord Sandwich's coach, and went next to Mrs. Turner's morning coach, and so through all the city and Shoreditch, I believe about 20 coaches, and 4 or 5 with 6 and 4 horses. Being come thither, I made up to the mourners, and bidding them a good journey, I took leave and back again, and setting my wife into a hackney out of Bishopsgate Street, I sent her home, and I to the Change and Auditor Beale about his business. Did much business at the Change, and so home to dinner, and then to my office, and there late doing business also to my great content, to see God bless me in my place, and opening honest ways, I hope, to get a little money to lay up, and yet to live handsomely. So to supper and to bed. My wife having strange fits of the toothache, sometimes on this, and by on that side of her tooth, which is not common. 24th. Up betimes, and though it was a most foggy morning, and cold, yet with a galley down to Erith, several times being at a loss whither we went. There I mustered 2 ships of the King's, lent by him to the Guinea Company, which are manned better than ours, at far less wages. Thence on board 2 of the King's, one of them the Leopard, Captain Beach, who I find an able and serious man. He received me civilly, and his wife was there, a very well-bred and knowing woman, born at Antwerp, but speaks as good English as myself, and an ingenious woman. Here was also Sir G. Carteret's son, who I find a pretty but very talking man, but good humour. Thence back again, entertaining myself upon my sliding rule with great content, and called at Woolwich, where Mr. Chris Pett, having an opportunity of being alone, did tell me his mind about several things he thought I was offended with him in, and told me of my kindness to his assistant. I did give him such an answer as I thought was fit, and left him well satisfied, he offering to do me all the service, either by draughts or models, that I should desire. Then straight home, being very cold, but yet well, I thank God, and at home found my wife making mince pies. And by comes in Captain Ferrers to see us, and among other talk tells us of the goodness of the new play of Henry VIII, which makes me think it long till my time is out. But I hope before I go I shall set myself such a stint as I may not forget myself, as I have hitherto done, till I was forced for these months last past wholly to forbid myself the seeing of one. He gone, I to my office, and there late, writing and reading, and so home to bed. 25th, Christmas Day. Lay long talking pleasantly with my wife, but among other things she begun, I know not whether by design or chance, to inquire what she should do if I should by any accident die, to which I did give her some slight answer, but shall make good use of it to bring myself to some settlement for her sake, by making a will as soon as I can. Up into church, where Mr. Mills made an ordinary sermon, and so home and dined with great pleasure with my wife, and all the afternoon first looking out at window, and seeing the boys playing at many several sports in our backyard by Sir W. Penn's, which reminded me of my own former times. And then I began to read to my wife upon the globes with great pleasure and to good purpose, for it will be pleasant to her and to me to have her understand these things. In the evening at the office, where I stayed late reading Rushworth, which is a most excellent collection of the beginning of the late quarrels in this kingdom, and so home to supper and to bed, with good content of mind. 26th. Up and walked forth first to the Minories, to Brown's, and then with great pleasure saw and bespoke several instruments, and so to Cornhill to Mr. Cade's, and there went up into his warehouse to look for a map or two, and there finding great plenty of good pictures, God forgive me, how my mind run upon them, and bought a little one for my wife's closet presently, and concluded presently of buying 10 pounds worth, upon condition he would give me the buying of them. Now it is true I did still within me resolve to make the king one way or other pay for them, though I saved it to him another way, yet I find myself too forward to fix upon the expense, and came away with a resolution of buying them, but do hope that I shall not upon second thoughts do it without a way made out, before I buy them, to myself how to do it without charge to my main stock. Thence to the coffee-house, and sat long in good discourse with some gentlemen concerning the Roman Empire. So home and found Mr. Hollyard there, and he stayed and dined with us, we having a pheasant to dinner. He gone, I all the afternoon with my wife to cards, and God forgive me, to see how the very discourse of plays, which I shall be at liberty to see after New Year's Day next, do set my mind upon them. But I must be forced to stint myself very strictly before I begin, or else I fear I shall spoil all. In the evening came my Aunt White's kinswoman to see how my wife do, with a compliment from my aunt, which I take kindly, as it is unusual for her to do it, but I do perceive my uncle is very kind to me of late. So to my office writing letters, and then to read and make an end of Rushworth, which I did, and do say that it is a book the most worth reading for a man of my condition, or any man that hopes to come to any public condition in the world, that I do know. So home to supper, and to bed. 27th. Up and to church alone, and so home to dinner with my wife, very pleasant, and pleased with one another's company, and in our general enjoyment one of another, better we think than most other couples do. So after dinner to the French church, but came too late, and so back to our own church, where I slept all the sermon, the Scot preaching, and so home, and in the evening Sir J. Minnes and I met at Sir W. Penn's, about ordering some business of the navy, and so I home to supper, discourse, prayers, and bed. 28th. Up and by coach to my lord's lodgings, but he was gone abroad, so I lost my pains. But, however, walking through Whitehall, I heard the king was gone to play at tennis. So I down to the new tennis court, and saw him and Sir Arthur Slingsby play against my Lord of Suffolk and my Lord Chesterfield. The king beat 3 and lost 2 sets, they all, and he particularly playing well, I thought. Thence went and spoke with the Duke of Albemarle about his wound at Newhall, but I find him a heavy, dull man, methinks, by his answers to me. Thence to the King's Head Ordinary, and there dined, and found Creed there. But we met and dined and parted, without anything more than how do you. After dinner, straight on foot to Mr. Hollyard's, and there paid him 3 pounds in full for his physic and work to my wife. But whether it is cured for ever or no, I cannot tell. But he says it will never come to anything, though it may ooze now and then a little. So home, and found my wife gone out with Will, whom she sent for as she do nowadays upon occasion, to have a tooth drawn, she having, it seems, been in great pain all day, and at night came home with it drawn, and pretty well. This evening I had a stove brought me to the office to try, but it being an old one, it smokes as much as if there was nothing but a hearth as I had before. But it may be great new ones do not, and therefore I must inquire further. So at night home to supper and to bed. The Duchess of York is fallen sick of the measles. 29th. Up and to the office, where all the morning sitting, at noon to the Change, and there I found and brought home Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, to dinner, where I found also Mr. Llewellyn and Mount, and merry at dinner, but their discourse so free that I was weary of them. But after dinner Llewellyn took me up to my chamber to give me £50 for the service I did him, though not so great as he expected and I intended. But I told him that I would not sell my liberty to any man. If he would give me anything by another's hand, I would endeavour to deserve it. But I will never give him himself thanks for it, not acknowledging the receiving of any, which he told me was reasonable. I did also tell him that neither this nor anything should make me to do anything that should not be for the King's service besides. So we parted, and left them three at home, with my wife going to cards, and I to my office, and there stayed late. Sir W. Pen came like a cunning rogue to sit and talk with me about office business, and freely about the controller's business of the office, to which I did give him free answers, and let him make the best of them. But I know him to be a knave, and do say nothing that I fear to have said again. Anon came Sir W. Warren, and after talking of his business of the masts, and helping me to understand some foul dealing in the business of woods, we fell to other talk, and particularly to speak of some means how to part this great familiarity between Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes. And it is easy to do by any good friend of Sir J. Minnes, to whom it will be a good service. And he thinks that Sir J. Denham will be a proper man for it, and so do I. So after other discourse we parted, and I home and to bed. 30th. Up betimes, and by coach to my Lord Sandwich, who I met going out, and he did ask me how his cousin, my wife, did. The first time he hath done so since his being offended, and in my conscience he would be glad to be free with me again, but he knows not how to begin. So he went out, and I through the garden to Mr. Coventry, where I saw Mr. C. Pett bringing him a model, and indeed it is a pretty one, for a New Year's gift. But I think the work not better done than mine. With him by coach to London, with good and friendly discourse of business, and against Sir W. Batten and his foul dealings. So leaving him at the Guinea House, I to the Coffee House, whither came Mr. Grant and Sir W. Petty, with whom I talked, and so did many, almost all the house there, about his new vessel, wherein he did give me such satisfaction in every point, that I am almost confident she will prove an admirable invention. So home to dinner, and after being upon the Change a while, I dined with my wife, who took physic to-day, and so to my office, and there all the afternoon till late at night about office business, and so to supper and to bed. 31st. Up into the office, where we sat all the morning, and among other things, Sir W. Warren came about some contract, and there did at the open table, Sir W. Batten not being there, openly defy him, and insisted how Sir W. Batten did endeavour to oppose him in everything that he offered. Sir W. Pen took him up for it, like a counterfeit rogue, though I know he was as much pleased to hear him talk so as any man there. But upon his speaking, no more was said but to the business. At noon we broke up, and I to the Change a while, and so home again to dinner, my head aching mightily with being overcharged with business. We had to dinner, my wife and I, a fine turkey and a mince pie, and dined in state, poor wretch, she and I, and have thus kept our Christmas together all alone almost, having not once been out, but to-morrow my vows are all out as to plays and wine, but I hope I shall not be long before I come to new ones, so much good, and God's blessing, I find to have attended them. Thence to the office, and did several businesses, and answered several people, but my head aching, and it being my great night of accounts, I went forth, took coach, and to my brother's, but he was not within, and so I back again, and sat an hour or two at the coffee house, hearing some simple discourse about Quakers being charmed by a string about their wrists, and so home, and after a little while at my office, I home and supped, and so had a good fire in my chamber, and there sat till 4 o'clock in the morning, making up my accounts, and writing this last journal of the year. And first, I bless God, I do after a large expense, even this month, by reason of Christmas, and some payments to my father, and other things extraordinary, find that I am worth in money, besides all my household stuff, or anything of Brampton, above £800, whereof in my Lord Sandwich's hand £700, and the rest in my hand. So that there is not above £5 of all my estate in money at this minute out of my hands and my Lord's, for which the good God be pleased to give me a thankful heart, and a mind careful to preserve this and increase it. I do live at my lodgings in the Navy Office, my family being, besides my wife and I, Jane Gentleman, Bess, our excellent good-natured cook-maid, and Susan, a little girl, having neither man nor boy, nor like to have again a good while, living now in most perfect content and quiet, and very frugally also. My health pretty good, but only that I have been much troubled with a costiveness, which I am labouring to get away, and have hopes of doing it. At the office I am well, though envied to the devil by Sir William Batten, who hates me to death, but cannot hurt me. The rest either love me, or at least do not show otherwise, though I know Sir W. Pen to be a false knave touching me, though he seems fair. My father and mother well in the country, and at this time the young ladies of Hinchingbroke with them, their house having the smallpox in it. The Queen, after a long and sore sickness, is become well again, and the King minds his mistress a little too much, if it please God, but I hope all things will go well, and in the navy particularly, wherein I shall do my duty, whatever comes of it. The great talk is the designs of the King of France, whether against the Pope or King of Spain, nobody knows, but a great and a most promising prince he is, and all the princes of Europe have their eye upon him. My wife's brother, come to great unhappiness by the ill disposition, my wife says, of his wife, and her poverty, which she now professes, after all her husband's pretence of a great fortune. But I see none of them, at least they come not to trouble me. At present I am concerned for my cousin Tangier of Cambridge, lately broke in his trade, and this day am sending his son John, a very rogue, to sea. My brother Tom I know not what to think of, for I cannot hear whether he minds his business or not, and my brother John at Cambridge, with as little hopes of doing good there, for when he was here he did give me great cause of dissatisfaction with his manner of life. Poll with my father, and God knows what she do there, or what will become of her, for I have not anything yet to spare her, and she grows now old, and must be disposed of one way or other. The Duchess of York at this time, sick of the measles, but is growing well again. The Turk very far entered into Germany, and all that part of the world at a loss what to expect from his proceedings. Myself, blessed be God, in a good way, and design and resolution of sticking to my business to get a little money, with doing the best service I can to the King also, which God continue. So ends the old year. End of December. End of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys.